Our female protagonist is currently about to demolish a single-family home. She is operating an excavator. The reason is absurd. It's because the author killed off her favorite character. It was the fantasy military novel by the author Park Man called The Dawn of Repentance. It briefly became a hot topic in the early stages of serialization due to intense action scenes, churning out 10 episodes a day, as if it were a factory, but its remarkable readability. Marked by one sentence per paragraph, along with scathing critiques, it became a legendary novel that drove early readers wild. However, there were readers who couldn't let go of this trash novel, even up to episode 3504, including 30 or more people like herself. The reason they couldn't let go of the poorly written novel was simple. The settings and characters in this novel felt so real, as if they actually existed. The author was truly a killer when it came to creating settings. They were real otaku for it. She was such a passionate fan of the author to the point of even becoming the representative of the fan cafe, but she decides even that's over. After today, the author should not have sent her favorite character Seian off like that. She got to herself, her prince doing such dirty deeds, surviving all the way to episode 3503, and they killed that poor kid off with just some measly disease. Yeah, she could understand Mitchell killing off Mitchell by a car, but what really got to her was the fact that the author teased a solo episode for her favorite Seian in advance. More excited than usual, she checked the latest episode. However, she received an unexpected surprise gift in the form of her favorite character's death. To her, the author undoubtedly became a devil. And so, with gratitude in her heart, she is on her way to repay the author with the destruction of their house. Suddenly, a screen appears in front of her, causing her to be startled and wondering, what is this? Why did the TV suddenly turn on? It shows the breaking news in the heart of the city. It is breaking news, and the breaking news says that in the heart of the city, a significant tremor has occurred, and with many more appearing. This irritates her because it's noisy, and she starts banging on the excavator window. As the window splinters from the impact of her fists, she produces a piercing shriek of surprise, realizing in that moment of shock that she has borrowed the excavator from another party, and it is rightfully owned by someone else. She apologizes to the owner, whose expressions are contorted in pure fury. She thinks to herself, but since the owner has never experienced the absurd date of their favorite character, the owner may not understand. She snaps out of her thoughts when she hears the owner's voice apologizing, caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. She asks him, she is the one who should be sorry, so why is he apologizing? It is because he believes, since it's already too late to undo it, they should just go and receive some divine protection. Her mouth drops open, her eyes widen in shock as she struggles to grasp the meaning behind his mention of divine protection, bewildered by his sudden shift into Archaic language. She flinches in shock when she realizes she was just hallucinating about the owner. She wonders, is she losing her mind because it's late and she is tired? She strikes herself in the head with considerable force and tells herself to snap out of it, reminding herself she has to destroy the author's house. Suddenly, her vision blurs, and all she can perceive is a profound abyss of black darkness. She chastises herself that she should not just hit her head recklessly. But to her horror, as soon as she thought that, she opened her eyes. The steering wheel that was in her hand disappeared and countless memories just brushed past her. Perplexed, she wonders, what is this? The memories that come to her mind are not the ones she has experienced. She wonders, could it be that she has gone crazy from stress because of the author? It seems quite plausible that's what is annoying her. As she drove the excavator on the highway, she found herself transformed into Mitchell Nephthys. Not only that, but she was also in a state of being imprisoned. Mitchell Nephthys is a character from the Dawn of Repentance. She is the daughter of Nephthys Duke and the heiress of the Nephthys Dukedom. She is known for her magical abilities. She is the owner of silky silver hair and azure eyes like a lake. In the story, she is a notorious villain known for her widespread infamy and nefarious deeds. She is commonly referred to as the Mad Woman of Nephthys, but above all else, the most important thing is that Mitchell is one of her favorite characters. The fierceness of her personality was beyond description. She even pressured Seian, who was a prince, to marry her. It then comes back to her vividly, as if it had just happened yesterday. Mitchell lured the drunken Seian out of the palace banquet hall and into the bedroom. She then pushed Seian onto bed with such cheesy lines. At that moment, Seian, boasting his impressive 29-inch waistline, led down his long black hair, which cascaded down to his slim waist. Like a condemned prisoner, tears fell from his dark and deep eyes as he spoke. He silently whispered, "Wouldn't it be better if she just did as she pleased?" This confuses our female protagonist because, according to her, at that moment Cyan was supposed to reject Mitchell. She wonders why there is a discrepancy between the novel's content and Mitchell's memories. She cannot help but ask herself what on earth happened. She now realizes the author has left out something so important. And if the author wishes to give a surprise gift, he then at least should reveal this episode. Feeling unhappy that she could not destroy the house. Anyway, she sets her mind back to the present because she is now Mitchell. She thinks about her current situation, that she is currently imprisoned. Well, in reality, even in Sen, there's no job for orphans, so it's all the same. Her mind then ponders the perplexing question of why she suddenly found herself possessing another individual. She then recalls the last thing she heard from the owner, who said since it's already too late to undo it, she should just go and receive divine protection. She can't help but contemplate if the hallucination she heard before hitting her head sent her here. She sarcastically adds, "Well, thanks for transmigrating her into the novel." But why? At this moment, of all times, the fact that Mitchell is currently imprisoned means she's as good as death. Because in the original story, Mitchell taunts and pressures Cyan, and is sentenced to death for insulting the royal family, ultimately dying in episode 121. She thinks so the fact that Mitchell is still alive means it's right before facing the death penalty. But whoever's body she is possessing, she still considers herself a dedicated reader who endured this fallen novel for 3504 episodes. To Verter, who knows every detail of the setting, this kind of crisis is nothing to her. The system shows the screen of Mitchell's status. The death row is currently under the protection of Ursh. Experience points are 0. She beams, thinking that is the status window they only get to see in novels. She wonders where she can see it. Having 2 uncommon attack skills is rare. She is surprised. She even has an ultra-rare skill. The skill name is Fusion. She ponders perhaps the reason why her memories and Mitchell's memories have got mixed up is because of the fusion. Her eyes then narrow at the death status. She wonders why is she on a death row. Her jaw clenches in frustration as she tries to find out why she's suddenly on a death row. At least that should be explained to her, right? Suddenly, the system updates and her execution date is announced. It's on D3. She realizes she is the death row inmate, so being on that row makes sense. She is aware right before death, it's natural for some abnormalities to appear in the status. She thinks although there are still 3 days left, if she just gives up like that, there might not be any miracles. She decides first. She can only politely pray for a miracle to happen. Since a while ago, she has been desperately trying to beg for help desperately, but she doesn't know why her tone is suddenly like a historical drama. The screen of the system appears in front of her again. It shows her the dignity of the noble. It states nobles did not bow to just anyone, and as a member of the Nephthys ducal family. One bows only to the nobility of the empire. She thinks to herself, what kind of thing is that? She then mumbles under her breath. Indeed, people are not suited for doing things that don't fit them. She decides from now on she will do things her way. She strikes her feet against the cell. She screams at them and questions, if those guys are deaf, can't they hear she's asking them to save her? She promises them she will do as they say, so please, they should get her out of here. Later in the carriage, she is beaming because she is successfully released after overcoming many hardships. Even though she was expelled from the noble list by imperial decree and rejected by both the family and the empire, she became stateless. Even that wasn't enough. After being whipped 5 times, she was finally set free. Her back felt like it was about to burst, and she felt like vomiting, but she was okay. Now that the death row status has been lifted, she has survived. In the original, rather than discarding the family name, she could not escape the death penalty, but instead chose death. However, she thinks but she's not like that now. She is determined to be alive no matter what happens. However, what she does not know is Mitchell's death sentence has been resentenced to do one. In the carriage, she is sitting still and has her eyes closed because now she will just wait until she arrives home. She decides she should invest in her experience. Actually, when she was released from prison and had her death status lifted, experience points came in under a strange pretext. Perhaps because she changed the development of Mitchell's death in the original work. She did not expect to perceive experience points like this. But for her, who knows everything about the novel, she already has plans for which directions to invest her skills. She decides for now she should go all in on freeze. In Dawn of Repentance, the system on reaching level 10 in a skill upgrades it to a superior skill. And since Mitchell already possesses the beginner skill, freeze as an ice mage, investing in the freeze skill right now to acquire the ice magic skills is a priority. If things go according to plan, using freezing to earn money by subjugating monsters would be possible. Even if she is stateless, she won't have to worry about making ends meet. So for now, finding a means to make money is the priority. When she arrives at the Nethys townhouse, she rushes to home, thinking since she just got expelled from the Duke's house. Soon the story will be heard by Mitchell's parents, the Duke and Duchess of Nethys. She ponders before she gets kicked out with nothing. She will just take all her luxury items and leave. Selling just a few of the jewels should be enough to sustain her for a while. When she goes through Mitchell's stuff, she wonders why did she collect gems instead of hoarding gold, which is much easier to convert into money. Still, this much amount is quite substantial. Suddenly, the door swings open. Her teeth clatter in frustration as she glances behind her to see who it is, scared that it might be the Duke and Duchess. But it's her nanny Eleanor Leif. She thinks that this person ran after her after hearing the news. She has been raising Mitchell since she was a child. She raised her like her own child, scolding her whenever she got herself into trouble. For Mitchell, she's like her own mother. Her gaze falls on the injury on her exposed back, and she demands to know how she got blood on her back. Mitchell cannot believe she's worried about her as soon as she got here. As she was someone who was special to Mitchell, our female protagonist also liked her just as much as she liked any other protagonist, so seeing her in person makes her eyes teary. Mitchell realizes it's way more joyful and touching than she expected. She ends up in her arms, crying her eyes out. She admits it really hurts. Eleanor asks her what is going on. What's all this ruckus? She heard that something serious happened. She demands to know if she really received disciplinary action. First, Mitchell wants to know if she's on her side. She promises her, of course, no matter what happens. She then admits that she almost got sentenced to death for trying to attack the prince. Eleanor places her hand on her chest in a state of shock. But Mitchell continues that having severed ties with the Duke's house and been deprived of her noble status, she has become a stateless person without any status and having to live without an identity. The nanny stands motionless for several moments, but then suddenly she raises her hand with the intention to strike her. Mitchell states that if she slaps her in the back, she will die and reminds her that she said she was on her side. She asks her through clenched teeth what she is now planning to do in the future. Raising her hand in a shrugging manner, she replies she can do labor that even a stateless person can do, and there's no rule that says she will have to die. She questions how she can say something so easily when she hasn't done anything even remotely hard. She doesn't have a reply to that because of course it is easy to say. She thinks there is no way the person must die because this is an experience story. Mitchell might have grown up noble in the Duke's house, but she is different. When she was young, she was taken in by an aunt after her parents died. After her aunt took all parents' inheritance, there was no part-time job she had not done so that she could live. Dishwashing, serving, she did everything. Even when her living expenses were low, she somehow just managed to survive. She believes compared to back then, the current situation isn't much different. Moreover, in just 3 more years, Mitchell will also become an adult and will be able to handle things. She then confesses, for now, she's planning on taking whatever she can and run away. Eleanor observes her silently for a while and then announces that she has got to go get something, so she should hold on a minute. While waiting, she wonders what she is going to get. Is she trying to give her some money? And that even when she just has a mouse's tail of a salary, does she have any other belongings tucked away? But to her surprise, she brings her suitcase, announcing that if she leaves, then she will leave too. Mitchell freaks out thinking, so she just went to get her baggage. She tries to tell the nanny to calm down, but she interrupts her declaring that she will do whatever it takes to keep her alive. So they should go together, and when they get to her hometown, they can even stay at her sister's old empty house. Eleanor also reminds her she doesn't know what the world is like yet, so that's why she thinks she can survive alone. Mitchell narrows her eyes at her, unable to say she knows very well how to. She thinks to herself, no, it's actually her who does not know how the world is. To sweeten the deal, Eleanor adds that she has no idea how much pension she could receive as compensation for raising the Duke's child, and she herself cannot even estimate. Mitchell assures her she really doesn't have to, and claims she can live well on her own too. But once again, she is cut off by her nanny, who claims but she cannot live. If Mitchell dies, she dies too. Bursting out in tears, she screams at her why would she live without her. Mitchell is momentarily stunned by her affection for her. She then announces they should go, grabbing Mitchell's hand in haste. Mitchell tries for one last time for her to reconsider, but she stubbornly reminds her that no matter what she says, she will still follow her. Knowing she won't budge, Mitchell changes the topic and announces while they're at it, they should also visit the Savoy Hotel from Treasure Island and take the treasure map with them. Eleanor comments she was wondering if she had fixed her bad personality because she somehow survived, but she's still the same. While collecting the treasures, Mitchell thinks she even intimidated the Prince of the Empire. They can handle reading a treasure trove. Above all, she does have the key to the treasure trove, which only the legitimate heirs of Nephthys can use. For her, this is a legitimate treasure hunt. She may have just been stripped off her status, but she can handle this much. Stepping out of the mansion, they find a carriage taxi. Once settled inside the carriage, Mitchell complains about her back, groaning in pain. She questions what kind of carriage shakes like this. Her back hurts so much. But Eleanor is not listening. She seems somewhere far away in her thoughts. But then she snaps out of it and addresses Mitchell, giving something to her. It's a child's biochip. She discloses with this chip, she can live again as a citizen of the Empire. She warns, although it is inappropriate to say this, but she raised her as her own child. Although her child could not use it, she would like it if she uses it. Mitchell's gaze holds softness as she looks at her nanny. In the Kral Empire, once a person is registered as a citizen after birth, a biochip made of magic stones is implanted in the body to prove one's identity. And this chip must have been used by the nanny's child who died early on. Unable to dispose of it with her own hands, she kept it all this time. Mitchell realizes she gave her such a precious object. She expresses her gratitude to Nanny and promises her she will cherish it. She also declares that in that case, since she has become her daughter on paper, she will call her mom. Eleanor flinches in surprise and Dot asks how could a lowly person like her even dare. She blackmails her nanny that she won't take it and even threatens that she will throw it away. Bringing it closer to the window side, she asks if she should just throw it away. Eleanor yelps in surprise but reluctantly agrees that she can do as she pleases, but she will keep calling her Miss. Mitchell raises her fist in the air in victory and declares now she has a mom. Eleanor stays true to her words, referring to her as Miss and asking back for the biochip to keep it safe. Mitchell quickly agrees, addressing her as Mom. She then asks her, but to implant this, does she have to go to the city and find someone? And how much does it cost? Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through her arm as the nanny strikes her. She demands the nanny that if she's going to do something like this, at least she should be given a warning. Eleanor counters that she has to do it unexpectedly so she doesn't get scared. She questions her nanny, can't she see she's screaming because she's scared? Mitchell Nephthys is 1 hour before the retrial for death row. Mitchell grabs her arms as she mentions that her back hurts so bad, but now her arms hurt too. Eleanor tells her to verify if the biochip is functioning correctly. She states that her child's name was Even Leif. Mitchell ponders that it is not a bad name. She wonders what kind of skills does she have this time. The blue screen appears as she wonders if this is Mitchell's status. She wonders if there has been some kind of collision or conflict, although as she thinks about it, she is aware it is not mentioned in the original work. Having one person with 2 biochips is an interesting concept. She wonders could it be that it is just too old for her to recognize. Just in case, she decides to look in the direction where the chip is embedded. It appears as she mentions that Evan's biochip was newly implanted in her right arm and she was able to launch a 1 status window with her right arm and Mitchell's status window with her left arm. A 1 thinks that she's going back and forth again, and it seems like she's in a good mood. Mitchell wonders if Evan is excited because it feels like she's looking for a completely hidden setting. As she looks at Evan's scales, his status is time limited and his training level is 8 to 800 until next level up. Reading level is 8 to 800 until next level up, and can do anything for a living. She thinks about training and writing. To her, it seems like it is leaning towards a specific field, but she decides to skip over that for now. Another skill is that it quickly increases the experience required when leveling up. Mitchell wonders, what is this legendary skill, she thinks? Is not this a skill that nobles usually have? There is nothing one cannot do to make a living, and it makes acquiring skills relatively easy. She thinks even without attack skills, she is still have high-performance top-tier skills, and she's so amazing that Even Leif is awesome. She really thought there was no one else formidable as him. She looks at Evan's status as she wonders why is this attached. Eleanor asks her if it is still not recognized. Mitchell responds, "No, it popped up properly." Eleanor becomes surprised as she questions if that is really the case. She states that if Mitchell is registered as an imperial citizen, she would not be able to live a normal life normally. Mitchell is aware that she lived her whole life in comfort, and from now on, she has to live like a rat living in the countryside. She wonders if anyone had any disease. If that is the case, it causes her to think, is not this practically over there? Dawn has been reset that upon failing to enter the Crowley Academy. She is surprised as, after some time, Eleanor tells her it is dangerous and asks her why is she doing this. She sits in the carriage as she thinks that they should first come down as she has already lifted the time-limited condition one. And she should not overthink about it first. She wonders why not follow that down as she calls out to Eleanor and states she thinks that she should go to the academy next year. Eleanor's responds, "All right, she will prepare everything for admission." She asks Mitchell to only trust her. Mitchell has tears in her eyes as she ponders. The academy's admission fee alone is 100 million crowns, but her nanny could not even secure her retirement pay. How is she going to raise that large amount of money? Eleanor tells her as soon as she enters school she will succeed in life. My child is aware that the problem is that ambition is difficult, and it is not like she is going to enroll tomorrow. She is aware all she has to do is to make some money somehow. She thinks, of course, if she has that much talent to enroll Crowley Academy. As a commoner, she must be incredibly smart, fight incredibly well, or maybe be a good magician. In any case, she has to do extremely well, but if there is a bigger obstacle than that, that is the existence of the main couple in the original novel. From what she remembers, next year is the year those two enter the academy, and the academy that season was nothing short of a living hell. Because all kinds of dangerous devices were put in to help the main character grow. They accidentally activated the magic circle hidden in the academy's basement since the beginning of the semester, opening a dungeon gate. When they were close to graduating, they even summoned one of the 4 great demon kings. Moreover, because of the incident they let, it was said that the number of graduates of that year was only a few dozen. She knows even if she enrolled, it will be difficult for her to graduate alive, but she will die if she does not enroll. Even if she enrolls, there is a high probability that she will die. She is aware that it is definitely worth a try and knows first of all that is the method. She tells coachmen to stop at the first inn. She checks herself in the mirror as she ponders. It is very good. At first glance, she looks like a perfect commoner, and if one's wondering why she ended up like this, it is because she barely briefly disguised herself as Even. While stopping by the village, she knows it is hard to understand why someone would go to such lengths, but it was all unavoidable because Mitchell is a very slender and beautiful girl, and she must avoid being noticed by others as much as possible. This was because there was a need to hide this brilliant silver hair and all-like face. So with the money raised by selling the money and valuables, she hid her shining beauty by buying clothes and glasses. Subtly dull blue hair, unsophisticated round glasses, hair braided into 2 pigtails. Eleanor accidentally sticks a needle into her face as she becomes worried. Mitchell tells her to not worry and mentions that this dye will fade over time. She tells Eleanor to give her heads up next time and apologizes for startling her. She informed us even the freckles meticulously engraved. Eleanor tells her that she is really the best at throwing shade. She mentions that Mitchell is the most unsophisticated girl that she has ever seen. Mitchell wonders if it is a compliment. Eliana tells her yes. Somehow she even smells like chicken poop. Mitchell asks her to leave it there. She wonders that if she looked like this, it would be difficult for even people who even knew Mitchell to recognize her. She wonders, what on earth does she smell like? She thinks not everything is ready. They should get going as she gets inside the carriage, mentioning that it looks like it will be a little while again. She sits down as she tells Eleanor that she does not want to get bored on the way. So why doesn't she tell her about her hometown? Eleanor responds this is a list of port cities, and it is such a rural area that she probably have not even heard of. Mitchell is aware that Eleanor thinks she's a fool. She knows, speaking of Night, the king of beasts, it is a nearby city where a sparrow beast was caught in a trap and sold on the black market, and a bear beast goes up to the capital to find the sparrow beasts and becomes part of the protagonist group. Mitchell tells Eleanor that she has heard of it and questions is not that the place that were recently developed. She states that she heard it is near the Beast King Tower. Eleanor responds status right. They say that the scope of activities of beast kings and monsters has expanded recently. As Messiot grew in that area, there was more work to do. Eleanor ponders. It is said that the area around the monster habitat becomes a good environment for magic stones to grow. Mitchell responds it is magic stones. She is aware that magic stones are quite expensive, so if they mine them and sell them, it will work out good before Eleanor asks her what is she thinking of. Mitchell calls out to Eleanor and tells her they should go and buy a pickaxe. She's aware she has to earn admission fee. Eleanor responds that she knew it would be like this. Mitchell thinks that things done ought to be easier than she thought after that. After resting and going for several days, they finally arrived at their destination, Port City. Mitchell questions if this is the port city. She heard it is a rural village. She flinches as Eleanor tells her that is right. It is a lot more developed than she thought. She finds it unbelievable that the population could easily exceed 10,000 people. She thinks that she was surprised because it was bigger than she imagined, but it does not mean that she does not understand. She's aware that since the sea is just around the corner there is a big advantage in being able to transport mine magic stone by sea. Eleanor grabs her hand and takes her, asking her to follow quickly. They stand outside of a house as Mitchell asks her if this is the house that her sister left behind. Eleanor responds yes, that is true, and she becomes down as she knows Mitchell, who lived in a huge mansion, would be living here. Michelle tells her that they should first unpack and say hello to their neighbors. In a small town like this, connections are more important. Eleanor responds yes, it is right before a man appears. The man questions them. Who is this? He questions is that Eleanor. Our female lead asks what this is. Eleanor responds it is nothing and Mitchell doesn't have to worry about it. The man begins to laugh as he states she left, acting like she would never come back. Considering that she came back with a child, he asks her, does it seem like there was an accident in the capital? Mitchell questions, what is the matter with that man as she curses him. Eleanor tells her that they should just go in and that is how he has always been. Mitchell glances at him as he tells her to not be rude. She mentions, is he not scared of a twisted old house with no safety devices? He states if two women live alone and something bad happens, wouldn't it be sad? That night, Mitchell goes outside with an axe as she ponders. If one is a decent citizen of the Empire, they must have at least one big axe. She was born to us is not unusual for such a situation to arise so suddenly. She thinks it is a good night to get into trouble. And even though that man is unable, she does not particularly like she knows it is true that it is dangerous for two women to live alone, and she guesses that she should follow his advice and eliminate the risk factors. She is following that man as she thinks he's just the type of guy who starts an argument as soon as they meet, and they never know when or where they might pose a threat to them. She knows she cannot leave the guy who threatens the peace between her and her nanny alone. When Mitchell was young, she threw a tantrum to Duke Nephthys and started to raise a drake, a subspecies of dragons, as a pet animal. Young Mitchell took care of the dragon wholeheartedly by limited, as well as providing it food to eat. However, after a year that Drake smashed and escaped from its cage due to Mitchell's negligence. It endured 20 people and was subjugated by the guards, and because of that incident, Mitchell was scolded harshly by the Duke. The reason that she is suddenly thinking about this is because Mitchell has a past record of injuring people. And talking about her, she used to work at an errant center before, so she also has a record of beating up several bad guys in the past to subdue them. This means that if these two people are combined together, they can beat a person to that. And that guy decided to mess with the wrong person. She points the hammer at that person as she ponders she should hit him then throw him in the sea after his body freezes. The man then yells it is all bees and mentions if she wants to live here, then she should go find a good house downtown. She wonders, who is he even talking about? He really stands up and states he is certain that she was fooled by someone because of her personality and everything was stolen from her. Mitchell ponders that she was wondering if he is going towards her house with a suspicious item, but she knows he was just taking care of them. She realizes he was just a normal and decent guy. She thinks that she almost caused trouble here on her first day in this place. She wonders, but what if he is just a tsundere guy and she just wishes he would stop talking rudely? The next morning, he asked her how is she planning to live in such a shabby house with a child. And questions cannot she walk properly, Eleanor asks him to just shut up if he's here to help her. Mitchell wonders what. As she thinks that he was actually close with her nanny, she realizes that she almost caused a big problem. Eleanor calls out to Mitchell and questions if it is noisy. She apologizes to her as Mitchell ponders. They are so close they did not even care even after knowing her real identity, even though they introduced her as her daughter in front of other people. Calls out to the man as he asks her what. She apologizes to him, causing him to wonder what he is apologizing for. She does not tell him much but states she's just sorry to him. He tells her that she is ruining his mood. Eleanor introduces him as Thomas. She mentions that he ran away from his house to become a pirate, but rarely managed to get a ship and came back again. He is just a piece of human trash living as a fisherman. Musk becomes angry as he questions. What does she mean? Mitchell tells him it is nice to meet him and introduces herself also as a piece of trash who almost ruined someone's life. Eleanor becomes shocked as she questions. What does she mean that she's a piece of trash? She phoned us that she almost killed a person who did not do anything wrong. So she is trash and he is a fisherman who has a shape. So she is aware that if she does well, this might help her to earn some money. She tells him that she has throwing skills, so he asks her so what. She states she can catch the fish with the harpoon and mentions that he should let her in his ship. Eleanor opposes it. She tells her that she does not know how scary the sea can be. Tom also states that she is still too young to be a seafarer, so he also opposes it. She ponders, just as she expected. Both of them opposed it. She tells them that she already warned them. Eleanor tells her they have not even finished talking and questions where she is going. She knows that she's supposed to die, but before that happens, she plans on saving Tai-Tai and changing the plot. Since she's inside the dawn of repentance, she has to earn points by changing the plot. If she earned points just by changing the plot, then this will give her an opportunity to acquire higher level skills and earn money just by changing the plot she knows. And with that money, she can enroll in the academy and get rid of this time-limiting condition. She's aware if she looks around carefully, she will find Tai-Tai somewhere, but she realizes she still does not see him anywhere. She knows that she cannot find him just in one day, and thinks that she should take up the magic stones and earn money then. She begins to work at Az and that night and the next day, and the day after that, she continues to work. She notices a person in this educated place and wonders if that is Tai-Tai. She wonders if he has white hair. Before she realizes that is not him, she wonders who it is. She thinks about the shape of his pupils and he even has skills on his skin. So she realizes he definitely is not a human, so he does not care about her at all. She continues to stare at him as she wonders what he is doing. Right then, she notices some bees as she thinks he's feeding the wandering beasts and wonders if he's like a cat daddy. She also thinks what is he doing staring in the blank space this time. It's been a week now as she wonders what is going on as he steps towards her, causing her to wonder if he's really coming towards her. He asks her if she's a minor. She ponders that she heard his voice for the first time. She tells him no, she is not before he responds. All right. She cannot believe that he just came here to ask her that. And she was wondering what happened because he approached her so suddenly. She decides to continue digging the magical stones today as well. Mining skill level 1 has been created as she thinks she's not even a miner. So why is there such a kind of skill? She thinks she should correct it by saying that she's a miner. She can do everything to make a living. Acquiring such skills is comparatively easy. She wonders if this is Evan's extra skill effect. Acquiring such skills is comparatively easy, she wonders. Isn't this too easy? She thinks that she should test how well the skill works. The beast that was discovered while mining for stones. She said she was about to go to the King of Beasts territory, and now she knows he's threatening to kill her, as he has challenged her to a match. But this meaningless twaddling seems pretty familiar. She wonders, where have she heard this before? She suddenly remembers as this is how the King of Beasts talk. In the original novel, the King of Beasts was a white fox that seemed more like a supporting character, but he was fundamentally a gentle and generous person. His interactions with humans were clumsy, and he was known for his uniquely awkward way of speaking. Despite his short appearance, he was a popular character. It was to the point that there was an event in the fan cafe where people would imitate the way that he spoke. The first person who got first place during this event presented a congratulatory speech and wrote an analytical essay on the tone of the King of Beasts. He tells her he should kill her as she thinks she never knew that analytical essay would come to use for her. She questions by chance did he mean that since the King of Beasts ruthlessly kills anyone who enters his territory, so he would kill her instead so that at least her corpse can be collected. She asks if that is what he means. He flinches and questions. How does she know that? She wonders if it is a trend for the beasts to talk like their king. She thinks it seems he's not the king of beasts anyway, and he's only following his way of speaking, so he should quit it with the jokes now. She tells him anyway, since he understands he should not worry, as she was joking about entering the king's territory. He asks her if that is the case. She mentions that she will share her food with him as an apology. As he eats it, she then questions how is it. He mentions that he guesses today's meal was a success before he makes any correction, stating that it tasted like garbage before he swallowed it. She apologizes to him as she tells him she has never cooked before. He tells her it is understandable if she does not have experience. She thinks that he can unexpectedly talk nicely. She stares at him for a while, thinking that the beasts are actually quite nice as they provide food for the animals in the wild, and they are a lot better than people who act like they know it all after running into them a couple times. She introduces herself as Evan Leif. She asks him what his name is. As he responds, he is Gert. He asks her if she will come tomorrow as well. She tells him yes, she will, as he tells her he will return the favor tomorrow. The next day, she questions what is all this as there's a lot of delicious food placed. She is aware this is absolutely legit Korean ritual table. He mentions it is the repayment for yesterday. She questions if he made all these. He tells her that is right and asks her to try it. She mentions perhaps it only looks good on the outside as she takes a bite before she realizes it is really delicious. She tells him with this he could get married right away. As he tells her since he has a child, nobody wants to marry him. She questions. Then it means he must be older than he looks. He states that he gave up counting past 500 years. She mentions that he is way older than she thought. She knows the original novel did say that beasts are a long-living species, but she did not know it was up to this extent as the elder of the beast species was 300-year-old, and he looked like a wrinkly old man. She wonders what kind of animal beast must he be to look this young. She asks him what kind of beast he is. Seeing as he does not age, she questions if it is like a snake or something. He does so. She's tried as he is a snake beast. He also speculated that is why he does not age. His skin automatically sheds even if he develops wrinkles. She tells him a snake beast is super honey-like as she is surprised. He questions, what kind of word is that? He tells her, super nice and comfortable and sweet like honey, something like that. Afterwards, he tells her the lunch tastes like super honey. Even while doing other work, he states this seems like super honey and he hopes she returns to a super honey home as he tells her goodbye. She thinks it seems as if she taught him something wrong. She phoned us. It looks like he has taken a liking to that word. It is not really supposed to be used like that, though she understands him, so it does not matter. She just wishes he does not say it in front of others. Because there is no more, she asks if that is all the stones in this area. She knows it has already been a month since she escaped here and there are 126 days until the break of her dawn. She ponders about how due to her tuition fee, her mother or she are taking up all sorts of jobs. But it is so hard saving money. At this rate, she thinks it is unrealistic to gather 100 million crowns and her back is healing. So she should slowly go hide in Sir Thomas' ship to catch some fish. She knows she should go and find a harpoon that fits her hand. As she's looking in the market, she notices the moment talking, causing her to wonder, what are they talking about over there? Right then, Eleanor calls out to her stating she does not expect much. Mitchell should at least just say hellos and goodbyes. Mitchell questions if she's threatening her with a knife. She thinks that her nanny did tell her to remember her greetings, as it is a rule that she must follow her words. She asks the woman over there what is going on. As they respond, it is Eleanor's daughter who has a bad mouth. They look at her and mention, look at that mark on the newlywed wife's face. This states that the man of that house is usually normal, but once he drinks alcohol he starts. They know that she is so deadly pitiful and they asked her to report him, but she just would not listen. Mitchell Sarney decides to go somewhere as the woman asks where she is going. They know that she is meddling in their business. Rachel deep down calls those ladies idiots to see this as mere meddling. She knows this is the golden opportunity to strike business. She runs towards her as she mentions she heard the rumor and she will fix her husband's bad habit. The girl becomes terrified and questions who is she. Mitchell tells her of course it is not for free. The girl asks her what is she saying. States that she should not uselessly interfere and leaves. Mitchell mentioned she's a one who recently moved nearby Captain Thomas' place and if she's interested, she can come by there. She knows since she has introduced herself, she is done preparing for this, and then she thinks she should go and finally buy her harpoons now. She tells the man that if there are no harpoons that fit her hands, she will order a custom and ask the man to state his price. He calls out to her and tells her that she has no manners, and he feels offended. He states that he will take 2 times the price of those on display. She tells him once the harpoon is finished, he will be the first one to be skewered. He states now he will take 4 times the price as she asks him to calm down, mentioning it was a joke, and asks him to give her a discount. That is how she wasted half of her money. She saved up selling the stones. That night, someone knocked on the door as she questioned. Who is it? It is the girl from earlier, as she mentions they met in the afternoon in the city. She asked him to come as she thinks that she did not expect her to come so soon. She notices the girl came back with more marks than last time. The girl trembles in fear and asks her if she can really solve this for her. Mitchell responds of course she will accept payment greater than 1,000,000 crowns. It makes her angry looking at her marks. The girl states that she does not have that much money. She tells her that she can then pay in monthly installments. 100,000 crown amount for 10 months. She mentions she does not do this for everyone, but she made an exception for her. The girl recalls anxious and asks for her assistance. They decides to go now as the girl takes her to the place and questions if she can really fix his habit. With child response of course, as she will monitor him until he fixes it completely. She opens the door as she founder said when she used to work at the errand center. She saw these drunk men all the time. She knows that isn't. She is someone who has a lot of useful skills right now. He suddenly stands up and asks her who she is to barge into someone else's home. He calls out to her and asks her where does she live before she continues to ignore him and thinks and someone who resorts to violence this easily. She throws the chair at him and ponders it yields even harder when counted the same way. She knows she should just teach him a lesson as the wife is totally shocked. 6. Our female lead recollects about how she had received a request to help change the behavior of this husband. To do this, she decides to keep him in the sauna. After pulling him to the spot, she holds her hands up as ice starts to form. She thinks about how she must check the efficiency of the skill to be used in this request. She decides to test the limit of her skills by tormenting this dude with her freezing abilities. It is mentioned that when it comes to testing, using the skill consecutively can lead to bleeding. It is a 3-fold technique. While activating a skill, the first energy that gets consumed is the mental one. Once mental capacity has been used up, the body will send a warning by bleeding. If one decides to ignore that, then the next energy that gets drawn upon is stamina. If that gets used up, one will start coughing up blood. The last and final source of energy is the vital force. Even if one uses up all the life force, death will only occur after the final hemoptysis. Our female lead notes how she is using this theory and recalls how she has continuously used the freeze skill yet has not coughed once. This would mean her energy efficiency is not half bad. The wife watches as our female lead uses her Elsa abilities on the husband. The man holds up his hand as he starts to yell. He wonders what in the world this person is doing. Mitchell mentions how he seems unsober still and that they should get started for real now. The man questions what all that nonsense was earlier, then to which Mitchell smiles and tells him that he should have treated his wife well. He asks what he did wrong before then yelling out that he did nothing wrong at all and calls Mitchell an idiot. Mitchell then tells him he really hasn't sobered up yet before proceeding to go sicko mode on him. Within 10 minutes, we see the dude in tears as he mentions how he won't ever do it again and pleads to be spared. To this, Mitchell places a thumbs up and says everything is resolved now. She then calls for the wife and tells her that they should wrap things up here and that the payment due is 100,000 crowns. The wife in fear says that she will get that right away. Mitchell then continues to tell that man that he should know she will be around in this neighborhood. She mentions how if she hears he's being negligent again, then she will come back again. She mentions how if he messes around, she'll delete him. Our female lead is then paid by the wife, and Mitchell tells her to pay the rest when she can. Mitchell also says to feel free to come see her again if anything else is ever needed. To this, the wife smiles before thanking Mitchell and telling her to take care. A week would then pass. Rumors moved along rapidly and many requests were sent to the errand center. Our main character was able to solve many problems and earn up to 5 million. Her level also rose rapidly from using the early key and throw skills to help solve incidents. Her throw and freeze are both at level 6 now. As she then starts to stretch, she mentions how quite a bit of money has been earned and that she needs to start focusing on finding Tai. Due to this, she has decided to invest in a health skill, which may look like it means nothing. As she runs, it is revealed that this skill is at level 7. While rapidly sprinting, she mentions how her speed is not half bad and that the health skill is even better than she thought. She smiles, thinking she'll find him in no time if things carry on like this. She then turns her head to find a report saying her detection skill has been started. She comes to a complete halt. She stands silently for a moment thinking about this skill before then wondering why it suddenly appeared. She wonders if it's because of Evan's extra skill and that just by trying it was already there. She moves her glasses up with a smile as she mentions how unbelievable this is. She raises her hand and yells detection as the skill activates. She mentions being able to see the topography and hearing even the slightest sounds. She even hears some birds chirping. Her eyes then turn as she wonders if it is over there. She mentions how she never thought she'd find Tai this fast, but she is very lucky. She notes how this is all for experience, but that she is curious to see a beastman other than Gert. She mentions how Tai is also an important character in the novel and really wants to see what he looks like. The bird continues to chirp. She stares blankly as she wonders if this is it. A bird stares back at her as she wonders if this is really him. The bird is actually stuck in a net as Mitchell wonders how it could be so stupid. She recalled how he got trapped in the novel and taken away. She recalls her thinking it was a very serious matter. She wonders if it was really due to incidents like this that he got caught. The idea is to set up a spot where the birds can pass through and perch. The rope has flimsy tension which keeps the birds from taking off properly. She thinks about how simplistic this is. The way out really is to just let go of the net and fall down. Our female lead then wonders if bird persons started out as bird brains. She notes how the bird is holding onto that net for dear life right now. She does decide that this is very convenient and easy for her. She can gain experience like this by changing the plot. She holds the bird as she tells it to stay still as she sets free. She mentions how if she does this, then it will be done. As she looks up, she mentions how the experience came through right away. She then says, "We're pretty much done here," as she eats the bird. She says goodbye and mentions to not get caught in the future. She mentions how the important part now starts, and it's something she has been thinking since the 2 status windows started coming up. She then places her head to the side of her head and snaps. She wonders where the plot change text would get placed. She first checks with Avon and then with Mitchell. She then yells in excitement as she notes how it came to both. She mentions how sweet this is as she decides to work on Mitchell's freezing first. She continues to smile, mentioning how mining and detecting are both necessary. She then places her hands both up as she mentions how her status window now appears like this. She recalls how she's getting closer to the freeze spell and that the plot needs to be changed a couple more times. The bird has walked right back up to her. She calls it weird as she asks why it's been on the ground since. She then realizes that the bird seems to have hurt its wing. She mentions how she's already spared its life, and now does she really have to treat it too? She mentions how ungrateful it is as it chirps. She then says that is enough and to stop following her. She is certain that it should understand this. She mentions how if it's not just a bird, but also humanistic as well, then it should understand this and not be stupid by following her. Our female lead arrives back and greets Mom. Our female lead is then asked what that bird behind her is. All she can think about is what a bird brain it is. She yells, mentioning how she told it not to follow, but it only chirps in response. From Evan's perspective, she introduces her name as Mitchell before correcting it to Evan Rafe. She happens to be a teenager who ran away from home, although she has planned that she will return home once the sun goes down, but she is still running away from home anyways, though the reason was certainly absurd. Yesterday, Titty, the bird she saved from the trap, was not grateful enough and followed after her. Her mother used the medicine on the bird that was hers, which made her more frustrated, thinking that the bird took over her house and even used the injury as an excuse to monopolize her mother's attention. Her mother liked the bird very much, which irritated her. She turned around and told her mother that she didn't want to know anything and they both can just live happily like that, as she decided to leave. Her mother reminded her that she has just come back, so where was she off to all of a sudden? She responded that she was heading to the south. Her mother asked her how can they go to the south, to which she questioned if they shared the same blood. Leaving her mother confused, she asked her what did she mean to say by that. Her mother soon bursted out with anger and yelled at her daughter by her full name. Questioning if she won't stop right there, she was aware that after getting called by her full name, if she happened to be caught, she would surely die. So she decided to save herself and continue to run. That's how she ran away from home. She is aware that this is the second time, but it was not voluntarily. She believes it's not running away as she was planning to go out anyway. A woman notices her and greets her, thanking her for helping her last time. She deep down wonders who is it. Not remembering helping someone, but then is also aware of the fact that she has done so many things so she can barely remember, the woman reminds her that last time after she found her child who ran away from home, her child's habits have completely changed. By this, she remembers that this is the person who asked her to find the youngster that ran away from home. She realizes that for the sake of the chore sender's reputation, it's better that she does not mention that she has run away from home too. The woman states that it seems like the javelin she ordered at the blacksmith shop last time is finally finished, asking if they shall go and take a look. However, Mitchell thanks the woman for noticing her and waves her goodbye. She ponders that getting to know people in the village like this also has many good points and wonders if she shall head there and get the javelin that she had ordered. She reaches the place and takes a good look at the javelin. She tells the shop owner that his personality is completely nonsense, but his things sure are good. He responds that her personality is evil, but she does know how to check things properly. She thinks it's not bad, but if she can get a little discount, then it'll be perfect. Thinking that it seems he also liked her compliment, she tells him that she would like a little discount, questioning if that's possible. He smiles, to which she ponders if things keep going like this, then negotiating will be easy. However, he kicks her out of the store, yelling at her to never step foot here again. She is aware that she could not do it, wondering why is the shop owner so hot-tempered. As she walks, she thinks that she cannot go home like this as she has just received the javelin, so she has to go find a boat. She then realizes she has other work to do as well, thinking how busy she is. She is issuing a skill assessment certificate to prove that she is someone who will be beneficial to the ship, more like proving her skills. A man begs her to join their guild as an adventurer, as there will be no waste of her skills and talent. However, she tells him that she cannot be an adventurer. He questions her why is that the case. She responds it's because she will be a fisherman, causing her to be totally taken aback. She is aware that after all, if one wants adventures and has a strong desire, then there is nothing as tempted as the sea. She notices a boat and thinks of it as the most modern one. Thomas' perspective, he introduces himself as Thomas A. Lamb. The fisherman, he mentions that today he is going to die by Eleanor's hands, as Evan King sang to him that she is Eleanor's daughter, and secretly climbed onto his boat. He knows her mother warned him that if her daughter gets sunburned on the boat, he'll die. He curses at Mitchell and questions why is she on the boat, stating that if her mother knows this, he will be the one getting killed. She seems pretty invested as she has her eyes stuck on a place, mentioning that 15 degrees to the left, about 500 meters, there's a school of fish, and judging by its size, it's a mackerel. He questions what is that nonsense. Before she shows him a certificate, she questions how does she know it. Before answering to her own question that she has the detection skill, it's the skill certificate that belongs to her. He asks her if this is a skill that has been certified by the Adventurers Association. He is totally shocked as he mentions if her detection skill is level 4, it is definitely top-notch grade A, questioning what has she been doing, to which she says she is just a laborer. He commands to quickly turn the boat to the direction she said. It turns out that there is really a pool of fish ahead. Thomas responds, of course, that is to be expected with a detection skill of level 4. He then asks her where should they go next. She ponders that this sundear old man is also an inevitable slave of capitalism. She suddenly flinches and runs ahead, to which Thomas asks her what is she doing. She looks at the sea and asks him how much is the bluefish around here. He asks her why. Before stating it's 10 crowns per kilogram, without thinking twice she tells him she will go catch a bluefish and bring it back, so he should please wait for her. He is totally taken aback and calls her crazy as she jumps down. After a while, she is back on the boat, totally exhausted, as she thinks she drank too much seawater. Thomas yells at her, questioning what has gotten into her. Why did she suddenly jump into the sea? She tells him that there was no other choice, to which he asks her what does she mean. She tells him that there was a bluefish, knowing she cannot just pass on these 20,000 crowns. She knows it might have been more expensive if it were Dorado, but today she will just have to be satisfied with this. Moreover, she knows she jumped into a cold sea and almost froze to death, as her cold resistance level 1 skill has been achieved. Since she also acquired the cold resistance skill, she'd say she did pretty well for her first day's catch. Thomas is done with her as he tells her that he thinks he will surely die because of her. She smiles and tells him it's okay as people do not die that easily. He is really anxious, though she asks him that next time they should go even further as she will definitely catch a Dorado next time. He yells at her, questioning if she just said next time, asking if she wishes to never see him ride on a boat again. After a while, they are in the market to sell the blue fish. It happens that today's fish harvest is worth a total large amount of crowns. After hearing that, Thomas tells Mitchell that they shall be together forever, but then thinks it was too much money for that. That afternoon at Evan's house, Thomas asked her mother that isn't it better that he take care of her rather than her working in an unknown place? He tells her mother that he will take good care of her, so next time, before he pauses, as the expression on Eleanor's face is very frightening, Eleanor kicks both of them out of the house. That is how Mitchell became a regular crew member on Thomas's boat. She thinks that tomorrow she will definitely catch some mackerel. Eleanor's perspective, her name is Eleanor Leif. She is the former nanny of the Duke of Nephthys. She is on my way back after giving the young lady a good smack on the back. She knows that fishing is ultimately just a means to get money for tuition fees, but Mitchell ran away from home, stating that today she must catch mackerel for sure. Eleanor thought, can't she do it a little moderately? Thinking, what on earth does she do to earn so much money, although she earns an enormous amount? Because of the constant visits from the townsfolk looking for Mitchell, her worries are not easy to contain. One day, even the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild came and begged, asking to please let her register as an adventurer. The Youth Association, the Elderly Association, and even the Women's Association, people of all ages and genders, have been searching for Mitchell, leaving them with no quiet days lately, and on top of that, even kids have been offering money to her. She cannot believe Mitchell would resort to taking advantage of kids for money. It turns out that among the parents in the directory there, Mitchell seems to be known as a babysitter. Surprisingly, all of this happened within just 1 month of living in the directory. Eleanor thinks that she does not know, compared to when they first met at the Duke's estate. She seemed to have grown up decently. She still cannot figure out what is going on in Mitchell's mind. She asks Titty, the bird, if it's weird that she's worried, because she thinks that Mitchell is very nice, to which the bird chirps shockingly. Eleanor thinks that the thing is, it's like Mitchell has become a different person. She used to only see people as things, not as individuals, not even caring about how many people in a family someone might have, and thinks that was not she just a crazy person. The only humans she considered equals were her own parents, the Duke and the Duchess, and she even thought of the royal family as being beneath her. But still, even if it's just out of obligation, would not it be nice to show some respect for someone who raised her for a lifetime? She knows that she used to be like that for sure, but now her personality has brightened up. She cannot believe that she gets so along with the people in her neighborhood. It really feels like they are going to live a long time, thinking was being in prison a turning point in her life. She never thought the day would come when Mitchell would become a decent person. Anyway, she is aware that now she has decided to live her own life, so she will not cause any more trouble, right? At the same time, at the distant sea, Mitchell throws something in the sea. Thomas asks her what did she just throw. She smiles and tells him it's nothing. He seems taken aback as he questions if that is the case. He wonders, what is this? An unmistakable feeling of unease. It is really nothing special. Back then, when her mother told her to hurry up, she found something. She found a key and they could open the gate. Her mother had told her that if she has found it, she should come on out quickly. The last thing she brought when she left the house, it was the heirloom of Duke Nephthys family, Magic Nephthys, a long time ago. When water was precious, the Nephthys family would create water. They were able to accumulate wealth by selling water in large quantities to the villages that were suffering from drought. This news even reached the ears of Emperor Cromwell. The Nephthys family was appointed as the source of water for the empire and played a crucial role in supplying water to the capital. So far, this is the story known to the public, but the reality is this. In fact, while digging a well, the Nephthys ancestor discovered a pair of ancient rings. One had the power to absorb anything, the other had the power to expel what was absorbed. The Nephthys family actively utilized these artifacts. Open the gate by throwing a device that absorbed anything into areas with abundant fresh water, and they would sell the water that the device expelled, amassing great wealth. In other words, the magic Nephthys actually means they achieved everything not with magic skill, but with the water of their artifacts. Furthermore, water pipes were laid throughout the empire 30 years ago, making it impossible to trade water. To continue the legacy of magic Nephthys, they incorporated many wizards into the family, finally giving birth to Mitchell, who possessed magic skills. Anyway, currently that relic is being cherished as the Nephthys family's treasure. But she left the house. She snatched it sneakily, the ring that absorbs anything. She threw it deep into the sea using a tool. Now that she wears the ring that expels and opens the gate with her freezing skill, seawater will come out as ice cubes. And if she aims well and throws with her throwing skill, a perfect natural harpoon without spending a penny. She seems very excited as she mentions that today they are really going to catch some swordfish. Thomas asks her why is she so excited about catching a swordfish. She responds that they are expensive, and she's going to the academy, but she does not have the money for the tuition fee. Thomas begins to cry as she asks him why is he suddenly crying. He tells her that he did not know she had such circumstances. She tells him that she is a very amazing person. He decides that he will then sail the boat for her every day. With a determined expression, he tells her to come out tomorrow as well. Next day, they are told that typhoon forecast today, so he cannot raise the sail. Both of them are quiet, as they know boat ride everyday disappointment in just one day. She is aware that the application period for the academy is approaching, so she needs to quickly gather money. So today, instead of fishing, she will go mine for mana stones. As she is walking towards the place, she notices that it seems like most of the mana stones have already been mined in the safe zone. She wonders if she should go a bit deeper before she notices a man. She calls out to him and tells him it's been a long time. She calls him Gertrude. He stares at her, to which she questions why is he staring at her like that. He states that humans really grow up fast. She responds that she is an exceptional. He tells her that she is a fast-growing girl, mentioning that she has become much stronger compared to before and asks her if it is all right. Can he touch her? She notices the animal behind him, wondering where is that animal sound coming from. He tells it that it is oak. She realizes it is a white fox. The fox is growing as Gertrude tells the fox that Mitchell does not misunderstand such things. The fox seems angry towards Gertrude as she wonders if the fox is apologizing as Gertrude asked to touch her body or something. She understands because of his taming skill, and it seems like Gertrude is having a conversation with the fox. She tells the fox that it is oak. She mentions that the growth rate is impressive and asks Gertrude if he wants to explore muscles. He tells her yes. It mentions that she certainly understands. She questions if he is curious about whether the reason she became stronger is physical training or related skills. He responds yes, that is right. She gives him the permission to touch her. He grabs her arm and takes a good look. He notices that seeing that the muscles are not sticking, it seems to be the effect off before he pauses and questions why did she come today. He's aware that she's truly born to be a miner. She came to mine for gems. He tells her that there are only a few mana stones left ahead. Going further in, she won't be able to handle it. She tells him that it is oak. She will only mine for today and won't come again. He questions what as he is taken aback before he tells her he understands. She knows it is a bit hard to understand this time as the fox is noisy. Gertrude tells Fox there is a way. She wonders in the middle of this he understood. Seems like a cat whisperer. He then looks at her and asks her where should he go to meet her dot. She asks he means that he wants to come to visit her. He responds yes. She shows him the location of her house. The fox ponders that he got it and that it is a success. The fox name is Hubert. He is the white fox envoy and the son of the regent and the representative of the 120th generation king. There is a long story behind why he is the regent's representative is here today with his father. A few days ago at the Beast King's Tower, his father mentioned that he is going to meet Mitchell again today. His father has been meeting a woman for several days. He has never seen such a thing in his 120 years of life. Perhaps for the first time in 500 years of his father's life. He thought that this is intriguing. He asked his father what kind of woman is her. His father responded that he met her when he went to feed the demon beasts. The human named Evan Rafe, that father mentioned, was an equally strange woman. She not only mined mana stones around the mine where demons crawled, but she also did not shrink back even in the presence of the dignified Beast King. They even shared lunch, and she immediately understood father's words. He thought that this is just unbelievable as father lacks eloquence, so mimicking his speech is difficult. Father complained about the trembling behavior of a village maiden, So if this woman values her life, she will avoid father from now on. Or so he thought. But last night, he called out to his father. As his father said, it has been days since Evan came to mind for mana stones. To which he wondered if that was the reason that he skipped his meal because of that woman. Now that it has come to this, no matter how pitiful the woman is, there is nothing that he can do. He decided that he will do whatever it takes to bring that woman and father together. He was just about to set out to catch Evan with father. But to his perspective, Mitchell seems pretty scary. He looks at her as she wonders what is with this pressure, and he cannot believe that this is a 17-year-old human woman. He knows that she is lying, as even a top-notch warrior would not exude such a sinister aura. At this point, it is mana stones that she is mining, not demon heads. It is a relief that she is not here for anything more. He guesses she has about 3 ultra-rare skills. Plus, there's a faint magical aura she emits. If she is like this at 17, how much stronger will she get as he grows? He knew, as expected, his father's eyes are accurate. This woman named Avon is the perfect companion for him. She is qualified to be the mother of 1,000,000 demon beasts. She tells Gertrude that is her home. The fox thinks to be able to recognize a potential mother at a glance. Father is truly a person to be respected. The humiliation and disgrace he has received for not having a mother is now over. He decides that he will support his father with all his power. Mitchell looks at the fox, wondering why is he giggling like that. She tells Gertrude that, by the way, he's not using the term honey anymore. He responds that he scolded his son for not feeling any physical pain. She pondered that he was like that at home too. That evening at Beast King's Tower, Hubert tells his father that here is his outfit. He asked his father to wear this when visiting Mitchell's house. His father mentions that is a ceremonial robe. Hubert states that he should at least try to look young and pretty. Hubert knows that Mitchell looked shabby but had an incredibly beautiful face. No matter how one looks at it, his father doesn't age according to human standards. But at this rate, it's impossible for her to be a stepmother, let alone a lover. Hubert tells his father to make sure he brings a gift. It should be something expensive. Gertrude questions why go to such lengths. Hubert asks his father if he has forgotten. He states that her mother is at that house, and in the human world such manners are important. His father then wonders if that is what is called manners. He has no information at all, wondering what should he prepare. But if she has a similar personality to Mitchell, Gertrude decides that he will bring something expensive. Hubert tells him that he will prepare something expensive. He knows that surely there cannot be another human like that in the world. Next day at Mitchell's house, her mother notices the weather. She tells Mitchell that it's a storm on the day of her appointment. It'll be difficult for her friend to come in such a weather. Mitchell responds no, he will come. She is aware that although it has only been 2 months since they have met, Gertrude does not seem to look like he is going to cancel the appointment. It's particularly because she had expectations for this first appointment with her first friend. She realizes that her friend has came. Mitchell asks him to step in as her mother thinks that she surely has gotten weird friends. Gertrude does not seem in a good mood as her mother asks him what's going on. Is he okay? Mitchell notices his clothes. Her mother asks her to get him inside. Mitchell tells him that he is dressed so fancy. Her mother knows that is not the issue here. Gertrude states that his son insisted that he wear this. Her mother says that there's the same type of nobles over there too. Eleanor questions how can a young nobleman like him already have a son. Mitchell tells her mother that Gertrude is a beast folk. Her mother realizes and says of course he is her friend, so he cannot be ordinary. He ponders that there is strangely insulting feeling about that. Eleanor invites him in. Mitchell looks at his clothes and wonders how come he is not soaked at all in this weather, wondering if it's related to his skills. After some time, Gertrude gives them the gift, mentioning that this is something his son told him to take as a gift. It's a fabric of strong defensive material. Eleanor mentions that he has bought so much. Mitchell sees that her mother seems very eager to receive this, isn't she? Gertrude hopes that she likes it. Eleanor mentions that the fabric is really pretty, it would be perfect for a school uniform. Mitchell mentions that she only wear clothes made in Lionel's workshop, Empire's top-class workshop. Eleanor then asks her what about the clothes that she is wearing right now. She responds that honestly she thinks it's more like rags than clothes. Her mother gets angry at her, telling her that someone sewed it. Gertrude ponders that her mother seems to have a similar personality to Mitchell. Eleanor tells him that it seems like he can sleep here since it's storming outside. He responds that he has to go back home since his son is waiting at home for him. Eleanor asks him if his son is still very young. He responds no, he just became an adult. Eleanor wonders, a literal adult? Eleanor mentions that the beast nobleman looks really young. Mitchell looks at the bird and questions, why did it come out again? Eleanor becomes excited, mentioning that Titty is here too. Gertrude questions Titty. Eleanor mentions that this is the name of the sparrow and realizes that she forgot to introduce herself. She understands that she forgot to greet him properly and tells him that her name is Eleanor Leif. He tells her that he was late with the greetings too. He decides to introduce himself properly. He mentions that he is the Beast King Gertrude. Her mother is totally taken aback before she yells, "What does he mean?" Her mother takes the bird away as Mitchell asks him if he is saying that he is one of the 4 demon kings, the Beast King. He responds that is right. She points at him, questioning if he means that he is the Mechanical King, the Luminous King, the Dragon King, and the Beast King. He responds that she is knowledgeable among the 4 demon kings. He is the Beast King. She ponders that she realizes that he is the Beast King and with a similar way of speaking. She thought it was a trend in the Beast Man world or something. But what if Gertrude is the best king? Then she wonders what happened to the original Beast King from the original story. She asks him, is not the Beast King supposed to be a fox? Suddenly, she's using a formal language. He tells her that is because his son is playing the role of the Beast King in public. She questions why would he do such a thing, mimicking even the way of speaking. That there is a reason for it, and he will not say it unless she changes that turtle-like tone of hers. She changes it and asks him to tell her. He states that it happened about 200 years ago. He asks her if she is aware about what kind of creature the Dragon King is like. She responds like a dragon giant reptile. He tells her exactly. She wonders what does he mean by exactly. She questions what does he mean before she thinks about it. She questions if he's complaining because he's a reptilian beast folk and he's similar to the Dragon King. He tells her that when someone came to the Beast King's tower and caused trouble because of the overlap, he got annoyed and just created Hubert as a substitute. She wonders if there is such a guy. He asked to change the Beast King just for such a reason. Gertrude mentions that he said he wants the new Beast King to use the same unique tone as his. She questions, is that guy crazy? She feels like her head hurts, wondering why is not there a normal person here. Eleanor tells her it is not something she should be saying. Mitchell thinks that she should just forget it and let's just forget everything. Like if the characters overlap between the Dragon King and the Beast King. If the newly adult 100 fox imitated his father's tone and spoiled the concept, she did not hear anything. She knows that Gertrude is the beast man she met when she went to the quarry for the first time. He is her first friend she made here, and that is all that matters. She knows her friend speaks in a strange tone and is actually old, but he's handsome. She tells Gertrude that they should have their meal now. Eleanor asks him if beast folk gentlemen handle spicy food well, as Mitchell prefers spicy, sour, and salty food. Go ahead and enjoy it, and if it's not enough, he should just say so. Michael seems hungry as she says she'll eat well. Gertrude mentions this is more like poison than food. Eleanor becomes angry, thinking of hitting him before Mitchell tells her that she should hold on as he is the Beast King and she should remember that. She knows before Mom gets more upset, she should just send him back quickly as they might end up causing a big accident if this continues. Mitchell asks Gertrude if he could leave now and meet again next time. He tells her that now that he thinks about it, his son asked him to come and tell her something. She questions, what did he say? Eleanor mentions they shall hear what kind of nonsense his son said. Gertrude mentions that he wants to formally propose a relationship with Avon Rafe, talked for a while before she decides that she should just take calm. Wondering if this is a proposal just for friendship or is it a setup for a lover? Eleanor is ready to beat him up before Mitchell asks her to hold on a moment. Mitchell tells him if that relationship means just being friends, she already considers him as her friend and it is an unnecessary proposal. He responds if that is the case, then that is a relief. He then says that he would like to make a proposal again. He states that ultimately he wishes to mate with her. The plot has changed slightly and she is awarded 10,000 experience point. The king proposed mating, but the plot has changed slightly. The verdict is a bit salty, but who cares? Free is free. Mitchell tells her mom to just wait a moment as her mom is full of anger, wanting to beat him. Michelle glares at him, knowing that they should talk about this later and he should just leave quietly now, thinking that he should at least have this much sense. He gets a connection error and tells her he will come back to play again later. To which Eleanor becomes really angry, questioning, did he just say that he will come back again? asking him to get out of here right now. And so her mom repelled the king with a broom. She guessed that she should not tease mom anymore. It's the nighttime. Mitchell is thinking of changing the plot of the book in order to earn experience. But suddenly, she is getting 10,000 experience points at once. Eleanor yells at him. What does he mean? He wants to be with Mitchell. She beats him as he tells her that he is not a jerk, but he is King Gertrude. Mitchell knows that mom freaked out. Anyone would be upset if their beloved daughter-in-law was targeted by a pedophile. Mitchell thinks that I didn't think Gertrude's offer was bad. She didn't mean to say that she wanted to have sex with Gertrude. It's just that she gained experience from that bombshell announcement. Since both status windows only have normal skills, it's a lot, but let's use it all up before it turns to crap. Early kick level 10, detection level 10, taming level 10, rise and fall level 10, throw level 10. Health level 10, she is aware that she has used up all her experience points. She knows that she leveled up more skills than she thought. She notices something before she realizes that she is feeling dizzy, causing her to wonder why is it happening. She feels like ringing in her ears. She looks at the status window and wonders why is she getting so many notifications at once. She notices it is the level, and there are leveling skills options. Right then, the director of the Nephthys Direct Information Gathering Agency steps in. He mentions that they have found Lady Michael's whereabouts. His Highness asks if that is true, questioning where is his daughter Michael now. He is Duke Nephthys, filler at Nephthys. He has been given the report. It is said that she is hiding in her nanny's hometown. He questions if that means she is with Eleanor. They have the pictures of her. He looks at them as he questions if she is healthy, right? How can one tell that she is his daughter as he has never seen this country bumpkin before? So what is this last picture? The attendant tells him to take a closer look, as that country bumpkin is indeed her lady. He finds it ridiculous, questioning why would his elegant and beautiful daughter look like this. The attendant remains shells. Maybe she disguised herself on purpose to hide her identity. At the same time in Nephthys Duchy, his duke mentions. By the way, no matter how capable their daughter is, it would be difficult for her to raise all the tuition money herself. If they support her with too much money, it might raise suspicions, so he should find a way to support her through the Adventurers Guild. The attendant states that, however, it happens that she has already raised half of the tuition money. And at this rate, it seems that she will be able to raise all of the tuition money soon. This makes the Duke taken aback. He questions, is not his daughter a genius? The attendant agrees with him. He becomes really happy, saying that her daughter is a genius at transformation as well. The attendant ponders that he cannot really do anything with this foolish laughter. He tells the Duke that according to the information he obtained from the head of the Adventurers Guild in the Elam branch, it seems that she is currently staying in Elam and saving up for her academic tuition. He states that is his daughter for sure, as graduating from the academy is the easiest way to regain her noble status. The Royal Krull Academy is a prestigious institution, and just to get into it is considered an achievement. But they are also known for their special privilege. The Scholastic Department, where the knowledge seekers of the Empire gather, the Combat Technique Department, where physically elite individuals pass through, and even the Magic Department, where various types of archmages are trained. In these three departments were Starlight Talents. Those who are ranked first and second in each department will be given the title of nobility. So his poor daughter, she must have decided to enter the academy with the ambition to regain her lost noble status. He knows she refused to rely on Nephthys' power and decided to stand up again solely on her own strength. He begins to cry, thinking that how could his daughter be so smart, so opportunistic, and so good at everything? Thinking his poor daughter, how can she be suffering at the hands of the incompetent royal family? She is such a great child, and she might be a little bit awkward when it comes to love. But wouldn't it be a blessing for the powerless prince to have a daughter like theirs? And besides, it would be great for the imperial family to have a relationship with the Nephthys family, so why did they sentence her to death? He knows he will pay them back for this debt someday. He mentions that Mitchell will have her own thoughts on this matter. So Nephthys will only support her in situations where it is truly necessary. In the meantime, they should prepare Prince Cian as a gift for Mitchell to reward her for her hard work. The attendant tells him that the young lady has already rejected him, so how can they do it again? His father mentions they will brainwash her or something. There are many ways, questioning why is he asking him this question when he already knows the answer. The attendant wonders if he is really her father. He responds that he understands. The next day, Mitchell's young brother, Reincarnates, calls up his father asking him if it is true that his sister is going to enter the academy. His father tells him yes, that is surely the case. The son looks at his father and seeing him very happy makes him feel good, thinking that it is good to see his father finally regain his composure. He feels so glad that he has the opportunity to see his respected sister again. And he's going to enter the academy too and be with his sister. And just like that, they'll be the way they were back home. Tell him to get out of the way, as he would say that she is calling his name the wrong way. He would correct his name, telling her that it is not Ruvel but Lael. He remembers that she told him to get out of here because his presence is even offensive to him. The other time she called him Leon, to which he was like, not even one letter is right. He remembers that even though she has not remembered his name for 15 years, it does not matter. As she too, his sister has her own flaws. He tells his father that he wishes to enter the academy too, and asks him that he should please go ahead and hire him a private tutor. His father chuckles as he questions if the son is talking about his main subject, and if that is the case, then surely he will go ahead and hire him a private tutor. The son becomes really excited as he decides that he will go and study right now. His father looks at his son as he thinks to be a role model for him. Even from far away, his daughter is really amazing. He knows that his daughter, even though this father is far away, he will always support her. So she should always be healthy and happy. Meanwhile, in her house, she feels like she's going to die as she's taking rest on her bed. Her eyes feels like she is really sleepy. She stares at the ceiling as she becomes aware that what happened is that she collapsed. Her mother is sitting right next to her. She calls out to her mom as she flinches and asks her out Aline questions if she is back to her conscience. Right then, Thomas also appears with the bird. He seems pretty shocked and startled as he questions if Mitchell woke up. Even the bird and Thomas and Eleanor, all of them stare at her with worrisome look. Thomas tells her that she was fine after falling into the sea in the middle of winter. So why is she suddenly spitting up blood and causing a scene? Her mother questions how is her body feeling right now. She blames it all on her father and curses him, saying that it is all because of him that she's in shock. Mitchell tries her best to speak, though she knows that it would be really nice if all of them can leave quietly. Mitchell is feeling dizzy. She thinks to herself that from now on, she should not raise her skills without thinking like this. Because no matter how much she grows, if she dies, it will still be in vain. She sees a window notification as she wonders what it is as it came right after she came to her senses. She thinks the charisma of a noble and the charisma of a beast. Is it because of Mitchell's fusion skill that this option appears? She is aware that first of all, the charisma of a noble man can be seen in her name. It is a 100% enhanced version of nobility. Even now, the way she speaks is like this because of that skill, and if it gets any worse, her social life at the academy will be a mess. She imagines herself greeting people like, "Nice to meet you, nobles who suck the blood of the people." She then thinks, so what is left is the charisma of the beast. She realizes it also has an ominous name. Still, she is aware no matter what it must be with the letters King or Huang attached to it, it's better than the characteristics of being treated like a superior. She decides to click on the beast's charisma. She believes that the charisma of the beast is the best. She then wonders if it is time to test this now. She thinks that she should say she is going crazy so they should be quiet. Being aware that if she succeeds in this, she can lead a normal social life. She calls out to her mom as her mom questions if she needs anything. She tells her mom to stop being noisy and shut up. Both Thomas and her mom are at a loss of words. She realizes that she lost it. Her mother tells her that they were very noisy, right? So she's leaving now, and if she needs anything, she can call her. Mitchell curses the system window. She wonders why she is speaking more harshly than before. She then sees the level 1 description, which is she does not listen to those who are weaker than her. It has the effect of intimidating beasts. She questions what is added if the description comes first before the skill. She is getting a headache, but she continues to think that before that, this is also a skill. It takes mental energy to learn. She finds it so annoying as she mutters it out. Her mother listens to it. Both she and Thomas are startled. Mitchell tells herself to come back to her senses. According to her mom, the second time she blacked out, it was said that beast men, who are presumed to Gret's friends, visited. Among them, the spider beast man looked at her, stating that Hubert is going to make a fuss. She said that and left the gift. She does not know why, but the tiger beast came to her excitedly when she was sick, and said, "Let us wait and see," as he turned and walked away. She thinks to herself that Jurt seems to have a lot of friends, perhaps because he has a good personality. He is a total extrovert. She is aware that her only friend here is Jurt. She knows he said that but did not even come in person to see her. She tells herself that she needs to stop thinking about random things and go out and make money. As she decides to step out, her mother calls out to her asking where is she going when she is not feeling well. She responds she's going to catch tuna. As she is walking outside, she thinks to herself that she's saved up about half of the entrance fee, but it is still far from enough. She knows that first of all today, she will go to her uncle and find out the departure time. Right then she feels something as she turns around and notices a person attacking her. She dodges the attack as the person becomes frustrated, questioning how did she notice. It is the tiger beast. She seems surprised by her speed and power, wondering if this really is her body. She thinks that her reflexes are insane, wondering if that is because of the newly acquired skills. The tiger beast man tells her that indeed, she is doing quite well. She then focuses on him as she looks at the pattern and tail, wondering if this is a tiger beast. She understands that it looks like he is Gert's friend who visited when she was sick. She wonders what does he know and thinks since he attacked first she will also attack. She uses the throwing ice skill. He suddenly becomes worried, trying to dodge her attack. She thinks since she used water drawn from the artifacts rather than water made from mana, wondering if it consumes less mental power. However, she is aware it is impossible to fight for a long time with a body that has not fully recovered. She decides that now she should finish this slowly and launches another attack. The tiger beast tells her to not look down on him, questioning if she thinks she can defeat him with this kind of toy. Right then she runs to him with maximum speed. She ponders right when he knows it. It's in front of him. It attacks him. He falls down on the ground. He mentions that she's a lot more than he thought. She looks down on him as she questions quite what. After a while he is laughing. He mentions that he has lost and he has no choice but to admit it, causing her to be confused. She punches him, asking him what is he admitting to. She also tells him to explain it properly. He apologizes to her, mentioning that since Hubert was making such a fuss about Her Majesty the Queen Mother, he came to see her out of curiosity. She asks him if by Hubert he means to say Gert's son. He responds yes, that is right. He also states if she's a queen who enjoys fighting like this, he also welcomes it. She makes it clear to him, stating that she doesn't know what he is talking about, but she is not the queen. He tells her no way as there is no one like their queen, Her Majesty the Queen. She again repeats that she is not the queen. He then gives her something mentioning this is a small but welcome gift and says he will see her later then. He still calls her the queen. Tells him that she is not the queen but he leaves. She looks at the gift as she seems really frustrated, questioning what on earth is that guy doing. She opens the gift and sees something like a crystal. After a while in the Adventurer Guild, the salesperson tells her it is the core of a demonic beast and he will give her 10 million crowns for it. As she thinks he was a very generous bastard, like that with the money earned from selling the demonic beast's core even after taking one step closer to achieving the entrance fees. As usual, she worked at the errand center. One day while fishing, she even ends up fainting. However, she finally got tuna, realizing that she made a fortune. Everyone becomes really happy that she sang a tuna song and ended up catching it. Thomas congratulates her and asks her if she can go to the academy now. She thinks to herself, just how much trouble did she have to go through to catch this one fish? She knows that if she sells this now, she can go to the academy. She has tears in her eyes as Thomas asks her why she is crying on this good day. She coughs up blood as Thomas is suddenly shocked. He is unable to take hold of the situation as he questions why is she vomiting blood again. She achieves the academy entrance fee in 3 months. She opens her eyes, noticing the ceiling. She ponders that the ceiling is so familiar. She remembers catching tuna on her uncle's boat. She guesses that she passed out right away because she overexerted herself. She wonders if they were the one who brought her here. She thinks to herself that the people of this village are so talkative and unnecessarily friendly. She finds it such a shame to leave. She really wants to live here with her mom forever, but the deadline for day and application submission deadline are just around the corner. Moreover, by this time, the rumor that she had a lot of money would have spread throughout the neighborhood. If this happens, her mother could be in danger too, so it would be better to pay the entrance fee quickly. She knows that she will still worry about her mom while she is away. Since she go fishing, there is no one to stay with her all the time. She then notices the bird sleeping as she wonders why is the bird sleeping. Her wings have already healed a long time ago, but it seems like she has no intention of going back. She then thinks about it, thinking that this bird is also a beast, right? She wonders why did not she think of this before. A beast man would be stronger than a middle-aged woman anyway. She knows it will be enough to protect her mom. She grabs the bird and tells it to stop crying and open her mouth. She tells the bird that she knows that the bird is aware that she knows about it being a beast man. She tells the bird that if she does not change within 5 seconds, she will kill her. She starts counting before the bird changes her form, asking her to not do that. It is a girl as she starts crying, saying that she's sorry for staying quiet for so long. She is not wearing any clothes as she asks her to please just cover her. Mitchell notices her thinking she looks like 10 years old. She covers her and tells her that there is nothing to be sorry about, as when she goes to the academy, she cannot come here except during vacation, so she'll have to take care of her mom in the meantime. She also tells her if she refuses, then she will break the seal of the human-friendly Beastman village, and because of it, she will write a poster on the bulletin board in her hometown saying that she ran away out of fear of being punished and was caught in a trap. This scares her as she questions how did she know it. She was from a human-friendly Beastman village near Alam. Even if they are friendly to humans, in the end the Beastman was just one of the members of the demon tribe. Most humans have ostracized and discriminated against beastmen. The Elam people make sure that the nearby beasts don't harm them. She does not really care, but perhaps it is humans who reject beastmen who pass by as there was a barrier set up to prevent the beastman from attacking the village. That is how important the barrier is. She knows the brat who punched her while fooling around is none other than Titi, and who ran away from the village and was caught in a trap. The story about this warrior began known, so she remembers it vividly because it was around episode 290. Right before Titi died, Mitchell tells her that she will take care of the house while she's away, and she knows what will happen if her mom gets hurt, right? Titi agrees to it, and in her mind, she seems pretty happy. She thinks that it worked, thinking she thought she would not be able to return because the village barrier was destroyed. But now that she's here, she'll have to reveal her identity to her mom and live with her forever. She runs to Eleanor and calls her mom. Eleanor becomes shocked, yelling that there is a thief. Titi seems hurt that Eleanor did not even listen to her. Mitchell states she's going to leave her while she goes to the academy. Eleanor goes to her, telling her she almost got her head smashed without even knowing that. Mitchell thinks if she was worrying about her mother for no reason. She knows that is how her mother gave birth to 2 daughters in 3 months. She goes out as she is aware today is the day that Gert invited her to the Beast King's tower as a thank you for inviting him last time. This time, he said he would treat her. She thinks it was disappointing not to see her nose bleed after falling, but she knows the timing is perfect. She is aware that she should say hello and let him know that she will be leaving soon. She calls out to Gert and questions if he came to greet her. He looks at her as she questions if he got home safely last time. She questions why did he come this far to meet her. He does not know how to respond before he extends his hand. He asks her to hold his hand. She's totally taken aback before she questions what does he mean to say. Does he mean to walk hand in hand? He becomes embarrassed before he tells her he does not mean that, stating that beastmen born in the Beastmen Tower can use the return skill. So if she can come with him, she can get to the tower in one go. She understands it. Then she mentions if that were the case, there was no need to be embarrassed as he has touched her body before too. He says that he does not know why he did that either. She then grabs onto his hand, questioning if she can just hold it like this. He states yes, and this is her first time, so she might feel dizzy, so she should close her eyes. She then closes her eyes for a moment before she opens it. She finds herself in a different location. He tells her that this is the top floor of the Beast King's tower. She is totally shocked as she questions if this is for real. She knows it is the Beast King Tower. The Tiger Beast Man and White Fox Beast Men she saw last time were all here. She notices the top, finding it luxurious, and thinks everyone is gorgeous. Right then, she suddenly feels like it stinks as she calls out to Gert. He asks her why is she calling him as she tells him she needs to go to the bathroom. He tells her it is over there as she runs to the washroom, wondering what is that smell as her nose feels like it is rotting. She knows it seems to be the smell of rotting meat beasts and other different smells wafting from the tower. Her senses are sensitive thanks to her superhuman skills. He can hear them having a conversation as the tiger beast asks isn't she too sensitive as questioning if it smells too much. The other one is embarrassed as stating that she said before to remodel and then call her. Hubert always said that he smelled it. They probably do not know because they are used to it. Dirk becomes really embarrassed as he wonders if it really smells to the extent of throwing up like that. He calls out to Even and tells her to get out now. Right then Hubert appears and takes her out while calling his father an idiot. He runs from the tower while apologizing to Evan, telling her he is sorry for calling her without any preparation and asking her to wait for a minute. Meanwhile, she is feeling very dizzy. In the end, she got off halfway and vomited. Hubert asks her if she's okay. She responds that she is fine. She thinks now that she has gotten off and breathed fresh air, she's feeling a little better. Hubert apologizes to her, telling her his father did not ask her to leave because he disliked her. She tells him she knows as he said he would call her back later, so he told her to go back for today. Hubert becomes startled, questioning how did she know. She tells him that is because he has no reason to be mean to her. She already knows his personality, so she will not misunderstand anything just because of the tone of his voice. She knows. When she came out, she saw that he looked shocked. She wonders if he heard anything. Hubert tells her he will invite her again once he finishes remodeling and he will get rid of the smell. She tells him all right before she wonders. Wait a minute, her back is bent over. She realizes the charisma of the beast is not activated, which means this guy is stronger than her, thinking no wonder he is the Beast King's representative. Hubert states that he is glad she did not misunderstand. She is aware she could not even bow her head to Uncle Thomas as it was her limit. Hubert took her back near her house and then returned to the power. It was only after seeing his back that she realized it. She went to see Dirt for the last time today to say goodbye. That night in her house, she pondered to herself that Dirt will probably be hesitant to see her until the tower is fixed. So she guesses she can just leave a letter for him through Titty. She has also packed all her luggage that she needs to take with her to the capital. And she has already bought a horse, so she is all set. She thinks she will have to leave home tomorrow early in the morning if she wants to get to the capital to make her school uniform and earn some money. She knows when she is in the academy, she won't be able to see her mom for a while, so she takes the pillow and runs to her mom. She decides that she is going to sleep with her mom today. She sleeps hugging her mom, as in the middle is Titty, who thinks it's her spot. Her mother wishes for her to sleep soundly. The next day, as it is time for her to embark, her mother tells her to take her words to heart. She states that she should always take care of herself and she should eat well and take her medicine regularly since she has been fainting a lot these days. If the noble kids bother her, she should tell them that she is Nephi's successor and smooth things over. Mitchell tells her mom that if she does that, she'll be kicked out. Her mother states even so, it is not good for her health to hold it in, to just smooth things over. Stating that she is good at it, Mitchell responds, her mom really knows her the best. Mitchell then calls out to Titty, she gives her the installment ledger, mentioning that when it is time for the clients to pay, she should collect the payments properly and also conduct a patrol to ensure the after-sales service has no problems. She asks her if she can entrust this to her. Titty wonders what kind of life has her sister led. Mitchell tells her mom that she will come during vacation. Her mother wishes her best of luck. Thomas and the villagers are standing to say her goodbye. With tears in his eyes, Thomas tells her to make sure she passes the academy and comes back. He calls her the pride of their village. The other villagers wish her to have a good trip and to please register with the Adventurers Guild when she goes to the capital, as well as asking her to come play again when she's on vacation. Mitchell seems emotional as she thinks everyone came out to see her off, thinking she guessed she has worked hard in this neighborhood. She thinks Uncle Thomas and the sailors, as well as the blacksmith and the Adventurous Guild people, and errand clients and whatnot. Everyone came to see her off after hearing that she was going to the capital. She knows she should at least give them a sincere thank you. She thanks them for coming all the way here. Thomas knows even in the end, she cannot even fix her habit of saying things. She knows she has said her goodbye and gets on the horse. She mentions that you come back during the vacation and everyone until then should stay healthy. Her mother had stirs in her eyes as she tells her to come back healthy. Mitchell thinks that she feels like she's going to cry because her mom is crying. She wonders if she should leave tomorrow and have a little conversation, but she knows that is wrong and starts riding the horse. She is aware she has not even left, so she should not have a weak heart as a few months will pass by in no time. She tells herself to not be sentimental. After setting out like that, she ran almost non-stop thanks to her riding skill. The saddle was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep while riding. As she went along, she robbed any bandits she passed by. So she was able to avoid getting bored and prevent drowsy driving. After 4 days, she notices something as she wonders, is that a town over there? She wonders if she already arrived at the capital. The capital of the Kroll Empire. Crown Police. Upon arriving in the capital, she decided to proceed with the most essential tasks first. First, she would sell the horse and pack her belongings at the inn, and then, most importantly, make her uniform with the fabric Jerk gave her. She thinks it has been a while since she has done this. She says goodbye to her raggedy clothes. In Runnell's clothing store, this was a clothing store that Mitchell frequented. They mainly made clothes that were stylish, beautiful, and comfortable, so they were popular in the first place. The number of branches increased considerably as rumors spread that the successor of the Nephthys was a regular customer. She thinks if there is one problem, that is that the reservation line was long and the price has gone up since it became famous. She wonders if she should cause a scene and say that she is the successor of Nephthys like her mother said. As she steps in, a woman looks at her and calls her a peddler. Telling her that she cannot come in here with those shabby clothes, she tells Michelle to get out of here right now before Mitchell throws a dagger towards her, scaring her. The woman asks her what is she doing before Mitchell states she is not a peddler but a customer. The woman states that she is going to call the guards before Mitchell tells her to call them as the academy has extraterritorial rights, so she will not be punished for killing her. The woman then asks, so she's an academy student. But then states what can she do when she's dressing like a peddler. Mitchell punches her, asking her to call her manager. The woman leaves to call for the manager and asks her to have some tea and wait. Michelle knows she got a little angry and just threw her dagger, realizing that she has a bit of a temper. She knows that even though this place is always busy, she has to move her reservation up, but she accidentally caused a scene as soon as she came in. She thinks since she caused a scene anyway, should she try to blackmail them? She suddenly got a prison resistance scale as she thinks no way the clerk put poison in the tea she gave her. She is thankful for her as she made her make a weapon like this without even knowing. The manager appears and greets her, asking her what brought her today to their clothing store. The manager thinks that she can sense something suspicious. Mitchell tells her for now, just to give her one packaging box. She's told that they are a clothing store, not a general store, asking if she came to the wrong place by mistake. Mitchell mentions that the woman behind her put poison in her tea, so she should pack it nicely in the box and take it to the guards as she will file a complaint and have them punished. The manager asks her if that is true. As the woman says, it is not poison, it is just a little laxative in it because she was angry. Laxatives are considered poison too. Mitchell stands up and takes the cup, mentioning if she doesn't give her the box, she will just take it to the guards like this before the manager asks her to calm down, stating there is no way their employee would do that. Mitchell mentions a precious drop has been spilled before. The manager states all right, she will do anything that she wants. Mitchell realizes that she got her. She tells the manager if she says so she has no choice and asks her if she can make her a Crowell Academy uniform as quickly as possible and in the highest quality. Mitchell gives her the fabric as the manager is totally shocked, stating that this fabric is of the highest quality. She mentions it must have been tough to find and asks her how did she get it. Mitchell Bonders looked at how her attitude shifts. She thinks that all craftsmen are the same. She wonders if it is such a good fabric. Mitchell tells her that she got it as a gift from a friend near the Beast King's Tower. The manager tells her that she has got a good adventurer friend. It is such high-quality stuff and she could make it into clothes without using a blade. Mitchell asks her if that is the case. She wonders if the manager means to say it is that good of a fabric. The manager tells her, however, because the fabric is strong, the needle won't go in that easily. So they have to use an artifact, and it is a bit expensive, so the price will be a bit higher. As she said, she wants to get it quickly, right? Mitchell asks her how will it cost then. The manager questions how long has she been thinking about. Mitchell tells her to not be a rip-off and tell her directly. The manager states it is going to cost 10 million crowns. Mitchell thinks to herself that 10 million crowns is practically her life savings. They even ignore the reservation turn number and make clothes, so she guesses she'll have to endure this. She responds, all right then, she's going to pay in full. The manager states their customer is so generous. She also states she will consider that the store clerk's attempted poisoning never happened. The clerk thanks her before Mitchell tells the clerk that instead, she should drink it to destroy any evidence of poisoning that happened here. She has to drink all that is left in this teacup. The clerk looks at the manager, but the manager ignores her. She thinks to herself, this is the diarrhea medication. She just has to take it in one shot and is trembling as she looks at the cup, so the clerk drank the tea in one shot with diarrhea medicine in it. The clerk went straight to the bathroom. She did not see her until she left the shop. The manager said she would make the school uniform before the entrance ceremony. She told her that she had taken out 17 bandits on her way to the capital. She locked herself in the sewing room, promising to have it ready in a week. There is only a month and one half until the intern ceremony, but they made it so quickly, and as expected of the manager, she never disappoints. She steps out, knowing that she's leaving the school uniform in her hands, and now next is sorting out living expenses. In the Imperial Crowell Academy, the dean of Imperial Crowell Academy seems really frustrated. He is frustrated because of the Duke of Nephthes, questioning what on earth did he send him. In the letter, it is written that it has been a while. And how has he been? It looks like they even appointed him as the dean. If we read the details he wrote in the letter, he is willing to make any amount of donation to help the academy. He is aware that there is nothing ordinary about the letters that the Duke sent him. Even just looking at this one looks suspicious. Besides, he wrote that first of this year he is enrolling a peerless beauty named Evan Rafe, and if he does not cooperate, he will kill him. The dean wonders that this is the first time he has heard of that name, wondering if she is some hidden daughter. He also thinks, how can this country kid be a peerless beauty? Thinking what is wrong with the dude who is so into looks that he is practically judging someone by their looks. He is aware that the dude he knows has not spared a glance for anyone less than 10 seconds since his school days. He picked a spouse based solely on looks, regardless of her magic skills. So, as the family had hoped, they got a magic-wielding child. They even had the good fortune of looking like the spitting image of their parents. Even if the child is magicless, the Duke would have loved his eldest daughter just as much as he does now. The dean wonders what has gotten into a guy like him. Has he gone crazy from the shock of losing his eldest daughter? Secondly, in the letter it is also written that if that child grows up and won't see people as people anymore, he will punish the professor for it, and he has to support him. If he does not, he will kill him. The dean wonders what kind of personality does this kid have. He knows if Duke is going as far as to say this, it means she's even worse than that. Mitchell. He was strangely quiet when his eldest daughter got sentenced to death for insulting the royals, thinking if he was just washing the hands of his ice-cold daughter. The dean is really exhausted as his head is spinning, thinking if he has a secret love child. The third thing in the letter is to make magic dormitory meals. And if he doesn't make it spicy, salty, and sour, he will kill him. The Department of Magic. It looks like the hidden child is a wizard. Moreover, if she has already entered the academy, she seems to be a higher-level wizard than Michelle. Now he understands why he gave up on his beloved eldest daughter. In the letter, the fourth thing is written that even if he tell anyone about this, he will kill him. The dean thinks he is really still the same guy. He's the same crazy guy he knows. More than that, he's worried about the future, wondering how crazy this person named Evan is. A week later, she thinks as expected, working at the errand center is very rewarding. She does not have to worry about pocket money at the academy. She already received a school uniform from Miss Ronald. Now she has to leave for the academy. Someone calls out to her as some people are telling her she will definitely pass the academy, and thanks to her, their store sales have increased tenfold. The other one thanks her for helping her dad escape from unemployment. Mitchell thinks about it, wondering what is this déjà vu. Johnny worked here and there for a while, but everyone came to see her off. Even the horses came with them to the capital. She thinks then she guessed she should say hello and leave. She thanks them and says to them to stay healthy. However, they tell her if she does not change her speaking habits, she will be ostracized. One of them tells her that if nobles behave badly, he will take care of them, so she should just come and tell him. To receive support like this, she feels like she is traveling to the academy again, but then she thinks she should hurry before it is too late to the academy entrance examination center. Examine number 3504. It is Ivan Rafe. She steps in her uniform as she thinks it is not as big of a deal as she thought. A person stares at her. This is she's wearing the school uniform even though her admission is not decided, thinking if that Neth is herself. He tells her that to show off her skills, if she kills the demon beast in front of her to the best of her ability, she will pass the test. She responds that she does not kill animals. It is pitiful. The dean notices her as he thinks they say she is vicious, but it is a little different from what the Duke said. He knows this child has a heart that knows how to feel sorry for others. She really has a kind heart. Mitchell looks at them and mentions instead she'll kill them. The examiner. That should be enough to prove her skills. The dean finds her absolutely insane. Knowing that this girl with her Nephthys bloodline is brimming with confidence, she uses the skill throwing eyes with before they become scared, asking if she was serious. They make a barrier to stop her. They ask her to stop. Otherwise, they will kick her out of the exam room right away. Tells her to stop, but she does not before they say she has been passed. They tell her there's still about a month left until the entrance ceremony. So in the meantime, before she turns around and runs away, stating that she has to go to the dorm and grab lunch first. The examiners are done for before they call out for the next student. The student looks around asking if there was an ice wizard among the enrolled students. Questioning who is that ice wizard and asks that they should please introduce her to that ice wizard right away. The next student asks the name of the ice wizard who just left. The dean knows the girl's lineage is renowned for producing fire wizards generation after generation. She is the daughter of Count Lethem, part of the Flame Counts, and he wonders if it is true that they are scouting for a wizard with equal skill but the opposite element. The dean tells her that the personal information of academy students is secure and cannot be shared with outsiders. Like a friend with a solution for every excuse, she hurriedly asks them to pass her then. The examiners explain the procedure to pass the exams, but she cheerfully exclaims, "Magic time?" and questions if she should simply blast ice wherever there is ice. The examiners scream at her to stop, calling for the dean, but the dean, visibly exhausted, remains seated, watching the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, one of the examiners, whose clothes have caught fire, pleads desperately for her life. The dean finally warns everyone to prepare themselves as things are about to get wild. At Kral Academy's cafeteria, Mitchell savors her meal. It's been forever since she has indulged in food this delicious, and it suits her taste so perfectly that she feels joining the academy was a great decision. Full for her meal, Mitchell begins to ponder the rumor that the academy is scouting for a wizard with equal skill but the opposite element. She soon walks to room 203, which is supposed to be her home for the next 4 years. On top of that, it's a single room. Unlike other facilities, wizards generally require single rooms because the academy believes it's safer given the occasional volatile personalities of its students. However, Mitchell, with her top-notch social skills and personality, doesn't see that as a problem. Still, the idea of a single room is absolutely welcome. The room is bigger than she imagined. Upon entering further, she notices a girl resting on the bed. Mitchell questions who the girl is and what she's doing in her room. The girl introduces herself as Reina Lethem, further explaining that the room is hers too. Mitchell freezes. Reina Lethem, one of the main characters in the original work. A phrase always comes to mind when describing Reina in the original, a quietly burning flame. Although cynical on the outside, it perfectly reflects her inner explosive passion. Mitchell recalls a particular episode where Reina fought the Dragon King, refusing to kneel even in the face of death. It was breathtaking when Reina burned through her vitality and unleashed her magic. However, Mitchell can't reconcile that image with the grumpy girl winking at her now. Mitchell demands her to stop lying and calls her a fake Reina. She shouts for the dormitory director, claiming an impersonator has broken into her room. Reina tries to calm her down and insists she's not pretending. She pleads with Mitchell to listen, promising she'll be fascinated. Reluctantly, Mitchell encourages her to speak up. Reina explains that Mitchell is a freeze wizard, and she is a fire wizard. Confused, Mitchell listens as Reina adds, "What happens when ice and fire combine?" Mitchell points out its bad compatibility, to which Reina agrees, calling it a dog treat. She elaborates, explaining that in industry terms, their elements are referred to as hate. Mitchell wonders to herself, what kind of industry is that, Reina? Reaching for Mitchell's hand, suggests that they could be great haters together and proposes becoming academy celebrities by pretending to be on bad terms. Mitchell yanks her hand away, suggesting they just have a fight instead. Reina clarifies that's not what she meant. She explains her plan to fake a rivalry, claiming other students would love the drama of their bickering. Later, if they ever have to kill or save each other, the moment would be epic because they'd be the only ones to trust each other. Mitchell, confused, asks what they would gain by upsetting everyone. Reina simply replies it would make her feel better. To Mitchell, Reina is a crazy person, and she decides it's not worth talking to her. Reina mentions that it's their first meeting, and since wizards are usually assigned single rooms, this situation is unique. She rants on, unfazed, while Mitchell decides to move to another room. Reina asks which other room Mitchell plans to move to, smugly revealing she asked her mother to close all remaining accommodations. Shocked, Mitchell demands to know if there's truly no other room available. Furious, Mitchell draws her weapon, vowing not to let this slide. She thinks that if she gets rid of Reina, she might be able to use solitary confinement as her personal space. Reina, unfazed, declares that's unacceptable. Mitchell and Reina activate their powers, ice and fire clashing violently. Mitchell's ice begins to melt, making her wonder if they're equally skilled. Resorting to physics, Mitchell draws her sword and demands Reina bring the real Reina. Reina, unable to understand, stops Mitchell's sword with her bare hand. Mitchell is shocked at Reina's strength, wondering why a wizard would possess such a superhuman body. The dormitory leader finally arrives, demanding to know what is happening. Reina declares he shouldn't intervene, claiming they're deciding who will own the room. Mitchell is baffled by Reina's sudden shift in personality. The dormitory leader places a hand on Mitchell, stating that fighting in the dormitory is prohibited and both girls will have 1 point deducted. Mitchell questions what happens when points are deducted. The leader explains that losing 5 points results in expulsion from the dormitory, and expelled students usually live in homeless villages until they graduate. Shifting tactics, Reina and Mitchell suddenly hold hands and claim they were just having a cute little squabble. They plead with the leader to reconsider the point deduction. The leader tells them he will not deduct their points. He adds that there's a store system in the dormitory, warning them not to fight again, and leaves. The girls stare at each other for a moment before Mitchell suddenly launches her fist at Reina. Reina deflects the attack, pointing out that Mitchell started the fight in the first place. Reina makes it clear she's not leaving the room, forcing Mitchell to accept sharing the space. Reina smugly declares that everything is settled and suggests they have a good 4 years together. Mitchell storms off, ordering Reina not to follow her. Reina, cheerful as ever, insists they're going the same way and suggests walking together. Hours later, Mitchell huffs in frustration, unable to understand what's wrong with Reina. Meanwhile, Reina happily reflects on their first night walk together, much to Mitchell's dismay. Mitchell is confused over how can a wizard like her have a superhuman body. She knows she's stuck with the wrong person. Since the day Mitchell and Reina started living in the same dorm, they have become the kind of friends who fight whenever they are bored. Just to clarify, Mitchell doesn't pick fights because she wants to, but can we blame her when Reina herself jumps in with her passionate concepts every time she sets her eyes on Mitchell? As a result, even before the entrance ceremony, everyone at the academy has started paying attention to them. Time passes, and the day of the entrance ceremony finally arrives. In the hall, Mitchell notices Reina is nowhere to be seen and wishes to spend the day peacefully. The announcer begins speaking, drawing Mitchell's attention. The ceremony is long and tedious, and Mitchell finds herself dying of boredom. Eventually, the announcer introduces the freshman representative, Atten Pollard, prompting Mitchell to look up in amusement. Atten, the original protagonist of this world, stands before the crowd. A genius who enrolled in the academic department as the top student despite his exceptional magical skills, he is destined to become the companion of the female protagonist, the third princess of the empire. The princess herself gave him the nickname Companion Bird because of the harmony between his brown hair and green eyes. Seeing him in person, Mitchell has to admit that his coloration really does resemble that of a companion bird. It is during this very ceremony that the princess takes a liking to Atten. A sudden thought strikes Mitchell. She has been so distracted by Reina lately that she completely forgot something important. Snapping her fingers, she summons a status window. A screen appears before her, showing that the abnormal status effect has disappeared from both sides. She is furious. The system should have sent a notification about this in a timely manner instead of bombarding her with useless expiration alerts. Mitchell wonders about the ominous timing of the notification. It's only now that the expiration has been removed. Could it be, suddenly, a pop-up appears? It declares that the dawn has been changed for the top seat of the midterm exam in the first semester of the School of Magic. If the seat is missed, death will occur. Mitchell is even more infuriated. What do they mean by the top seat? It clearly refers to being the top student in the department, not an actual stone seat. Worse, it's referring to Atten Pollard, the companion bird. The system window is maddening. While previous expiration statuses like escaping from death row or getting into the academy were somewhat manageable, this time the task is to become the top student in the department. And, to emphasize her despair, there's even a written exam. Mitchell is a self-proclaimed blockhead, making this mission feel absolutely impossible. Finally, the ceremony concludes. Just when Mitchell thinks she's free from the expiration status, her new predicament looms over her. Muttering to herself in frustration, she wonders if this is how she's going to die. Raina appears behind her, greeting her with a playful kick. What a way to say hello! Mitchell falls to the ground, and Raina mocks her, calling her a disappointment before walking away. But as soon as Raina steps away, she turns back, worried, and asks Mitchell if she's okay or if she needs to go to the infirmary. Mitchell, lying on the ground, grumbles, wondering why Raina bothers with the act if she's just going to get worried afterward. Raina pulls her back up, concerned about Mitchell's condition, and starts fussing over her. Mitchell, fed up with everything, murmurs, timetable, repeatedly. Raina, deciding Mitchell is unwell, insists on taking her to the nurse's office. At the nurse's office, Raina gives Mitchell a timetable and asks if she's feeling better. Taking the timetable, Mitchell thanks her, though Raina seems curious about Mitchell's sudden interest in it. Of course, Mitchell needs to see the timetable if she wants to secure the top spot. Maybe there's an easy subject she can excel in. In the School of Magic, each grade has set courses, especially for freshmen who are given schedules without registering for classes. That means Mitchell has a slim chance if she focuses on practical skills. Looking at the timetable, she notes the courses: practical magic, combat practice, ethics and etiquette, criminal law, and, to her horror, college math. Mitchell asks Raina if they calculate the volume of a cylinder using integrals. Raina replies that it's basic and something they learned when they were young. Mitchell is stunned. The education level in this world is ridiculously high. For someone who gave up on elementary math, this is a catastrophe. Raina, sensing Mitchell's despair, hands her some candy and medicine, urging her to rest and attend the first class since attendance is mandatory. She also advises Mitchell to stay away from her during the lesson. Raina praises Mitchell for intentionally avoiding her during the entrance ceremony, believing she has matured. Mitchell stares at Raina, realizing she noticed. If not for her peculiar concepts, Raina might actually seem like a nice person. Mitchell wonders why there's such a vast difference between the real Raina and the novel's Raina. Could it be because of her? Shaking off the thought, she decides it's impossible and heads to her first class. In class, Mitchell contemplates her chances. Even though she's a blockhead, if she studies like crazy, there might be hope. Since it's the first day, she prays for a simple lesson. The teacher begins with, "As the saying goes, a good start is like winning half the battle." Keeping up with the lesson, Mitchell panics. None of this makes sense. Escaping her fate seems impossible, but she resolves to focus on preventing others from outperforming her. Summoning the system window, she hatches a devious plan to give everyone sleeping pills so she can be the only one taking the exam. That way, she'll secure the top spot. Leaving the classroom, Mitchell is delighted by her cleverness, praising herself for not giving up. The next class, Ethics and Etiquette, offers an unexpected advantage. It's taught by Professor Hemrick. In the novel, Professor Hemrick was nobleman to the core, despising commoners, to the point of causing troubles as a result. Although he was mostly confined to the academic department, dominated by noble families, he was compelled to teach high-level manners and etiquette to students in the Department of Magic due to principal directive. Reluctantly, he was attending classes in the Department of Magic for promotion, and that's where the tragedy began. Students began tormenting and disappearing the professor, and the professor's mental health started to deterioration. Without expressing any complaints before the start of the second semester, he took his own life, a victim of a clearly understood cause and effect. Maybe this time too, she may be able to change the course of the original story. Mitchell decides to observe him carefully, hoping to use her knowledge to change the original storyline while also ensuring her survival. Are they wizards because they have gone crazy, or have they gone crazy because they are wizards? Their insanity is so extreme that there's even a saying that insanity is part of being a wizard. The Academy not only aims to develop students' abilities, but also their morality. That's why the administrators had to implement measures within the Department of Magic. including the exchange qualification system. If students achieve high results in all subjects, they are classified as capable of leading a normal social life, which allows them to interact with other departments of the school. Mitchell thinks to herself how clueless wizards must be to resort to such methods. It's evident in the ethics and etiquette class currently in progress. The teacher is explaining the proper way to tame a rabbit. At the back of the class, one student whispers, asking if rabbits aren't the creatures hanging in butcher shops. His friend replies that he has never caught a rabbit before, so he doesn't know. Mitchell is annoyed by their irrelevant conversation. Raina stands up, ready to answer the teacher's question. The teacher praises her, and as expected, Raina, the main character, stands out from the others. Excitedly, Raina says she knows how to catch a rabbit and explains that if she ever caught one, she'd grab its ears because rabbits have so many nerves there that they won't move. Mitchell realizes the teacher meant subdue the rabbit, not just catch it. Mitchell, however, regrets expecting too much from her. On the other hand, the rest of the class begins praising Raina. Mitchell wonders why the students are admiring her yet again. The teacher, clearly frustrated with Raina, decides to call on Mitchell instead, leaving her contemplating why she's suddenly being asked to answer. Nevertheless, Mitchell responds that if it's a pet rabbit, it should be hugged like in picture 4. The teacher commends her answer, confirming it's the correct one. An ominous atmosphere fills the classroom as the students begin murmuring, questioning if picture 4 was truly the right answer. Mitchell wonders how the class could really be this clueless. The teacher then states that the lecture is on ethics and etiquette, and from now on, he will teach the standards of ethics accepted in society. In reality, this class is designed to instill basic common sense into the students over the next 4 years. Mitchell realizes it's going to be exhausting to live with these students for 4 years. The draining ethics and manners class finally ends, which is also the first and last class of the day. Feeling relieved, Mitchell decides to gather wild vegetables on the hill behind the dorms, not for food, but to level up her skills. The peaceful outing is disrupted when Raina tags along, pointing out the homeless village sign for the Starlit Village. Looking at the sign, Mitchell finds it ridiculous to go through the trouble of making a sign that blatantly advertises a village as homeless. Sarcastically, she suggests Raina should live there since it suits her caliber. Raina retorts that she wouldn't go without a friend. Dumb and Dumber duo for real. Raina finally asks why Mitchell is walking up the hill. Mitchell explains she's there to pick vegetables. Raina, confused, questions what vegetables are. Frustrated, Mitchell spins around and yells at Raina to stop bothering her. Suddenly, something catches her eye. It's a fern. Thrilled, Mitchell hadn't expected to find one so easily. She explains to Raina that these are Western ferns and quite large. To Raina, they look like weeds, and she questions if they're edible. While picking the ferns, Mitchell assures her they are edible and tasty when prepared properly. Curious, Raina takes a bite but quickly remarks they aren't tasty. Mitchell nonchalantly mentions that the ferns are poisonous if eaten raw, causing Raina to spit them out in horror. Furious, Raina demands to know why Mitchell didn't warn her sooner, but Mitchell simply mocks her, saying no one told her to steal and eat them. Raina blames Mitchell for watching her eat without stopping her, but Mitchell, unfazed, opens her screen system to check her skill progress. She discovers that eating raw fern indeed increases poison resistance skills. To advance the math midterm as planned, she realizes they'll need to diligently build their poison resistance starting now. With no other choice, Mitchell eats the raw ferns despite knowing they're poisonous. Raina, shocked, questions why Mitchell is willingly eating something poisonous. The scene shifts to Mitchell receiving a certificate for completing a work-study scholarship application. The scholarship offers 300,000 crowns per month, which Mitchell considers very little, barely enough for pocket money. She realizes she will need to work during vacation to earn extra money, as leaving the academy requires crossing a large freshwater lake, making part-time work outside impractical. She guesses her mother doesn't have the flexibility to provide extra funds. Walking out, she notices the signboards for the combat technique department and the magic department. The two departments traditionally don't get along, and even the graffiti matches their long-standing rivalry. Mitchell wishes she had a camera to take a picture, wondering if Raina has one. Suddenly, she senses a dark aura. It's Professor Hemrick, rushing somewhere. The reason why he was rushing was the stalker behind him. Mitchell quickly recalls the plot involving the professor, who became hostile toward commoners due to a stalker. The professor endured the stalking of a female student until he couldn't take it anymore. He erupted his pent-up emotion, called her filthy and disgusting, and lost his mind. At the time, the students who witnessed the scene started tormenting the professor, showing him their true colors. Unable to bear the pain, the professor took his life, and the female student who stalked her withdrew from the school shortly. Mitchell intends to change the plot. To prevent the professor from taking his life, the simplest way would be to kill him before he commits suicide, but that would just be a different way, which would lead his death. This doesn't change the plot. Unable to bear the torment, he eventually took his own life. Determined to change the plot, Mitchell decides to confront the stalker. Using her ice skill, Mitchell terrifies the girl stalking the professor. As the girl's hair slides away from her face, revealing a scar, Mitchell realizes the girl wasn't hiding her face for fashion, but because of the scar. Mitchell firmly tells the girl to stop following the professor as it makes others uncomfortable. The professor, initially hesitant, mutters that it's fine, but Mitchell presses if he is fine, then can she follow him too? Even after graduation, she will follow him until his death. Professor finally speaks. He detests being followed. Mitchell encourages him to speak up more often instead of bottling up his emotions. Professor points isn't etiquette score more important, to which she replies she hopes he can tolerate the penalty points. While walking away, he praises that she still has some common sense. Mitchell is pissed if he is going to only do this much to save himself. Turning to the girl, Mitchell repeats her actions are making others uncomfortable. She leans forward, not to hide her pretty face, and to walk with confidence. Embarrassed, the girl pushes Mitchell away. Mitchell apologizes, saying if people praise her beauty too much, she might go crazy. The comment only makes the girl blush harder. As Mitchell walks away, she reminds the girl not to do things that make others uncomfortable and adds that she hopes the stalking will stop. Mitchell feels satisfied with herself, thinking it's a perfect execution and an even more perfect exit. Meanwhile, the girl places a hand on her chest, her mind racing. She marvels at how entirely different Mitchell is from the professor. Blushing again as she recalls the compliment, a small smile creeps onto her face, and she finds herself longing to know Mitchell's name. Mitchell is cleaning, but there isn't much to clean. The weather is nice, and with Raina not around, there's no better place for Mitchell to be. To understand how she manages to ditch Raina, who sticks to Mitchell like gum, one must go back to the story of Mitchell's first real combat class. A real combat class is a time set aside for assessing and training individual abilities in preparation for actual combat. Everyone brings whatever skills they have, but the class often descends into chaos. When the professor announces that he will be selecting a class representative during the first lesson, the attack magicians, including Raina, go wild. Eventually, the first class is abruptly halted. The teacher shouts at the 3 students who attack and imposes disciplinary action. They are prohibited from leaving the dormitory except during class hours. That's how Mitchell gains some peace without lifting a finger. Not only that, but her calm demeanor during the chaos catches her teacher's eye. The teacher approaches her, stating that she is the only one who remains composed. He says there is no one else but her who can handle the responsibility and offers her the position of class representative. Unfazed, Mitchell replies that if she is to kill the rest of the class, then she will consider taking on the role of first class representative. But Mitchell doesn't like the idea, nor does she want the position, even if it means death. She despises the very thought of being the class representative. Frustrated, the teacher walks away, calling her a hopeless magician. Mitchell finds the situation amusing. Why is he acting this way when she declines politely? Later, to earn some pocket money, Mitchell faces another crisis when she applies for a work scholarship. The head questions whether she, as a magician, can handle the paperwork tasks. Mitchell admits that she might be a blockhead who can't even calculate the volume of a cylinder through integration, but she promises to do her best if given the chance. The teacher, overhearing, whispers that paperwork can be tough and wonders just how much of a blockhead she is. Despite the drag-out situation, Mitchell manages to secure the position. Now, with Raina currently banned from going out, there is no one to disturb Mitchell's work. She dances while sweeping the floor, happy with her peaceful academy life. Suddenly, a thought crosses her mind. If she keeps sweeping along this path, it will lead to the academy department grounds. Like a ninja, she walks along the wall. It might be unintentional, but she wonders if, by any chance, she can meet her favorite prince, Cyan. She blushes after seeing him. She starts fangirling over him. His tall stature, jet black hair, and a face filled with excellence mesmerize her. Meanwhile, Cyan, somewhere nearby, feels chills for no apparent reason. He is even more handsome than she imagines. After that fateful day when they first meet, she thinks he would be shocked and hide in his room. But he acts intentionally calm, as if nothing has happened, and confidently attends school. She finds it quite impressive. Mitchell wants to talk to him, but she knows he might not recognize her. So, she plans to sneak a peek instead. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows Cyan's bookmark, and it falls beside Mitchell. In reality, this is part of Mitchell's wicked plan. She knows she must keep her distance, but she can't help herself. Cyan walks toward Mitchell, sure that his bookmark has flown in that direction. However, he flinches upon seeing her. He notices her staring at him, and Mitchell ponders, what if he discovers her identity? After all, they have shared a bed once. Up close, Cyan looks even more angelic. He calls her country chicken. Mitchell looks around, wondering if he is truly calling her that. He assures her that he is and demands that she bring him his bookmark. Saddened that Cyan doesn't recognize her, Mitchell thinks about giving him the bookmark from the bottom of her heart. But if she takes one more step, she'll enter the academic department premises, and doing so without permission will result in penalties. She states that if he truly wants the bookmark, he should crawl on all fours to get it. In her mind, however, the translation is, "Dear Cyan, please come closer." Cyan asks if she knows who he is, to which she answers no. She then asks if he knows who she is, though internally she thinks, how could she not know her favorite prince? Cyan grows angry, wondering how she dares to act this way toward him. Mitchell finds his red, flustered face cute. Normally, members of the royal family have guards with them at the academy to avoid dealing with commoners. But Cyan appears to be a destitute prince without a guard. Mitchell surmises that nobles must mock him behind his back, leaving him full of inferiority complexes. Cyan moves forward and slaps her across the face. Mitchell is stunned but quickly realizes the slap doesn't hurt at all. Instead, it tickles. She wonders if he is some kind of baby kitten. How can he be so weak and insignificant? Cyan stutters, saying he will let her go this time. Mitchell finds his embarrassment adorable and thinks she might die from how cute he is. Cyan, however, demands that she return his bookmark. Just a little bit longer, Mitchell thinks she wants to tease him more. She puts the bookmark back in her pocket. There is a speechless silence before Cyan asks what nonsense she is trying to pull. He reminds her that he has mentioned he is from the royal family. Before he can finish, Mitchell mocks him, asking if he is going to run to his daddy because he is royalty. That comment is kinda personal, but I like it. She points out that she has heard that the Majesty doesn't acknowledge princes unless it's a special occasion. This flusters Cyan even more. Jumping away, Mitchell mentions that she will keep the bookmark as a souvenir. If he still wants it, he can find her in the School of Magic. Cyan shouts after her, calling her an insane girl. Meeting Cyan and looting his bookmark is her favorite thing of the day. She feels like she can even take a hit from Reina now. Mitchell returns to her room, calling out to Reina. Reina fires her magic, annoyed at being disturbed in her depressed state. Reina asks what Mitchell is doing there. Mitchell tells her she has just finished her work as a working student. Reina expresses her desire to do that too, but Mitchell informs her that the deadline has already passed. Mitchell has applied secretly, knowing Reina would try to compete if she had told her earlier. Reina throws a tantrum over this, and Mitchell calls her a bourgeois noble. There is a knock at the door. A boy asks if Mitchell is there. She opens the door, curious about what has happened. The boy informs her that the dean is looking for her because she has stolen something from Prince Cyan. Mitchell is confused about how Cyan even knows her name. The boy explains that Cyan has described her as a magic department student with split ends, freckles, glasses, and a strange way of speaking. Even Reina can tell it's her. It looks like Reina has to accompany Mitchell to the dean's office now. At the dean's office, Cyan sits, ready to make Mitchell face the consequences of her actions. However, Mitchell is happily dancing, seemingly carefree, having met Cyan twice already. The dean points out that he should listen to Mitchell's side of the story as well, which flusters Cyan. He questions if he is doubting him, adding that if they don't want to ignore the words of the royal family, they should punish her immediately. Although he is a powerless prince, Mitchell still finds him cute. The dean looks at Mitchell for a while before questioning if she really stole the prince's bookmark. The dean, being the head professor of Kroll Academy, listens intently as Sayin points at the bookmark Mitchell is holding. Mitchell raises the bookmark, wondering aloud if this is what they are talking about. Sayin is certain it is his bookmark and immediately calls Mitchell a thief. In response, Mitchell chomps the bookmark with her teeth, leaving Sayin to scream in disbelief at the kind of person she is. "A human with one brain cell, I can tell," Mitchell laughs, declaring that with this act, Sayin's bookmark will stay with her forever. She cheekily adds that human cells renew every 3 months, so it's perfectly fine to devour Sayin's things every 3 months. Sayin abruptly turns to the dean, questioning if he still doubts him after witnessing this. The dean, however, turns back to Mitchell, wanting an explanation. Mitchell confidently states that she didn't steal anything, but rather obtained it from a fight with Sayin. Sayin angrily denies this, insisting that she stole it by force. The dean stands there, unable to process the situation. Finally, the dean speaks, stating that if it was obtained as loot, then there's nothing they can do about it. This flusters Sayin even more, while Mitchell can't believe the excuse actually worked. Even the dean appears unable to take action. Suddenly, someone rushes into the office, asking if Mitchell is still there. Mitchell wonders why the second dean has shown up. The second dean goes straight to the prince, offering polite words and insisting that Sayin didn't need to come in person since he could handle the disciplinary matters himself. Mitchell is confused about how the situation escalated more than she anticipated when Sayin doesn't seem to hold significant influence. The second dean adds that if any further issues arise, Sayin should call him directly, as there's no need to intervene personally. This pleases Sayin, who responds that if the second dean insists so much, he can't refuse. Meanwhile, Mitchell observes that the academy dean doesn't seem particularly upset about being called to handle the situation, which she finds unusual. The second dean approaches Mitchell and whispers that he has heard everything from the Duke and will handle the prince, so she doesn't need to worry. Mitchell processes the situation, realizing that by Duke, he must mean Duke Nephthys, her father. She feels confused by the turn of events but understands the implications. The dean comments that it seems she has landed herself a powerful ally. Mitchell herself isn't sure about this, but the dean seems amused by her improved manners. She only displays them because he is her teacher. She greets him formally, feeling as if her spine is straightening. The dean remarks that those with good instincts tend to live long lives. He adds that if she survives until her 4th year, she can come to him, as he will be her advisor after graduation. Mitchell wonders what he means by this but declines the offer, explaining that he seems like someone who would be a pain to deal with. The dean chuckles and assures her that she will find out naturally. Among the 4th-year professors, he will be the most comfortable for her to work with. Mitchell notices his smiling expression, even through his mask, and feels reluctant. Suddenly, a screen appears, announcing that the plot has changed. Mitchell is confused as she didn't do anything. She wonders if it's because of her contact with Sayin. However, the timing seems off. If the plot were to change, it should have done so when she ate the bookmark. The only other possibility is the dean's claim to be her professor, which is strange since the dean wasn't mentioned in the original work. She looks here and there, as there's no way an extra can have this much influence on the plot, but it's possible that it's not the dean but mentioned by name, and if she managed to find out the name, she might be able to figure out who is it. She looks around, hoping to find a clue, but there's no nameplate on his desk. The only option left is to check his business card to learn his name. The dean notices her actions and questions what she's doing. Mitchell replies that she would like his business card. The dean moves to retrieve it from his locker. Meanwhile, Mitchell grows more anxious, wondering why her waist keeps sinking. Her forced combat power measurement skill, Beast Charisma, gauges an opponent's level based on the stiffness of her neck and waist. For example, even saying hello is the limit when facing Reina, and Mitchell can barely lift her head in front of the second dean. Yet with this dean, her waist bends more than it did in front of Hubert, the deputy director who fought the main character of the original work for 2 consecutive nights. Mitchell realizes that this dean is an even greater monster than Hubert. She feels she must measure his power carefully. Kneeling was fine, headbutting too. However, the dean tells her there's no need to kneel just to get a business card. Mitchell insists that she just wanted to kneel. Her knees and everything was trembling because she was really scared. The dean finds her behavior strange, but finally hands over his business card. Mitchell quickly takes it and leaves the office. The dean watches her go, calling her a peculiar student. Outside, Mitchell runs to hide behind a wall. shivering from the entire experience. She pulls up the card, eager to see the dean's name, only to find the words, "Common Professor." Mitchell bursts into laughter at how absurdly generic the name is, concluding that it must be a pseudonym. Realizing the business card was meaningless, she slumps to the ground, comforting herself by pleading internally for the professor not to misunderstand her intentions. She prays the professor doesn't get any dreadful ideas. Mitchell comforts herself with the thought that in life there might exist a professor named simply Professor, as she also lives with 2 biochips implanted in her body. Although unsettling, this isn't important to her right now. Her focus is on becoming the top student in her class, as it is the only way to escape the time limit she is under. To achieve this, she has been diligently working on her toxin immunity, though she cannot determine exactly what level 5 entails. She ponders where she might find something stronger than ferns and wonders if she should visit the academy department and test whatever poison she comes across. Her eyes catch sight of the little shiny stalker she noticed earlier. It seems the girl has given up on her vision-blocking hairstyle. The girl comes running toward Mitchell, making her wonder if she has ever told the girl her name. If not, how did the stalker manage to find her? The girl eagerly asks Mitchell how her freshly cut bangs look. While Mitchell finds her beautiful, the bangs themselves look like a mess to her. The girl panics and Mitchell grows curious about what she used to cut them. Hesitant, the girl eventually reveals a pair of scissors. Not only are the scissors large, but they are also vicious-looking, prompting Mitchell to wonder where the girl could have possibly gotten them. Mitchell takes the scissors from her and asks the girl to close her eyes, assuring her she will fix the bangs. Once finished, Mitchell is relieved to find that her part-time job skills have not rusted. The bangs now look absolutely perfect. As expected, she thinks when the model is stunning, the act of cutting becomes enjoyable. Mitchell calls the girl her customer and adds that from now on, she will be the one cutting her bangs. Raina, standing nearby, casts her flaying skill toward them, prompting Mitchell to call her a crazy girl for almost ruining her masterpiece. Raina, however, blames Mitchell for standing in that direction. Declaring that they will settle things once and for all, Raina prepares to fight. However, the commotion is interrupted by a loud bang on the classroom door. The teacher enters, calling them darned brats and ordering them to stop moving as the class is about to start. As expected from the magic department, even the professors have terrible personalities. Before starting the lesson, the teacher introduces a guest. The dean of the academy has come to observe, stating he was bored and assuring them there's no need to worry about his presence. The dean introduces himself as both the dean and a common professor. Mitchell feels uneasy, wondering why he is there while the time limit on her status window continues ticking. She grows irritated, muttering internally about how ridiculous the dean's title is. Determined to avoid trouble, she hadn't expected to run into such problems here. Before the class begins, the teacher makes an announcement. Many students had entered the academy expecting priest career counseling, but this will only be offered at the end of the first year. The teacher warns them to avoid expulsion until then. Mitchell reflects on how many students, desperate for career counseling, stand out in their efforts to succeed. The teacher explains that at the end of the year, the academy invites priests to conduct career assessments to evaluate the students' growth. In this world, called the dawn of repentance, serving the one true God is central. This God is believed to be the creator of all things and the absolute being who governs all destinies. Those who serve this God are known as priests of fate. They are said to predict a person's destiny, not by seeing the future, but by consulting the God to determine the flowering or growth potential of a skill. Biochips, made using mana stones, are considered a link to the God of fate. Priests can use their abilities to evaluate an individual's potential through these stones. Students endure the hardships of academy life, which feels like imprisonment, for the chance to undergo these assessments. Returning to the lesson, the teacher mentions that overusing magic will cause students to bleed. Mitchell recalls her earlier plans as the teacher distributes one counter meter to each student. Confused about its purpose, Mitchell listens as the teacher explains that the meters will monitor their magic usage and continue until they vomit blood. The room falls silent as everyone wonders at the absurdity. Mitchell notices the oddly red soil in the field and suspects it might be stained with the blood of students who collapsed here. While she understands the intention of testing limits, the method seems extreme. The stalker girl raises her hand, asking about individuals with 2 magic skills. Mitchell turns to her in awe, surprised that the girl possesses not 1 but 2 rare abilities. According to the student records, only one of her skills is listed. Mitchell, remembering the sharp scissors, ponders if her skill is to sharp objects. Hesitant, the stalker girl reveals her skills: sharpener and poison combination. Mitchell is confused as to why someone with no ties to an assassination lineage has such a dangerous poison-based ability. Suddenly, she realizes that this poison combination might help her test her toxin immunity. Placing a hand on the stalker girl's shoulder, Mitchell asks for her name. Reluctantly, the girl introduces herself as Kana. Mitchell praises her name and beauty. At that moment, Reina fires another flame attack at Mitchell, who counters it with an ice throw. Though the moment is critical for Mitchell, Reina continues to be a nuisance. Reina justifies her actions by reminding Mitchell that the teacher had instructed them to use magic, without specifying a target. Mitchell gladly accepts the challenge. Mitchell then decides to end it all today for the better. They begin dueling, exchanging magic attacks. After a heated battle, Mitchell emerges victorious. Reina, visibly frustrated, cannot understand the vast skill gap. The reason was that Reina started with just fanning the flames. It's absurd as it can't beat Mitchell in a volume shadow because she was using tricks. Mitchell mocks Reina, advising her to better analyze her opponent next time. Mitchell was able to win the battle because she was drawing water from Nephthys' heirloom. The dean interrupts and orders Mitchell to take out the heirloom she used. Silence falls as Mitchell grows frustrated, wondering how the dean could have known about the heirloom. Mitchell is amused, wondering if there's truly a power strong enough to detect this magic, or if it's simply an ability to sense the heirloom's power, or perhaps just a trick. Despite his inner doubts, Mitchell maintains a polite attitude and questions how the dean found out. He begins to speak, but then stops and states that it must be due to the dean's magic emotion skill. Mitchell, visibly irritated, he adds that practicing is essential to knowing one's limits and that tricks won't help anyone grow. The dean's words are mostly correct. Furthermore, there's no guarantee the heirloom's power will last forever. However, as Mitchell has already used a significant amount of power, she wonders if it will work. She attempts to cast her skill but ends up coughing blood. Seeing this, the dean knows she needs to be assessed separately. Mitchell anticipates this outcome but is still annoyed, as other kids were fine after using their magic. Why was she the only one to collapse? Suddenly, someone is seen rushing toward the infirmary. It's Kana, who is going to visit Mitchell. For the first time in her life, Mitchell called her a friend. Kana was supposed to visit with some fruits Mitchell likes, but unwelcome guests are intervening. Reina, one of the guests, tells Kana that Mitchell wouldn't like it if Kana came along, adding that Mitchell wouldn't want to see her gloomy face while suffering in pain. Kana counters by saying Mitchell doesn't like noisy things either. This annoys Reina, who retorts by asking what Kana even knows about Mitchell. Kana pauses and gives a detailed list of everything Mitchell likes, causing Reina to feel uneasy as she wonders how Kana managed to gather such information. Reina asks if Kana knows everything about her too, to which Kana replies, it's an occupational hazard. Reina feels even worse and questions what kind of occupational hazard an academy student could have. Kana stays silent, not wanting to reveal her secret. She belongs to an assassination organization. If Reina knew this, it might put Kana on Mitchell's bad side. While Kana knows Mitchell is not someone who judges others based on their past, she still doesn't want to risk getting caught. Mitchell has done so much for her without expecting anything in return, even calling her a friend. Kana recalls her father once telling her that no one would like her if she were ugly. If someone did like her, he had said, they must be a good person and should be made either a friend or a spouse. Back then, Kana had sought kindness from Professor Hemrick, who treated her well for the first time. She used to follow people around, trying to make them fall for her. But after meeting Mitchell, she realized that the kindness Hemrick showed was superficial, something anyone could offer. Mitchell, on the other hand, gave her genuine advice, telling her not to do things others disliked. Mitchell even complimented her, calling her pretty despite her disgraceful reputation in the family. Although it hasn't been a month since they met, Mitchell means the world to Kana. She shifted her target to Mitchell, and so far, everything has gone according to plan. Intentionally, Kana messes up her bangs to catch Mitchell's attention and subtly shows her a combination of magic spells she discovered through research, successfully piquing Mitchell's interest. When Mitchell trimmed Kana's bangs last time, it gave her a strangely pounding heart, something she interpreted as a bond of friendship. Kanna's next plan involves helping Evan develop immunity to poison while secretly mixing in brainwashing drugs to secure a lifelong friendship. However, everything was ruined because of Raina. If Raina hadn't provoked Mitchell in the first place, she wouldn't have collapsed. Kanna plans to kill Raina. Although Raina is a noble, Kanna believes that if her family handles the aftermath, there won't be any problems. Suddenly, Cyan arrives. Raina is furious, wondering who would dare to interrupt, but upon noticing him, she realizes it's Prince Cyan. Both Raina and Kanna greet him and ask why he's here. Cyan explains that due to Mitchell's clueless actions, he has been assigned 30 hours of campus volunteer work. He needs to borrow books from the library and insists that Mitchell accompany him. Raina is confused about what this has to do with volunteering. She tells him Mitchell is sick and in the infirmary, and Kanna seconds this. Unfazed, Cyan demands to know what they expect him to do after learning about Mitchell's situation and asks to be guided to the infirmary. Both Raina and Kanna silently wish they could kill him. Raina knows that even though he is a prince, he holds no real power. He is often called Prince in name only Cyan Crowl. There are several reasons why he is known by that name. Generally, household with advanced skills are successful by women. This fact has been proven genetically after 1,000 years of trial and error with a high probability of the same lineages, skills being expressed through the mother's line. Sometimes there are cases where men succeed to ensure concerns about hereditary diseases and the influx of stronger skills, but this occurs rarely, once every 3 generations. That in most families the eldest daughter inherit the line. The royal family is no exception. It's unlikely that the successor position will be stolen unless some serious mischief happens, and with the current empress possessing charisma skills and being the eldest daughter, it's unlikely that the successor position will be stolen unless some serious mischief happens. The conservative class would prefer the eldest daughter to succeed to the throne without any upheaval. Therefore, there's no reason to entertain the demands of a pitiful prince who lack both talent and solid background. Raina doesn't want unnecessary trouble, but decides a brief visit to the infirmary won't hurt. Confident that Mitchell will choose her over the others, Raina agrees to guide Cyan. Kanna, however, worries about Mitchell's opinion. When they enter the infirmary, Raina demands to borrow Mitchell's camera. Cyan insists Mitchell accompany him to the library, and Kanna suggests Mitchell might need more blood. They all argue about who Mitchell will choose. Sitting with the dean, Mitchell is confused by their sudden arrival and the nonsense they are speaking. When forced to choose, she surprises everyone by choosing Cyan. Raina calls her a crazy girl and demands an explanation, but Mitchell jumps out of bed, eager to go to the library. Unfortunately, she collapses from dizziness. Determined not to let something like dizziness stop her, she begins crawling. The dean advises her to wait for the medicine to take effect, but Mitchell stubbornly refuses. Raina wonders why Mitchell chose the prince over her, while Cyan smirks sarcastically and tells Mitchell to get going. Raina contemplates killing him out of frustration. Kanna notes that the royal family is peculiar, which makes Raina suspicious about how Kanna could say something like that. She begins to wonder if Kanna would truly kill a noble without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mitchell feels overjoyed at the prospect of a library date with Cyan, thinking it must be her lucky day. She has made friends with someone who has combination poison skills, received sweet advice from the dean at the infirmary, and now has this unexpected opportunity to go on a library date. However, she suddenly notices a familiar medicinal scent coming from Cyan. As she tries to recall where she has smelled it before, she remembers. It's the scent of the wound medicine she once used on her back. She gets worried over why Cyan smells like it. She calls out to Cyan, telling him that he stinks. He tells her to stop talking nonsense, but she insists that it does stink. He turns to her, stating that his whole life is cleaner than hers, pointing out if she is trying to insult him. To Mitchell, his grim face appears cute, and she wonders how he can be so prickly with such a beautiful face. She mentions that he smells like medicine, as the scent of wound ointment emanates from him, pointing out that she knows this scent since she has been using it for quite some time. This flinches him, but he dismisses it, saying it is none of her business. Mitchell ponders if he got hurt, as it is said that every prince is wounded enough to need ointment. Nevertheless, he hands her a list of books she needs to borrow, pointing out that she should borrow them in her name, not his. She checks the list, confused if this is really what he wants her to do, contemplating why he isn't doing it himself. Gripping the situation, she understands that Cyan wants to borrow books that are all in the field of criminal law and political science. If he gets caught borrowing such books, it could be revealed that he has not received proper education as a member of the imperial family, which might turn him into a laughingstock. That is why he doesn't want to do it himself. Since the imperial family doesn't teach governance studies to Cyan, it seems he wants to study them on his own. It's like the great Cyan making futile efforts to climb a tree he cannot climb. Cyan questions what she is looking at, wanting to know when she will leave to fetch the books. Pointing at the list, she mentions that a new edition of the General Theory of Criminal Law has been released. She knows this because she was forced to study it at magic school. In the original work, Cyan was embarrassed due to his wrong knowledge during a fight with the third princess, and perhaps he got this misinformation from outdated books. The new edition contains other modifications as well. As she leaves, she points out that she will ask the librarian to get the book for him. Meanwhile, Cyan mutters, calling her a scoundrel, saying that's not even funny. When she returns, she raises a book titled 30 Ways to Win an Argument, mentioning that they gave her this book as a reward, and she thought he might need it in the future. Cyan is visibly furious over her mocking him. Mitchell, however, grows concerned about whether he can carry all these books at once since they are quite heavy. This angers Cyan further as he questions how she views him. She retorts, asking what he means, pointing out that he is weak and incompetent, despite having the pride and demeanor of an elder. His abilities, she notes, do not align with his pride, leaving him filled with feelings of self-destruction and inferiority. Mitchell criticizes him so effectively that he is consumed with rage. He grabs one of the books, threatening to punish her for insulting the royal family. Mitchell mocks him further, suggesting he doesn't even have the strength to do so and pointing out how pathetic he looks. A while later, Cyan is out of breath. Mitchell recommends that he should run to increase his lung capacity. Cyan calls her an insolent woman. As she takes her leave, she remarks that if he feels embarrassed about training in the academic department, he can feel free to visit the magic department. From behind, he shouts that he won't come there. Mitchell recalls how she herself was criticized by the dean of her department for lacking physical strength. The dean had told her that the reason she fell while using her mental powers was due to her weak physical condition. Mitchell had no choice but to increase her physical strength and consume more calories. The dean had compared her condition to trying to run a windmill with a fan. He had warned her that there were only 2 windows of opportunity to fix this condition and gain several key skills. Determined, Mitchell decides to work on her poison resistance and gain weight first. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, where Mitchell takes a lot of fatty food. She feels nauseated trying to eat so much, but she pushes through, knowing it is necessary to build endurance. Meanwhile, Kanna catches her and approaches. Mitchell questions if something has happened. Kanna tells her that there is no one in her room tonight. Of course, there wouldn't be when she is living in a single-person room. Kanna then offers to help her, surprising Mitchell. Curious, Mitchell asks what makes her feel she needs help. Kanna points out that she knows Mitchell needs to build her endurance and adds that she can help her with that. However, Mitchell counters by asking why Kanna wants to help her. Embarrassed, Kanna states that they are friends, and that's why. Mitchell ponders if they are really that close, as she doesn't know, but decides to move on to the next stage. She agrees to Kanna's offer. Before leaving, Kanna tells her to come to her room after dinner, saying she will get everything prepared. Mitchell nods. Even though she is uneasy, she nodded on purpose as it won't kill her. Kanna's skills seem like those of a famous assassin to her. If something goes wrong, Mitchell plans to slap her and run away. She finishes her food quickly to go to Kanna's room later that night. When Mitchell arrives, Kanna offers her a drink. To Mitchell, it seems highly suspicious, making her wonder what Kanna could have put in it. Planning to drink while checking her status window, Mitchell notices her poison resistance drop by 10 points. Furious, she realizes Kanna has given her poison. Contemplating if Kanna is really an assassin, Kanna tells her to stop as drinking this much would be enough. Mitchell questions what this all is about. However, Kanna laughs it off as if nothing happened. Kanna promotes her that she can ask her anything as she is willing to help her in anything because she is her best and only friend. Mitchell states how she suddenly became her favorite. Kanna presents a necklace and a cup with a candle, insisting her not to hesitate as they are best friends, making Mitchell even more annoyed by her constant use of best friend. Mitchell grows more irritated but decides to stay as there is nothing physically wrong with her body. Before revealing her plans to Kanna, Mitchell asks if Kanna herself has poison resistance. This makes Kana flinch. Mitchell adds that if Kana feels uncomfortable, she won't force her to talk and states that she doesn't care if Kana has a partner. The mention of a partner makes Kana light up with excitement. Twisting Mitchell's words, Kana suggests that they could be partners, as this is their first collaboration together. Mitchell denies this, but Kana ignores her, overjoyed at the idea of collaborating. Kana finally admits that she doesn't have poison resistance. To achieve it, one must start training from a very young age, and perhaps even more rigorously than Mitchell did. Mitchell feels overwhelmed, realizing how intense such training must be. Mitchell then directly calls Kana's name, questioning if she is a member of an assassin group. Kana vehemently denies it, repeating twice that she has nothing to do with them. Mitchell sarcastically remarks that she doesn't need to say it twice. Based on Kana's skills and training, Mitchell had thought she was part of the region's best assassin group. However, seeing this strong denial, she begins to doubt her own assumptions. Mitchell sighs, reasoning that if Kana were truly a member of the assassin group, her future would already be bright, leaving no reason to attend the academy. To Mitchell, what matters is Kana's abilities, not her identity. Finally, Mitchell reveals her hard plan for the midterm math exam at the college. The plan is to use poison to leave everyone critically ill except herself, allowing her to take the exam alone. Extending her hand toward Kana, she asks if she is going to help her. Placing her hand on her chest, Kana agrees to help Mitchell. She tells her that she will make a poison that causes death by vomiting blood from the 7 holes. However, Mitchell immediately stops her, saying there is no need to kill anyone. It would be sufficient if everyone just fell asleep on the day of the exam. Kana questions if Mitchell is talking about sedative pills. She adds that even if they can't make the pills, there is a way they can obtain them. Mitchell ponders, exasperated, wondering what a way even means. She is now convinced that Kana must truly be a favorite in the assassin family. Despite this, Mitchell thinks it's fine as long as Kana says she'll help and decides to stay cautious for now. Giving Kana a thumbs up, she tells her to proceed. Kana promises that she will have everything ready before the midterm exam. Finally, Kana brings forward a box of medicine she has prepared for Mitchell. She explains that she tried to create the medicine gradually, so as not to put too much strain on Mitchell's body. If Mitchell takes it, Kana assures her that it will help her develop toxic resistance. Mitchell knows she must be careful, as there is always a risk. Before she leaves, Kana stops her, saying there is one last thing. She brings out the necklace and candle cup again, her smile bright and lively. Kana starts repeating that they are best friends. Mitchell grows increasingly annoyed, wondering why Kana keeps repeating the words best friend over and over again. Kana then cheerfully asks Mitchell if she is her best friend. Realizing that Kana won't stop until she agrees, Mitchell sighs and reluctantly says, "Yes, we are friends." Kana beams with pride and declares that she is Mitchell's best friend, prompting Mitchell to call her a best friend too. "Long live our friendship," Kana exclaims. She seems absolutely delighted, as if she has achieved something great. Turning her back, Kana giggles quietly. As expected, the drug she prepared must have worked. Mitchell, clueless about what Kana is so happy about, feels she should congratulate her regardless. Now that this strange exchange is over, Mitchell desperately wants to leave. She doesn't want to get involved with Kana any further. The next day, the students gather on the grounds as the department head calls for the morning exercise. Every morning at exactly 6, the College of Magic holds morning exercises at the stadium. When anyone participates in gymnastics, they receive a stamp that can later be exchanged at the store. Most of the participants are homeless mages who live in Star Village. These individuals have been troublemakers for a long time. Mitchell notes that her skills are still developing, so participating might actually help her improve. Additionally, if she gets an attendance stamp, she will receive a store voucher, which is an added incentive. Mitchell is excited about the many benefits of gymnastics and plans to take full advantage of them. While she is working out, someone comments that it's amusing to see a first grader participating in gymnastics. Mitchell is visibly puzzled and wonders who this strange person is. The man introduces himself as the head of the star team, but Mitchell finds it odd that he sounds like an old man despite not looking older than 20. The man, seeing Mitchell for the first time, asks if this is her first time participating. When she confirms, he assumes she doesn't even know the origin of the songs used in their routines. He explains that the song they are using is a historical piece, with lyrics and melodies written by the president of the university faculty. He adds that it's called magical aerobics. He excitedly warns her that it's a bit challenging, so she'll need to keep up. Mitchell is shocked, wondering why this morning exercise is so cheerful, and questions the meaning of the direct lyrics. The man explains further that the song was written by a former university president who was sent to the battlefield by order of the former emperor. In frustration, the man adds that the song is now played in an academy with judicial authority across regional boundaries. He mentions that the dean of the department at the time was imprisoned after his term ended. As Mitchell is about to comment on the lyrics, she hears someone shout, "Destroy the cruel empire." To her astonishment, everyone around her echoes the same words while continuing the warm-up. The man encourages her to join in and try to keep up. Though shocked, Mitchell joins them, wondering if this is really acceptable, despite crossing regional boundaries. Still, she finds her heartbeat quickening, feeling strangely excited. The man, addressing Mitchell as a newcomer, assists her and instructs her to point her finger to the sky in the next segment. She agrees to follow along. Memories flashed in her mind of her school days when they were taught that killing someone would lead to punishment. Yet now, everyone hails her as a hero for supposedly killing 1,000 people during a war. With a final dramatic blast, the morning exercise ends. Mitchell remarks to the man that the exercise was exciting. The man, impressed, calls her promising and tells her the star team welcomes her anytime. She jokes that she refuses to be homeless. He clarifies that they're not homeless, they've built a tent with a roof. Later, another person seals Mitchell's card, and she realizes she needs to collect 100 seals from one store. She wonders where the store is and whether she'll have to go out every day until the break. She also ponders whether she can reduce her current penalty points. Mitchell devises a plan, thinking that if she falls into Raina's traps but manages to lose only a point or two, Raina will become homeless, allowing her to stay in the dormitory alone. She dreams of getting a big room to herself. Knowing that she needs to build stamina to continue participating in gymnastics, Mitchell decides to eat a high-calorie meal for training purposes. A high-calorie meal for training her body, she also examined the skills she couldn't do last time and also participated in gymnastics. Every day, she had been busy all the time and before she knew it. Mitchell is seen sweeping the floor when she notices the cherry blossoms have completely disappeared. She wonders if it's already midterms. It is said that many things happen in other departments before exams begin. She recalls attending the OT, orientation, the general opening meeting, and MT, membership training. She reflects that nothing out of the ordinary has occurred in the Magic Academy. It's normal here, though, because when people gather without a reason, they might end up killing each other. Mitchell questions whether this place is truly a university or a prison. She knows that with an exit permit, she could freely visit other colleges. Suddenly, she spots Professor Henrich, who looks very old. Despite the disappearance of former persecutors, it seems difficult to instill ethics in wizards. With exams approaching, Mitchell knows the professor must already be overwhelmed. Henrich suffers from a condition that causes seizures when touched by ordinary people, making it even harder for him to manage without assistance. Thinking aloud, Mitchell remarks that someone skilled could earn money with a part-time job helping him. She recognizes that his issue is psychological and cannot be helped easily. Determined to assist, Mitchell knocks on the professor's office door. When there's no response, she wonders if he'll ignore her entirely. Without hesitation, she kicks the door open, startling the professor. Henrich, shocked by her audacity, calls her actions improper. Mitchell defends herself, claiming no one told her not to enter. The professor scolds her, saying she still needs permission, even if no one is inside. Mitchell brushes him off, explaining that she has work to do. Henrich, visibly frightened, warns her that he might cancel her exam if she continues to behave recklessly. Unfazed, Mitchell walks up to him and questions why he doesn't delegate tasks to his teaching assistants. The professor wonders how, and Mitchell replies that she will help him. The professor protests how will she even do that. Without waiting, Mitchell removes his gloves and grabs his hand. Henrich screams and trembles. Mitchell wonders if his issue is truly psychological. She reasons that since he struggles to interact with ordinary people because of his condition, she, being different, shouldn't pose a problem. Though she acknowledges that her actions were reckless, Mitchell had intended to help. Now, the situation has only grown more chaotic. Mitchell can't believe the professor is acting like this just because she held his hand. She wonders if this is acceptable behavior from an ethics teacher. The professor, on the other hand, is visibly confused and questions what is happening. Mitchell is equally puzzled as to what he means by that. The professor then asks why nothing is happening to him even after holding hands with her. Mitchell ponders if he is avoiding commoners due to some skill issue. In many ways, she thinks that's fortunate. The professor calls out Mitchell's surname, Rafe, and points out that he isn't familiar with any noble person by that name. He questions if she is an illegitimate child of some noble family. Mitchell, however, believes he doesn't need to know. The professor insists, stating that if she tells him the truth, he will treat her accordingly. But Mitchell remains indifferent, satisfied with the treatment she's already getting. Finally, Mitchell proposes working as his assistant, adding that the hourly wage of 30,000 crowns isn't a bad deal for him either. Mitchell reflects that this is the least she can expect from a person like him. If she performs well, she might even get a chance to sneak a look at the exam questions. However, the professor bluntly dismisses her hopes, stating that he will never entrust her with the question papers. Even so, Mitchell accepts the position and becomes busier than ever. With her morning exercises, campus work, classes, errands to the science lab, assistant duties, and preparation with Kana, she can't even remember the last time she rested in her dorm. As Mitchell is walking to Reina's class, she wonders what Reina wants. Reina, looking worried, asks why Mitchell has been acting so indifferent toward her lately. These words give Mitchell chills, finding them creepy and unpleasant. She thinks she would prefer Reina to curse at her rather than speak like this. Reina, saddened, points out that Mitchell hasn't been spending time with her, asking if she is taking the concept of obsession too seriously. But Mitchell insists she has never had such a concept. As Mitchell tries to leave, Reina suddenly jumps on her, clinging to her and crying, begging to be taken along. Mitchell pushes Reina away, telling her she's taking this obsession thing too far. Reina insists she will cover her face so no one will know it's her. But Mitchell counters that everyone will recognize the tall, red-haired girl clinging to her. Reina, the heiress of Letham, retorts by asking why her house is so famous. Mitchell sighs and replies that Reina isn't famous because of her lineage, but because of her personality. She then wonders how Reina ended up like this. Mitchell tells Reina she's going to her part-time job and that Reina can do whatever she wants. Reina, undeterred, decides to tag along. Walking down the corridor, other students pity Mitchell for dealing with so much. Mitchell snaps back, stating that it has always been like this. Everyone around her greets her, laughing at how funny it looks. Reina comments on Mitchell's sociable and cool personality, but Mitchell corrects her, saying she isn't cool or intelligent. Reina refuses to believe her, arguing that her blue eyes, blue hair, and ice magic give her an undeniably cool aura. Mitchell insists otherwise. Reina jokes that Mitchell is lying because someone cool and intelligent like her wouldn't push Reina away. Mitchell, fed up with Reina's earlier corny remarks, decides to ignore her and focus on her work. They arrive at the professor's office, where the professor greets Mitchell but is shocked to see Reina with her. Mitchell internally notes she was right. The professor recognizes Reina even with her face covered. Mitchell explains that she brought Reina along because he told them not to wander alone. Though confused by her reasoning, the professor thanks Mitchell for her hard work. He then hands Mitchell some papers and instructs her to make 7 copies for his class. Mitchell wonders why 7 when there are 8 second-year students. The professor, with a straight face, informs her that one of them died yesterday during practice. This revelation shocks both Reina and Mitchell. Mitchell, however, maintains a straight face, reflecting on the absurdity of the magic department. She realizes the department is crazy and vows complete her 4 years soon to graduate as quickly as possible. She takes the papers to make copies. Reina jumps down and raises an objection. She argues that having Mitchell help him compromises the fairness of the exams. She points out the lecture material on his desk and suggests Mitchell might memorize it for the exams. The professor calmly replies that Mitchell isn't smart enough to do so. Mitchell seconds this, questioning why Reina is so angry over it. Reina stubbornly insists that Mitchell, her cool and intelligent girl, can't possibly lack intelligence. The professor refutes her again, questioning why he would lie about such a thing. Mitchell agrees, admitting she's a blockhead who can't even measure the volume of a cylinder using integration. Reina, confused, asks Mitchell if she's ever done such a thing. Mitchell counters by asking Reina if she even knows how to solve a cylinder problem with integration. Reina panics, wondering if that question was supposed to involve integration. The professor mocks Reina's intelligence, making her scream in frustration. Mitchell feels slightly guilty, as it seems both of them are at fault. Deciding to focus on her work, Mitchell completes the professor's errands. Her next task involves borrowing books for Cyan. Looking at the list, she finds it amusing and notes that Cyan's dreams are unrealistic. She recalls reading similar books in a corner of her room, smiling at the stories, only to cry under her blanket when faced with reality. Mitchell vows to keep Cyan's book list a secret. Later, Mitchell and Kanna finalize preparations for their upcoming experiment. Kanna explains that they'll inject medicine into tomatoes to observe the results. She notes that people often care about small details, such as exact weight differences of 5 grams. Mitchell wonders if anyone actually cares, but Kanna assures her that many do. Mitchell remarks that the world of assassins is scary. Kanna mentions that finding the center of balance in objects is crucial for detecting hidden drugs. Mitchell doesn't fully understand but is content as long as the plan works. After all the planning, Mitchell heads back to her room, exhausted but relieved that preparations are nearly complete. All she needs to do now is get a good night's sleep, write her name on the exam paper, and leave. She enters her room thinking even if she just wrote her name only and leave, the only one who would be giving exams would be she and Kanna, and even if she scores 0, the grade will be still confirmed as a plus. Mitchell decides to quickly wash up and go to sleep. Mitchell prepares to sleep. Reina suddenly shows up wearing glasses and a different outfit. Reina mocks Mitchell, stating that her cool and intelligent girl is actually not smart, and Mitchell is confused as what in the hell is this situation. Reina points that if Mitchell can't solve college-level maths, she won't be allowed to sleep tonight. Mitchell, frustrated, complains over how this situation can completely derail her plans. Early in the morning, just before the exams, Reina is determined to make Mitchell smarter. Reina, who looks somewhat dangerous, appears unexpectedly. Mitchell, finding it all nonsense, decides to leave this crazy place. As she reaches the door, she realizes there is no doorknob. Frustrated, she shouts at Reina, demanding to know where the doorknob is. Reina, intentionally acting clueless, wonders aloud where it could have gone. Then, in a second, she excitedly admits she broke it. Mitchell curses her, shouting so loudly it echoes throughout the dorm. Mitchell now realizes that all the noise she heard earlier, even during her shower, was Reina removing the doorknob. Mitchell activates her power, planning to break the door, but Reina insists she should think it through. Reina warns that breaking the door would result in both of them receiving penalty points. Even shouting in the dorms at night and calling the dorm supervisor could lead to the same outcome. Mitchell hesitates, realizing Reina has a point. However, Reina also mentions that if they manage to stay quiet until morning, only she will receive penalty points for breaking the doorknob. Mitchell ponders this logic and reluctantly agrees. Reina, with a commanding tone, orders Mitchell to sit at her desk if she doesn't want penalty points. Mitchell, though angry, has no choice but to comply. She reflects on Reina's situation, knowing Reina already has 3 confirmed penalty points. If Reina gets caught twice more, she'll be expelled from the dorm. Mitchell is confident that if Reina discovers how much of a blockhead she is, particularly in math, she might run away from her. Mitchell has always been notoriously bad at math, even before possessing this body. She wonders if she can truly handle starting from scratch with quadratic equations. By sunrise, Mitchell is still sitting at her desk. That crazy and cruel Reina has actually managed to make her solve calculus with her own hands. Mitchell is utterly confused. How could this have happened? She looks at her paper in disbelief. Is it possible that overnight, a blockhead like her managed to grasp vectors, trigonometric functions, and differential calculus? Mitchell begins to think Reina might be a genius teacher, born to instruct. Reina, exhausted and about to pass out on her bed, casually remarks that Mitchell's intelligence isn't so bad after all. Reina falls asleep almost instantly, and Mitchell checks her pulse to confirm she's truly asleep. She is sure that Reina might sleep all day without sleeping pills. Originally, she had planned to let Reina take the penalty points alone, but now after receiving Reina's gratitude, now she wonders if they should share the blame. Acting on impulse, Mitchell breaks the door herself. The head of the dorm storms in, screaming about the noise. As a result, Reina's penalty points increase to 3 and Mitchell's climb to 2. Outside, Mitchell looks at the sky, unconcerned about the door she just broke, and heads to the exam room. Walking through the corridor, she notices that everyone who prepared breakfast is already asleep. Her plan seems to be going smoothly. Mitchell enters the exam room, expecting only Kana to be present. However, she sees a guy there as well. Still, she concludes it's fine. She wonders if he also has a high resistance to poison, considering how awake he seems. Then, she remembers that he's a carnivore who won't even touch vegetables. She figures this won't affect his grades anyway, but it feels like a small setback on her side. The examiner enters, confused as to why only 3 people are present. However, he was easily convinced as he states it looks like magicians are weird by nature and instructs them to write their names and start the exam. Mitchell looks at the question paper utterly amused and starts crying, startling the professor. He's worried about why she's crying, but Mitchell's tears are of relief. The questions are all problems she knows how to solve. She vividly recalls Reina teaching her one function, one integral, one extreme value, one integer, and one particularly challenging problem. All now burning brightly in her mind, Reina showed her this problem. She also warned Mitchell that it's a trap since it's just a matter of hard work. She decides to do it. Mitchell flips through the pages and realizes she's already done with the paper, with 20 minutes still left. It feels like a miracle. Teacher Reina has created a miracle for her. Mitchell finally understands the grace of a good teacher, comparing it to heaven. The scene shifts to Mitchell preparing for another challenge, a practical exam, a battle. She brings her sword forward, declaring that this is entirely separate from the earlier math exam. Reina appears with her own sword, ready to fight, claiming she'll defeat Mitchell and gain the right to eat snacks on her bed. Mitchell counters, stating that if she wins, she'll put up a partition in the room. Reina swings her sword, dismissing the idea of a partition. Her heavy axe swings like a toy, forcing Mitchell to defend herself. Mitchell thinks Reina is a reckless guerrilla, wielding her weapon with no strategy. Normally, with a weapon as heavy as a warhammer, one would aim for openings, but Reina gives Mitchell no such chance. Mitchell decides she'll need a different strategy. She charges head-on, which Reina mocks as reckless. Reina swings her axe toward Mitchell, warning there's no way to dodge. However, Mitchell has a plan. She endures minimal damage and closes the distance. Using a rope, she wraps it around Reina's neck, pulls her closer, and knees her in the stomach. Reina falls to the ground, defeated. The teacher announces Mitchell as the winner, awarding her an A+. Unfazed by the result, Mitchell hits Reina for multiple reasons: for making her drag her around the campus, for making her study math all night, and for the sorrow of losing her comfortable single room. The teacher intervenes, warning Mitchell to stop, as if she hit more than this, she will have to face sanctions. Reluctantly, Mitchell lets it go for now. She ranks first in the practical exam, securing high scores in all subjects. Afterward, the teacher tells Mitchell someone has come to visit her, asking her to go to the visiting room. She's confused, and the teacher adds that it's her younger brother waiting in the visiting room. At the academy's visiting hours, Mitchell's brother calls her out, demanding to know what is going on with the strange cotton thread and the dazzling clothes. Mitchell is just as confused as Chirp and asks what he means by all this. Chirp questions if Mitchell had been lying about attending the Magic Academy. Mitchell counters by asking if this isn't the university, but she guesses it's because he is still a first-year student in the School of Magic. The place looks less like a visiting room and more like a prisoner's waiting area. Mitchell then asks why Chirp is there, and he replies that there was a delivery of a living creature. Mitchell wonders what living creature he's talking about. Chirp opens the cage, revealing a lizard. Mitchell ponders where this lizard could have come from. At first glance, it seems to be a venomous snake with distinct stripes on its skin. However, upon closer inspection, Mitchell finds the lace monitor lizard to be very cute. The security personnel shout at Mitchell to stay back, but eventually, they hand over the lizard to her. Mitchell finds it even cuter when she sees it up close. Chirp thinks he might know the reason why Mitchell received a mating proposal from the Water King. Mitchell is confused about why a lizard is involved all of a sudden, but Chirp replies that it will be a long story. At the Tower of the Beast King, someone approaches Gret, the Beast King's father, and asks him to stand in the middle for a picture. All 3 of them, Gret, Hubert, and the other person, stand together for a congratulatory ceremony celebrating the remodeling of the Tower of the Beast King. Looking at the picture, Hubert states that the remodeling work is finally finished and wonders if it took a month. He remarks that although there were many complaints about the smell coming from the lower floors, he's glad the work was completed safely. He tells Gret that there were some areas that received extra focus during the remodeling process. Gret grows curious about these parts. Hubert explains that in the corpse disposal facility, they now dry and age the bodies thoroughly so they can be used as fertilizer for farmland. Gret, amused by this innovation, comments that it's environmentally friendly and that this year's rice harvest will be abundant. Hubert adds that they also cleaned up and reorganized the garbage dump and planted birch trees to give the area a Nordic feel. Gret points out that everyone these days seems to be obsessed with Nordic trends. Gret recalls that he was told everything would be completely remodeled, along with postponed cleaning, but it seems they've made changes here and there. He admits the tower looks much more refined compared to before. Hubert grows excited to leave and suggests going to Mitchell's house to deliver an invitation. Gret, so focused on the remodeling, has lost track of time and can't believe it's been a month. He wonders if a month is considered a long time by human standards. Gret remembers how, back when the driving king took a nap, he cried because his close human friend had died. He wonders if this could happen again. Before he can dwell on this thought, Hubert runs to him, claiming there's a big problem. Gret becomes worried, asking if something has happened to Mitchell or if she might have died within the month. Hubert explains that Mitchell has entered the capital's academy and won't return until the vacation. Holding Chirp, who is trembling, Gret comments that for a human to attend school means they have a long time left to live, so it shouldn't be a problem. Hubert insists that it is a problem, explaining that Mitchell has entered Crowell Academy, one of the most prestigious schools on the continent. Hubert prompts his father to think about how many cool people she might meet there. He worries aloud about the possibility of Mitchell getting into a relationship or even getting married. Gret is confused and doesn't understand what Hubert means. Hubert elaborates, stating that Mitchell has eyes and will obviously prefer someone lively. Gret confidently replies that he is lively too. Hubert shouts back that no, the person who is lively is him. Realizing his point, Hubert explains that Mitchell might enjoy spending time with people her age more. Gret thinks it over and concedes that friends of the same age are indeed important, but he reasons that it's okay because she will return during the vacation. Hubert, however, is still concerned, wondering what will happen if she decides to settle down with someone in the capital and never comes back. This thought troubles Gret, who had never considered the possibility of Mitchell not returning. Meanwhile, Mitchell finally speaks up, stating that she's heard Gret wants to marry her. The Beast King, Gret, replies that Mitchell will not marry him. Chirp chimes in, claiming that Gret himself said he would mate with Mitchell. Gret confidently replies that he does consider mating with Mitchell in the future. Chirp, stunned, calls him a scoundrel. The shock causes Chirp to revert to his human form. He accuses Gret of being ungrateful to his benefactor and asks how he can talk about mating without taking responsibility. Gret, confused, wonders since when not taking responsibility made someone a scoundrel. He is utterly puzzled about what taking responsibility even means. Hubert covers Chirp's face and urges his father to check on Mitchell's situation instead. Gret rises from his chair, stating that they can figure out the responsibility part later. Suddenly, Gret slashes off his own arm. Chirp watches in horror, believing the crazy Beast King has finally lost it. Hubert runs to his father, insisting that cutting off one of his tails would have been enough for surveillance purposes, but Gret insists that the arm is more effective. Hubert grows teary, worried about his father's injury, and thinks that Gret might recreate his arm using the mechanical limbs he developed while making Hubert. As they watch, the severed arm transforms into a lizard. Hubert observes that the lizard is too large for surveillance purposes. Chirp is utterly confused, wondering how Gret can create life like this. Even if he is the Beast King, one of the 4 great demon kings, creating life should be a power reserved for the gods, not an alter ego. However, this lizard is not like an alter ego. It acts independently, with its own consciousness, and seems completely separate from the Beast King. Chirp wonders who on earth Gret truly is. Gret orders Chirp to take the lizard to Mitchell. Chirp questions how he's supposed to carry something so heavy, but Gret provides the costs for a round-trip carriage and living expenses. Both Gret and Hubert bid him farewell. Chirp tells Mitchell the story, but with a version that's slightly different from reality. Mitchell is happy that Gret went to such lengths for her to enter the academy. She mentions that, according to Chirp, she can randomly share visions or convey messages with Gret. Sherp confirms this but silently wonders if Mitchell truly doesn't know anything about the surveillance. He states that now the delivery is complete, he will take his leave, but Mitchell tells him to stop. Narrowing her eyes, she accuses Chirp of rushing off suspiciously fast and wonders if he is hiding something from her. Chirp looks back and flinches. Mitchell demands Chirp to tell her the truth. She states that she knows Chirp not only received transportation fare, but also pocket money from Gert. This shocks Chirp, leaving him to wonder how she knows this. Mitchell questions how much he received, but Chirp, believing it's not much, states that it's 50,000 crowns. However, Mitchell points out that he must have received 100,000. Mitchell demands that he hand it over, and Chirp cries, asking why, as it is the pocket money he was given. Mitchell clarifies that she isn't trying to take it away. Instead, she explains that if he just carries it around, he will lose it, pointing out how many pickpockets are in the city. Chirp grows worried about the possibility of being pickpocketed. Mitchell suggests that if he gives it to her, except for the fare to get back, she will keep it safe and return it to him when he goes home for vacation. She adds that if he doesn't trust her, they can write a contract. Chirp becomes excited at the idea of writing a contract. He raises his hand and agrees, stating that she must return it to him during vacation. Mitchell promises, but internally, she thinks what a foolish boy he is for truly believing she will return it. Instead, she plans to spend it all and never return it, with no intention of denying it. Mitchell believes it's wonderful to have younger siblings. As Mitchell walks, she thinks about naming the little lizard she has. Since it's white, she considers calling it Whitey. Just then, someone calls out to her. Hearing Cyan's voice, Mitchell becomes excited, but Cyan angrily shouts at her, asking where she has been, as today is the book return day. Mitchell ponders about the book return day and remembers that today was indeed the last day to return that embarrassing signboard. She has been so busy that she completely forgot. Cyan yells, asking if she wants to embarrass him on purpose. At that moment, the lizard jumps off Mitchell, lands on Cyan, bites his leg, and makes him run around in a panic. Mitchell shouts at the lizard, demanding it calm down, pointing out that Cyan is no different from a paper doll. She catches the lizard and scolds it, asking who told it to behave like that. Then, she turns to Cyan, questioning if he's fine or hurt anywhere, though it's clear that he's not okay at all. Mitchell wonders if Cyan, even as a powerless prince, might be executed this time. In the nurse's office, Cyan shouts that he will kill her, declaring that this time he will definitely have her executed. Mitchell thinks to herself that if he keeps making a fuss like this, someone will hear them. Realizing there's no other option, she takes something from her pocket and drinks it, pointing out that she'll have to put him to sleep using the emergency sleeping pills Kana gave her. She places her hand on Cyan, who questions what she's drinking all of a sudden, but before he can react, she kisses him. Flustered, Cyan screams loudly, asking what she is doing and what she just fed him. More importantly, he insists this doesn't count. Mitchell asks if this was his first kiss, but Cyan insists it doesn't count as his first kiss. However, he then questions if this wasn't her first kiss, and Mitchell, after some thought, realizes it was her first time as well. Whether it was her first kiss or not, she knows that he dislikes it, though she doesn't understand why. Wishing he would fall asleep because he's too noisy, she hits his neck and demands he sleep already. Mitchell thinks to herself that since he took the sleeping pills, he should sleep soundly now. She then plans to inspect the wound to destroy any evidence. Of course, she is confident that Gret wouldn't send anything dangerous, but since it might be poisonous, it would be wise to consult Kana about it. When she removes his clothes, she notices the scars on his legs. They appear to be from being beaten or whipped. The scars don't seem recent but rather old, and there are also burn marks in areas that aren't visible, along with traces of something that was cauterized and healed. Mitchell wonders if the smell of medicine she noticed before could be because of this. No matter how powerless Cyan is, he's still a prince. Mitchell reasons that there are probably very few people who would remain unharmed after injuring a prince. This means the person who made these scars must hold a position so high that Cyan can't even speak out against them. For example, it could be the emperor, the empress, or maybe even the crown princess. Though Mitchell couldn't solve the mystery of Cyan's scars, she is relieved to learn from Kana, an expert in poisons, that the wound from the lizard bite was no problem. It seems the lizard bit him with its gums, hiding its venomous teeth. As expected, the lizard has a good nature, just like after all Jurt gave it as a gift. Mitchell concludes that her Whitey is truly kind. Now that Cyan's issue is resolved, Mitchell focuses on the long-awaited garden announcement. She looks at the board and laughs, declaring that she did it. She is in first place, and with this, her terminally ill life is over. It's clear that the status abnormality has disappeared from the status window. Of course, there were several crises, like the sleeping pills incident and injuries to the royal family, but she overcame them all and lifted the abnormal status. Moreover, thanks to the evaluation that their class is unusually calm for the magic department, all first-year students were given magic needle exchange permits. Mitchell is thrilled, knowing that now she can enjoy her free campus life. Just as she is leaving, someone calls out to her. She looks back to see a girl with black hair and black eyes, undoubtedly of the Crowell royal bloodline. It's the third princess, Sarah Crowell. Sarah demands that Mitchell become her comrade. Mitchell declares boldly that she is the female lead of Repentance of the Dawn. Mitchell remembers that during this time, she is usually with Raina, but then she thinks about switching her focus from Raina to herself because she has taken the top spot. However, she wonders why, in the first place, the third princess was hanging out with the top students in the original story. As far as Mitchell remembers, the princess had no interest in the throne. Someone else suddenly squeezes in. The boy states that he knows this might be confusing but requests her to please listen to what Princess Sarah has to say for a moment. This is the same Princess Sarah, the Eastern Warbler, that Mitchell saw at the entrance ceremony. It is nice that they offered Mitchell a companion since she is the top student, different from the original story. But staying near them would only get her involved and lead her to death. So Mitchell knows it is better to refuse. She blandly states that she has no intention of becoming Sarah's companion. Suddenly, blood starts coming from her mouth. Sarah rushes to her, asking if she is all right, and the boy rushes to find a doctor. Mitchell wonders why this is happening, as the terminal condition status should have disappeared. Then, she notices the terminal again on the screen and wonders what the number 5 even means. At the end, she thinks it might be a countdown pattern, going from 5 to 4. She is indeed right. Mitchell calls out to Sarah, who asks if she is in a lot of pain. Mitchell loudly screams that she will join the club and think about what to do next. All excited, Sarah states that it's a name club, so Mitchell must have been interested in the club she created. Sarah eagerly writes Mitchell's name on the membership form. The Warbler offers Mitchell a napkin to clean herself and apologizes, saying the princess can be a bit insistent. Mitchell can tell just by looking at her. However, the boy tells her that Sarah is really a nice person. Mitchell can see that he is completely bewitched by her. Sniffing the napkin, Mitchell remarks that she will wash it and return it to Sarah. Shocked, the Warbler points out that she can keep it, as it's a cheap one. Mitchell is confused as to why the Warbler is bowing to her, but it makes sense. In the original novel, the Warbler was able to use transportation magic, but he was considered non-combat and never participated in fights. The princess always protected him. When Mitchell bows to reject Sarah's offer, she is unable to bow properly. Still, Mitchell is confused as to why she is bowing to this common Eastern Warbler. She looks at him, determined to know what kind of creature he is. Anyway, since everything seems suspicious but she is already joined, she decides she might as well fulfill some of her own desires. Mitchell has a condition for joining the club. Sarah questions what the condition is. Mitchell wants Sarah to include Cyan in the club as a member too, but Sarah seems not to know who Cyan is. The Warbler whispers to Sarah that Cyan Krull is her elder brother, who is older than her by 1 year. Sarah is shocked to learn that her brother attends the academy. Meanwhile, Mitchell cries over how insignificant Cyan seems. Sarah clears her throat and assures Mitchell that making Cyan join the club is easy. They all move to Cyan's residence, which is located within the academy's residential area. Sarah screams from the outside for Cyan to come out. The Warbler, ever innocent, suggests that since Cyan isn't responding, he's probably not home. But Sarah is sure Cyan is at home. She kicks the door, breaking it, and barges in. As expected from the princess, famously called the back alley princess in fan cafes, the Warbler innocently advises her that breaking the door was unnecessary. Cyan appears, coughing, and demands an explanation. He asks Sarah what she thinks she's doing and reminds her of how much the front door cost to fix. Sarah dismisses his concerns and bluntly tells Cyan to join her club. Cyan angrily questions her intentions. The Warbler, acting as a peacemaker, asks both the prince and princess to calm down. However, Cyan furiously snaps at him, questioning how a low person like him dares to interrupt. This makes Sarah twitch with anger. Mitchell, clearly enjoying the scene, thinks that at this rate, it might end up as a bloodbath. She calls Cyan stupid for daring to tease the warbler in front of Sarah. Sarah suddenly turns away and walks toward Mitchell, making her wonder why. Sarah slaps Mitchell and tells Cyan to watch what he says, adding that the warbler is not lowly and that Cyan cannot belittle him just because he was born into the royal family. Cyan is furious and demands to know why Mitchell was dragged into this. Sarah coldly replies that since the warbler is precious to her, she decided to humiliate someone who is precious to Cyan in return. Cyan flinches, confused by her words. When Sarah raises her hand to slap Mitchell again, Cyan grabs her hand and says he will apologize to the warbler if she stops. However, Sarah insists that if Cyan is truly sorry, he must join her club. Cyan grudgingly agrees but states he will only write his name and nothing more. Turning away, Sarah apologizes to Mitchell, admitting that even though she needed Cyan's permission to join the club, she was wrong to slap her. She offers Mitchell a chance to hit her back as compensation. Mitchell is amused, wondering if Sarah realizes she is a princess. After all, who would dare hit a princess with full force? Still, Mitchell decides she will gladly do it. Warming up, she warns Sarah that she is strong and the slap will hurt. Sarah, prepared, reminds Mitchell that she hit her off guard, so the shock must have been greater. Mitchell slaps Sarah as hard as she was slapped. Cyan grabs Mitchell's hand, scolding her for not going easy. Sarah raises her hand and points out that there's still one hit left. Mitchell replies that it's fine. After all, Sarah is truly a princess. All swallowed by hits, Sarah announces that she will now go recruit other members and wishes Cyan and Mitchell a good time together. Cyan, visibly trembling with anger, shouts have a good time his ass and points Mitchell to get out of his house. Mitchell, the innocent female lead, gets kicked out of her lover's house. She wanted to explore Cyan's house more. Suddenly, a voice speaks, startling her. Mitchell wonders where this voice is coming from. It's Gret, who says it's been a long time since they last met. Mitchell recognizes Gret's voice but wonders how it's possible. She speculates that it might be the random functioning communication chirp mentioned before. Gret asks how she has been. She replies that she is doing well, has entered the magic department safely, and has become the top student. As expected, Gret informs her that the remodeling of the Beast Tower has been completed and asks her to make sure to visit. She agrees, saying she will come during vacation. Suddenly, Gret directs her to walk 50 meters in the 2 o'clock direction. Mitchell questions why, and Gret responds that there's someone he knows. Mitchell is confused, wondering who at the academy Gret could know. It was strange for Beats King to have an acquaintance in the academy. She ponders what kind of person they might be. The two walk together and reach the second dean's room. Mitchell wonders if the person Gret knows is Dean. Gret urges Mitchell to ring the bell, even though Mitchell doesn't want to be there under any circumstances. She reluctantly rings the bell and the image of the dean appears. He immediately questions what brings her there and promptly asks if she has finally chosen him as her advisor. Mitchell thinks to herself that this is something that will never happen in her lifetime. Mitchell, holding Gret, states that she has heard the dean and Gret know each other. The dean looks startled, and Mitchell wonders about the sudden change in his demeanor. The dean turns his face away, and Gret, in his lizard form, questions if the dean has no shame. The reaction reminds Mitchell of how the dean acted when they first met. The lizard jumps to the ground and tells Mitchell he will chat with the dean for a while. Mitchell grows concerned about whether she will be able to return home. Gret reassures her that he cannot return on his own, but Whitey can help her. Mitchell thinks to herself that Whitey is indeed very smart. Now that the communication permit has been issued, Mitchell decides to go for a walk before heading back. She enjoys her time alone for a while. The status window no longer shows a time limit condition, which allows Mitchell to attend school without any problems. Occasionally, when the communication line is clear, Mitchell talks with Gret and Hubert, enjoying a peaceful life. This is the campus life she always dreamed of, the ordinary college life. Walking on the school grounds, Mitchell hopes things will remain this way. During class, the teacher announces that today's practical combat class will be an exchange session with the Combat Techniques department. The Combat Techniques students step forward, mocking the Magic department students, saying they look boring and confidently claiming they will secure the top score this year as well. The magic department students retort that they won't lose this time. However, Mitchell seems uninterested. The combat techniques, students boast that their group includes the famous Northern Grand Duke, Eugene. Mitchell is shocked and turns around, wondering if the Northern Duke has really come forward. Eugene clarifies that he is not a Grand Duke but a Marquis, and his father is still alive. His classmates proudly exclaim if anyone has heard of him, referring to him as Killer Eugene. Eugene, embarrassed, insists he is not a killer but simply Eugene, the Northern Spear Duke. Eugene is a character from The Repentance of the Dawn. In the novel, he was heavily utilized on the battlefield, earning the title of Grand Duke of the North. He fought silently to protect his wife despite being exploited by the imperial family, but ultimately died a tragic death due to his sins. However, that event is far in the future. During his school days, Eugene does not hold the title of Grand Duke, but everyone naturally calls him that because he fits the image perfectly. Eugene is 190 centimeters tall, with hair as dark as the night sky and sharp red eyes that seem to bleed. His massive, solid chest and thighs appear ready to burst with muscle. His devoted nature and love for women make him extremely popular on fan sites. Mitchell never understood his popularity when she read about him, but seeing him in person, she thinks the combat techniques uniform suits him well. The way it clings to his sharp collarbones makes Mitchell involuntarily whistle. Grit, irritated, asks what is making Mitchell so excited. Startled, she replies aloud that it's fun to watch. Grit questions if she likes looking at fat men. Mitchell corrects him, saying it's not fat but muscles. Grit retorts that he has muscles too. Mitchell explains that while Grit's muscles are natural, Eugene's are built through hard work, making them completely different. Grit, feeling sad, mutters his disappointment. Mitchell wonders if Grit's mood is due to being suddenly summoned for communication and advises him to get some rest. Grit takes his leave and Mitchell tells Whitey they need to work on their timing. But Whitey seems disinterested. Frustrated, Mitchell reminds him that she feeds and takes care of him, yet he always sides with his father. Someone from the combat techniques department steps forward, proposing a challenge. Whoever beats their Grand Duke will earn the glorious coat. Mitchell thinks she wouldn't take that ugly coat even if they begged her. They ask who is the strongest in the magic department and who ranked first in the practical combat midterms. Mitchell points to Raina, stating she got first place. Raina, confused, wonders if Mitchell has finally accepted her as a rival or as a comrade in times of crisis. But Mitchell's reason is far simpler. She finds the situation embarrassing and annoying. Raina, excited, declares she will win. With everything seemingly resolved, Mitchell decides to watch from a distance. Suddenly, the teacher calls out to Mitchell, informing her that the combat department professor is looking for her. Mitchell is introduced to the professor as the student who ranked first in the midterms. The professor opens a briefcase and reveals a prototype gun from the magic workshop, boasting that it could sell for millions. She asks Mitchell to imbue the bullets with magic. Mitchell refuses, explaining that doing so would leave her coughing blood for an entire week. The professor sighs and says if it's that difficult, there's no helping it. However, as the professor prepares to leave, she casually mentions that the gun is worth $100 million. Swayed by the money, Mitchell reluctantly agrees, even if it means coughing blood. She locks the deal and starts the task, soon coughing blood as predicted. She regrets her decision, thinking she will die at this rate, but consoles herself that the money was too good to pass up. More importantly, Mitchell is relieved there's no news from Sarah. She was worried about joining a club full of incidents, but it seems Princess Sarah and her aide are attending school without issues. In the original story, they would have been caught up in a dangerous dungeon by now. Suddenly, Mitchell hears a familiar sound. She believes it can't be happening and scolds herself for thinking something bad would happen, calling it too cliché. However, the status screen updates, showing Dawn has updated. Dr. Bruno's secret dungeon must be cleared or she will die. Trembling with anger, Mitchell screams in frustration, wondering if she will ever get a moment to rest. Dr. Bruno's secret dungeon in the original story is first encountered by the princess and her party while searching for the clubroom. In their attempt to locate the secret laboratory inside, they face death multiple times. One might assume, as with any dungeon, that they must battle monsters. However, this dungeon is unlike any other. There are no monsters, not a single one, because the dungeon is meant to house forbidden books, and these books must remain undamaged. Releasing monsters would risk destroying the books. So the real question arises, how does this dungeon protect the books from intruders? The answer lies in the countless traps and the maze that lines the path. Artifacts cause confusion while interfering with skills, and the environment itself is inhospitable, offering not even a drop of water. It is truly a setting designed for survival battles. The main characters consider these episodes more dreadful than the scene where they fought the Demon King. Voluntarily entering such a dungeon seems unbearable. Yet, here we are. Mitchell, having meticulously packed bottled water, food, antibodies, and other essentials, is perfectly prepared for the challenge. She has successfully completed the professor's assignment and decides that the weekend is the perfect time to enter the dungeon. Since there was no mention of needing multiple people to conquer it, Mitchell resolves to go alone, clear the dungeon, and return. At the former School of Magic Dean's laboratory, Mitchell stands at the entrance. She knows the lab has been abandoned for over 10 years since the previous dean was imprisoned as a political criminal. Just looking at it gives the impression that ghosts might appear. There is a reason this sinister place hasn't been demolished and remains untouched. Whenever attempts were made to demolish the building, people went missing. It's believed they were warped into the dungeon while inspecting the dean's office. If the disappearances were the only problem, that would be one thing. However, the real issue is that those who vanished returned alive but completely changed. Once, an entire demolition crew disappeared as a group, only to return suddenly as radical social activists. These sudden disappearances and drastic personality changes have led to the lab being abandoned and considered haunted. Mitchell, fully aware of the whole story, steps into the dean's office. She suspects the princess may have accidentally triggered an artifact, leading to this whole ordeal. Frustrated, Mitchell breaks a window and demands for it to come forward. In a fit of stress relief, she decides to smash everything, muttering to herself about where the artifact might be and what she should break next. Suddenly, Mitchell hears a voice. Someone from the other side yells. Confused, Mitchell wonders who could be there. Sarah, on the other side, slams the door and demands to know what's happening. Mitchell is baffled as to why the princess is here. She hadn't expected anyone to come looking for a clubroom until now, and of all times, why today? Frustrated, Mitchell yells at the princess not to come any closer, but it's too late. Sarah has already punched through the wall. A piece from the wall falls behind Mitchell and lands on a hidden button. Mitchell screams, wondering why the button had to be there of all places. Regardless, it doesn't help now. She hopes only those inside the room are affected, but the entire building begins to warp. Mitchell sits cross-legged, fuming with anger, while Sarah sits trembling in front of her. Mitchell scolds her for coming when she was clearly told not to. Sarah apologizes, but Mitchell snaps, questioning if Sarah thinks that's enough. Wargler steps forward to defend Sarah, explaining that she didn't mean any harm. However, before he can finish, Mitchell growls angrily, brings out her rod, and hits him. Mitchell calls Warbler a stubborn brat and scolds him for hiding his strength even in this situation, despite being stronger than the princess. She sneers, calling him a useless chickadee, and mocks that while copperhead birds are pretty and cute, creatures like him are utterly useless. Sarah mentions that Mitchell's statement can be overlooked as she protests, saying Warbler is lovely and cute, but Mitchell snaps back, saying that's only in the princess's eyes. Objectively, she declares their albino much cuter, calling the princess a nuisance. Sarah, shocked at being called a nuisance, protests that she always tries her best. Mitchell retorts that Sarah has never experienced hardships, so what could she possibly know about the people's livelihoods? Sarcastically, she suggests that if Sarah loves commoners so much, she should try living on 1 million crowns for a month. Sarah is appalled, explaining that's only enough for her 2-day snack money. Mitchell continues, asking if Sarah even knows the cost of renting a carriage for a day or the price of a piece of jade bread, the national snack. Sarah, visibly flustered, asks Mitchell to refrain from these kinds of questions. Before Sarah can say more, Sayan starts mocking her for acting so proud earlier and now looking ridiculous. Mitchell glares at Sayan and tells him to shut up. Sayan, shocked, questions what she just said. He accuses her of being arrogant, saying he's been trying hard to put up with her and she doesn't appreciate it. Mitchell twitches with anger as what did he just said and grabs him and throws him to the ground, scolding him. She sarcastically calls him a rascal and says she only finds him cute, nothing more. Looking around for her next victim, Mitchell spots Reina, who is trembling. Raina insists she hasn't done anything wrong, but Mitchell snaps, saying she just hates her and doesn't even want to share a small space with her, calling her a trash gorilla. When she turns to Eugene, she pauses, pleased. She notes Eugene has strong survivability and doesn't rely solely on skills, which could be useful against skill-blocking artifacts. She pats him and declares he might be useful, leaving Eugene wondering if she's serious. Mitchell decides to first reveal this to the thieves who will steal her food and water in the future, as all of them are standing quietly for her. Judging from Mitchell's belongings, it looks like she came here knowing that there's a dungeon in this place. She plans to talk about the details gradually, but first decides to distribute the supplies. Raina asks if Mitchell can't use her magic to solve the water issue. Mitchell, impressed by the sharp question as expected from a gorilla, explains that she tested before coming here, but her magic makes the water salty, likely because she subconsciously imagines seawater due to being from Elam. Sarah bluntly says, "What are they even talking about, Lady Letham?" Then it means Mitchell is a Nephthys. Her words hang in the air, but before she can say anything further, Mitchell's sharp glare cuts her off mid-sentence. Mitchell orders the princess to follow her. Reaching the wall, she suddenly slams her against it. Inichel demands where did she get that information, suspecting the royal institution. Sarah sutters, but Mitchell's glares intensely determined to know how Sarah knew she was a Nephthys. Sarah states that no matter how she looks at her, in her eyes, Mitchell only appears as Nephthys with freckles and glasses. To Sarah Jr., it seems like Mitchell wanted to hide her identity, which is why she treated her as even Rafe. However, Sarah is curious about how Mitchell has managed to avoid getting caught until now. Mitchell thinks she is a very clever woman, believing nobody knew her secret, so she thought it was perfect. After receiving a promise from the princess to keep her identity secret, they return to where everyone is gathered. Mitchell begins explaining that, according to her investigation, there are artifacts in this area that affect skills. She questions what might happen if someone uses a dangerous skill. Suddenly, Raina activates her skill, Flame. Mitchell shouts at her for interrupting, as she was in the middle of explaining something. Raina, however, insists she just wanted to light up the area with a small spark, wondering what is going on. In the end, Raina gets reprimanded and beaten up. Mitchell continues, explaining that controlling mana is difficult in this area, so it's better not to rely on skills. Fortunately, there are no monsters in the maze, so they just need to watch out for traps. She begins distributing water. Raina and Eugene are given one bottle. The princess and her aides share one bottle, and Cyan and Mitchell get one bottle. Cyan screams in frustration, questioning why Raina and Eugene get a whole bottle individually while he and Mitchell have to share one. Mitchell replies curtly, explaining it is because Raina and Eugene will work harder from now on. Cyan protests, saying that if it's about physical power. But before he can finish, Mitchell interrupts him, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. She boasts that she can defeat him without using any skills, just with her fingers. Eugene hesitantly asks what Mitchell means by using your body, hoping it isn't about carrying luggage. Mitchell explains their roles. She will draw a map of the paths they've taken so far, while Eugene and Raina are to stand at the front and protect the food and water for her. Eugene questions why they need to protect her when there are no monsters around. Realizing it's a trap, he exclaims in disbelief that using their body means they'll be her meat shields. Eugene and Raina immediately run for their lives, with Raina calling Mitchell a crazy woman. Mitchell justifies their task, stating that they need to pay for having a bottle of water to themselves. Cyan whispers to Mitchell, suggesting that he thinks half a bottle of water might be enough for him and that he can even go without drinking for a day. Seeing how quickly he changes his tune, Mitchell finds it amusing and cute. After some time, Eugene and Raina, tired from running, return. Mitchell praises them, calling them well-done meat, but quickly corrects herself, referring to them as leaders. She then explains the next step, closing the valve at the end of the corridor to stop the traps. This, she says, is how they'll be able to cross it safely. At the crossroads, Raina offers to take the lead, telling Eugene to rest this time. Mitchell watches Raina and muses that she is a loyal kid for taking the lead, thinking she has indeed chosen the right meat shield. Raina decides to start with the right path, but something begins falling like rain. When Raina extends her arm forward, her blazer gets a hole burned into it. Sarah points out that it seems to be a powerful acid. Her aide believes they won't be able to proceed. Mitchell notices they are saying the same thing as described in the novel she read. The corridor reacts to impacts on the walls and floors, releasing sulfuric acid rain. Because of this, the original team had no choice but to take the left path and wander for over a day before discovering that the valve controlling the acid rain was at the end of the right passage. This made the right path the shortest route to the destination. Determined, Mitchell decides to move forward. Reina shouts at her, asking what she thinks she's doing. Mitchell knows that Arachine fabric won't dissolve immediately from the acid, it will melt if it accumulates. Reina, concerned, questions her plan. Mitchell covers her head with her blazer, explaining that she's preparing to run. Instead of wasting time taking a longer path, she plans to charge ahead at full speed and reach the valve. Despite the warnings, Mitchell starts running, with others calling her a reckless, crazy woman from behind. Mitchell thinks to herself that if she can hold out until she reaches the valve, she'll be fine. Sarah calls out, pointing to something on her left, but Mitchell keeps going. Finally, reaching the valve, Mitchell discovers it's a trap. She debates using her gun as magic is too risky. She had planned to sell the gun without registering it to save money, but a notification pops up, confirming that the gun is now registered to Mitchell and one other person. Frustrated but determined, she reloads the gun, aims carefully, and hits the target, praising her accuracy. Luckily, the magic stored in the bullets isn't affected by the artifact. However, something is wrong. She screams in pain as the acid rain begins to take its toll. On the other side, the others notice Mitchell's worsening condition. Despite this, she manages to turn the wheel on the wall, stopping all the traps. She calls out to the group, telling them it's safe to come over now. Upon reaching her, they all question her recklessness. Noticing her clothes full of holes, Cyan covers his face in embarrassment, wondering what she's doing. He quickly offers her his coat to put on. Eugene also tries to give her his jacket, but Reina steps in, insisting that Mitchell wear her clothes instead. Reina begins to take off her clothes, causing Mitchell to scream in disbelief, questioning if Reina has lost her mind. Mitchell demands to know why Reina has taken off her skirt, wondering aloud if Reina possesses some sort of exposure certificate. Reina, however, calmly replies, asking what Mitchell means by an exposure certificate when she is still wearing underwear. Mitchell, flustered, calls Reina dirty. Water is being poured over Mitchell's burnt hand. Eugene quickly covers her hand with a cloth, knowing that this is the only treatment they can provide for now. He insists that they should go back before the injury worsens. However, Mitchell reassures him that there is no need to worry. She is prepared for situations like this and brought antibodies with her. Without hesitation, she consumes them, confident that even in a world of magic, antibodies remain the best treatment for inflammation. Sarah praises Mitchell's foresight, impressed by her thorough preparations. Mitchell then recalls an incident from her childhood when she suffered from a high fever for 10 days after being scratched by a tree branch. Sarah laughs, commenting that she must have been through a lot. Before she can say anything further, Mitchell tries to stop her by signaling, tightly gripping the bottle in her hand. Cyan immediately yells at her for wasting their precious supply, while Sarah, panicked, gives a thumbs up, calling Mitchell their ace member. Mictel thinks to herself that Sarah was just about to call her Nephthys mad dog. They all continue moving further into the cave. After some time, Mitchell turns around, noting that they have traveled quite a distance. Deciding to take a break, she questions Eugene about his injury. Eugene dismisses her concern, stating that he is used to getting hurt. However, Mitchell finds it hard to believe that he was struck by an arrow in the leg and is still acting so composed. She acknowledges that it is expected from the Northern Duke, who has spent his entire life on the battlefield. Mitchell brings out food, knowing that everyone must be hungry. Eugene looks displeased as he points out that they are eating military rations. It is not surprising, considering his background, that he recognizes it at first glance. He then angrily states that taking military food out of the base is against the law. Mitchell casually replies that she is not the one who violated the law. Eugene insists on knowing who did. She tells him that he will find out once they return to the academy. Narrowing his eyes, he thanks her for such an honest report. Internally, Mitchell apologizes to the military members who sold her the food, wondering who really cares about the law in such circumstances. Cyan, curious, snatches the food from Mitchell. Given that it is from the Royal Empire, he assumes it might be edible. Upon opening the bag, he finds bread, chocolate, and pieces of meat. Mitchell confidently declares it a perfect meal as it contains all the necessary nutrients. The group, however, remains in denial. Sarah, in agony, declares that she will ask her father to improve the quality of military food. Eugene, on behalf of the Brandenburg Army, expresses his gratitude. Sarah questions why he does not file a complaint himself. He explains that he eats officers' meals, making it less of a concern for him. Sarah insists that it is still important, as food is linked to soldiers' morale. Eugene acknowledges her point and promises to keep it in mind. Growing impatient, Raina suddenly shouts for everyone to stop complaining and just eat whatever is available. She declares that the first person to eat is the master. Like a spoiled noble, Cyan sniffs the meat box and complains about its smell, questioning whether it is even real food. This catches Raina's attention. Without hesitation, she snatches the food from his hands, reasoning that he would not eat it anyway, and gulps it down in one bite. Cyan stares at her in disbelief. Raina, satisfied, exclaims that it was surprisingly good and that she might actually survive a little longer now. Mitchell watches, feeling slightly depressed at the sight of her monstrous roommate devouring the food. Seeing Cyan in shock after having his meal stolen, she suggests that he at least eat the chocolate, as it seems edible. Reluctantly, he starts eating, resembling a child being forced to finish his meal. Mitchell observes him with soft eyes, wondering how he can eat so pitifully, as if he is walking down a long, dark hallway. Annoyed by her gaze, Cyan glares at why is she looking at him like that. Mitchell finds it adorable, remarks on how amusing it is to watch him eat in such a dejected manner. Her words unexpectedly cause Raina, the so-called food monster, to lose her appetite. Cyan, irritated, starts smacking Mitchell, demanding to know what nonsense she is spouting. Mitchell, rather than being upset, finds it amusing how he does not seem to feel any hesitation while hitting her. All the fatigue she had accumulated now melts away. After finishing their meal, the group resumes their journey. Raina notes that the traps seem to have decreased and asks Mitchell how much farther they have to go. Mitchell checks her map and concludes that while they are getting closer to their destination, they will likely have to endure another day of travel. Based on the original development, this is a major challenge. Moreover, their water supply is low, and it is getting late. Mitchell believes they should. Suddenly, Sarah interrupts, telling them to wait. Her aide, concerned, asks what is wrong. Sarah explains that she hears the sound of water nearby. Mitchell is confused what she means by water sound, but then suddenly remembers something from the novel. Sarah had said the same thing before. Could this be the female lead's privilege at work? Sarah's intuition appears to be advancing the story. In any case, the main characters always seem to appear at the right time. They truly are like perfectly placed bombs, destined to push the narrative forward. The main character couple is indeed remarkable. Sarah, determined, starts knocking on the walls, searching for the hidden source of water. After a few knocks, she becomes certain there must be a space with water behind this wall. She orders everyone to step back, preparing to break through, activating her double pole skill. Mitchell, curious, wonders what skill Sarah is about to use. Until now, she had assumed Sarah relied on sheer strength. However, she suddenly recalls a crucial detail. If they use a skill here, the artifact might interfere with its activation. Meanwhile, Sarah clenches her fist and punches the wall, only for nothing to happen. She cries out in pain, while Mitchell, from behind, hurriedly warns her not to rush. Sarah insists that she knows what she is doing. If either Mitchell or Raina uses their skills, the entire cave could be in danger. This is the best approach. At worst, only Sarah's fist will suffer. With renewed determination, she activates her skill, double pole, once again. She punches the wall repeatedly, even as her aide looks on with concern. Finally, with one last forceful strike, the wall collapses. Mitchell watches in awe. As expected, Sarah was right. This is the stalactite cave mentioned in the original novel. Raina questions whether this is the stalactite cave. Sarah's aide turns to the princess, asking if she is all right. Sarah replies that she is fine, as it was not a big deal. However, her aide remains worried and urges her to take better care of her body. Sarah, with pride, insists that she is neither the emperor nor the official crown princess, so she does not believe she has the luxury to spare her body. Rather, she exists to uphold the nobility of the royal family. She firmly believes that those who stand above all must be willing to face death for the sake of the people and the nation. Mitchell observes Sarah, knowing that she was always this kind of person in the novel. She deeply respects Sarah's commitment to upholding that belief. However, this also makes her think that the princess's extreme dedication is a problem. It is even said that Sarah's aide cannot stop taking stomach medicine because of the stress caused by her reckless behavior. But ultimately, that is the fate of Ammon characters. Meanwhile, Cyan, who has been lagging behind, suddenly rushes forward in excitement upon seeing water. Without hesitation, he pushes Mitchell aside in an attempt to reach it. However, before he can drink, Mitchell makes him slip and fall, stopping him. She explains that directly drinking the water can cause stomach problems and that they need to filter it first using clean clothes. While saying this, she looks directly at Eugene. Eugene, realizing what she means, reluctantly prepares himself for what is about to happen. Soon after, his shirt is taken away, leaving him standing there, covering himself in embarrassment as he wonders why it is always him. Mitchell, however, is quite satisfied with the result. Eugene, still bewildered, asks if she truly meant to use clothing for filtering. They proceed by layering the cloth and pouring the water through it, allowing the filtered water to drip into a bottle. Mitchell points out that although this method cannot remove all the lime, it still makes the water drinkable and prevents stomach issues. Eugene is impressed, considering how useful this technique could be in the military. Raina, sitting beside Eugene and equally intrigued, questions how Mitchell knows such things. Mitchell casually replies that she had to do this when her water was cut off, obviously referring to the time before she became Mitchell. Raina, surprised by her answer, openly hopes that Mitchell will succeed and live well. Eugene, also amused, jokingly welcomes her into his army. Even Raina suggests that if Mitchell needs a job, her private Magievian team pays well. Sarah, considering Mitchell's future, suggests that they recommend her for a job as the Palace Magician Department. Mitchell, frustrated, shuts them all down, declaring that once she graduates, she will work in an office, one where it is cool in the summer and warm in the winter. However, seeing their expressions, she begins to wonder why the atmosphere suddenly feels so strange. Raina dismisses her concerns, stating that Mitchell is free to dream as much as she wants. Eugene, however, reminds them not to forget that they are still at odds with the demons. Mitchell realizes that she had been getting along with Jurt so well that she momentarily forgot about it. However, the Kral family has always viewed the demons as their enemies. Unlike the Beast King's tower, which only defends, the dragons take the initiative in disputes. It bothers her that Gert has to bear the consequences alone. But since both the Beast King and the Demon Lords are part of the four great powers, only Gert will suffer the damage. She decides to ask the Dragon King to discipline his child later. After gathering water from the underground, Mitchell decides that they should rest for the night. She prepares her sleeping bag and bids everyone good night. The others are impressed that their ace had even brought a sleeping bag. Before drifting off, Mitchell makes it clear that she will not be sharing her bag with anyone, as she bought it with her own money. However, she then opens the bag, allowing only Cyan to enter. Flustered, Cyan immediately calls her a fool and declares that you would never do such a thing. But as the night progresses, the cold floor makes it unbearable to sleep. The small, spoiled royal rat begins to shiver, just as Mitchell expected. She finds it quite cute and is certain that by tomorrow, they will clear the dungeon. The next day, after wandering for what feels like half a day or more, they finally find the door to Dr. Bruno's laboratory. Upon opening it, the inside looks more normal than Mitchell had imagined. It resembles a study room rather than a wizard's laboratory. She glances around, searching for the device that leads outside. In the novel, it was described as a handle. She knows she must complete the dungeon conquest to finish the time-limited quest. At that moment, Sarah picks up a book, curious about its contents. This immediately alarms Mitchell, as she realizes what the book might be. She rushes forward and slaps it out of Sarah's hands, quickly covering the princess's eyes. She cannot allow Sarah to see the book because, as she suspected, it is a revolutionary text. Mitchell now fully remembers that in the original story, Sarah read this book after bringing it back from the dungeon. Its contents had such a profound impact on her that she ended up giving up the throne. From that moment on, Sarah's opponents sided with Cyan, leading to his unexpected rise. In other words, this book is the source of the false aspirations that misled Cyan. Mitchell immediately turns to Raina and instructs her to use her fire skill to burn the book. Raina, confused, questions why, especially since Mitchell herself had told her not to use magic care. Nevertheless, Reina activates her skill, making it clear that she will not take responsibility for whatever happens next. She gathers all the books in one place and sets them ablaze. Once the books are destroyed, they find the switch that leads outside and finally escape the dungeon. Cyan, relieved, is happy to be out, while Mitchell, exhausted, feels the same. However, she suddenly notices the partially burnt books that managed to survive. Horrified, she begins shouting at Reina to burn them completely. Reina, confused, demands to know what exactly was in those books. Mitchell whispers to her that they contain knowledge that could empower commoners. Hearing this, Reina immediately intensifies her flames. Eugen, seeing her so flustered, asks her the reason. Reina whispers to him what Mitchell told him. Hearing this, he joins in two, tearing apart any remaining pages. As expected from nobles, they quickly recognize the danger these words pose. Sarah, still confused, questions Reina and Eugene about the book's contents, but both firmly reply that there was nothing of importance. Eugene and Reina then turn to Mitchell, suspecting that she entered the dungeon solely to get rid of these books. They remark that this is what true nobility looks like. Mitchell, however, denies being a noble and mockingly calls them filthy aristocrats. Reina, shamelessly, accepts the insult, stating that most wizards align with nobility anyway. In reality, Mitchell had entered the dungeon simply because of the time-limited quest. However, since everyone now seems to have come to their own conclusions about her motives, she decides to go along with it. After safely escaping, they all receive treatment together in the infirmary. Sarah calls in her personal physician and a dedicated healer. Finally, Mitchell is left alone in bed, only to have the system screen appear before her again. Annoyed, she wonders why she barely had any time to rest before another notification appeared. She speculates that since she burned the books, she might have changed Cyan's disastrous future. However, the notifications seem delayed, making her wonder if this time she will receive a huge amount of experience points. The screen finally displays the results. The plot has only changed slightly, and she has gained 1,000 experience points. Annoyed at how little she received, she grumbles about the low reward. However, at the very least, she is relieved that the condition has been safely lifted. Mitchell, after navigating through the dungeon and recovering from the status effects, finds that there are no skills that urgently require leveling up. As a result, she postpones gaining experience. Perhaps due to the scars left on her hands by Cyan, he stops using volunteer work as an excuse to boss her around. She decides to put more effort into her tasks after gaining access to the academic department. Confident in her abilities, she believes she can handle laundry and cleaning. As she carries out her tasks, she suddenly hears a voice. It is Cyan. He appears angry, insisting that the guy besides him should be punished for stealing from the royal treasury without having done anything wrong. Sarah interjects, pointing out that this is incorrect according to the recently revised legislation. Cyan immediately understands what she is referring to, recognizing the new law that limits the royal family to within 12 degrees of kinship from the emperor. Since he falls within those 12 degrees, he questions whether the legislation has any real effect. From his perspective as a direct descendant, anyone beyond 12 degrees is essentially an outsider. Mitchell watches as Cyan becomes flustered, realizing this is the scene where Cyan gets embarrassed for not knowing the revised law. She finds it impressive that he is still holding his ground despite his embarrassment. Cyan, however, argues that the most important matter is something entirely different. He points to a supposed relative and, with evident disdain, declares that he refuses to acknowledge him. He claims he dislikes him not only for his actions, but also because he finds him ugly. Even Mitchell is baffled by Cyan's outburst, wondering why he is suddenly spouting nonsense. Sarah, on the other hand, finds Cyan's anger fascinating. She believes that, as a prince, he should be straightforward, even if that means being unpleasant. Sarah Ade notices Mitchell's arrival. He sees an opportunity to use her as a mediator. He states that he will explain the situation, allowing her to make a fair judgment. He claims that the individual in question picked flowers from the royal family's greenhouse. He is actually ugly the way they were hiding his face. I thought for a second that we are getting another male lead. Without hearing the entire explanation, Mitchell immediately declares the individual guilty and agrees with Cyan. Cyan, feeling validated, is pleased by her judgment while Sarah grabs her hair in frustration. Mitchell watches, amused, as Nephthys' instincts for appearances seem to be acting up again. Cyan, feeling triumphant, places his hand on Mitchell's shoulder, excited that she finally understands how to make the right call. Mitchell hugs him, stating that she always makes the right judgments. However, Cyan quickly pushes her away, calling her a pervert for never missing an opportunity. Sarah, ever the optimist, comments that it was a good match between them. She thanks Mitchell for stepping in before the situation escalated further. Suddenly, a notification appears before Mitchell, making her wonder if she will receive experience points for altering the plot. She soon discovers that the scenario was slightly changed, and as a result, she is rewarded with only 100 points. Frustrated by the low amount, she questions what she is supposed to do with such a small sum. Sarah then shakes hands with Mitchell, accepting her loss but declaring that she will still try to defend her 12th cousin. She takes her cousin and leaves for the dean office. Cyan, too, prepares to leave, but Mitchell stops him. He turns to her, questioning what she wants now. She tells him that she intends to visit his room from now on. Confused, Cyan asks for clarification, blushing slightly as he questions her intentions regarding his personal space. Mitchell, adjusting her glasses, responds matter-of-factly, stating that she is simply there to clean and do laundry. Cyan eyes her suspiciously, clearly not trusting her motives. He reassures her that a cleaning service already visits 3 times a day, so her help is unnecessary. Mitchell, disappointed, questions why he is refusing her assistance, reminding him that she has a duty to help through volunteer work. Cyan tells her that if he ever needs help, he will call her, so there is no need for her to make a fuss. However, Mitchell insists, arguing that he might not realize how much proper laundry care affects the durability of clothes. It is, after all, one of the perks of growing up poor. She claims that if he allows her to do the laundry, he will witness a whole new level of skill. She exclaims that just because he hand washes his underwear does not make it clean. He immediately realizes her intentions and calls her a pervert once again, shouting at her to leave him alone. This is Cyan Crowell, and his once peaceful academy life has been utterly shattered, all because of Sarah and Mitchell. From the very beginning, he never had the luxury of indulging in club activities, as the royal family had opposed his admission to the academy and provided him with no support. To secure his maintenance allowance and living expenses, it was crucial for him to remain at the top of his class. Because of his financial struggles, he even requested compensation for a bookmark that cost 1,000 crowns per piece. Getting involved with Mitchell was the start of his misfortune. Joining this SMNAS club, which Sarah was also a part of, dragged him into various absurd activities. Despite his relentless studying to maintain his academic standing, he was constantly called upon for club activities. He found himself in ridiculous situations, almost dying in dungeons, participating in board games, and going on treasure hunts. To him, the club was utterly devoid of life. Determined to escape, Cyan resolves to find an excuse to quit. At the cafeteria, he makes a promise to himself. No matter how much they call him, he will remain firm and refuse to participate. As he moves toward his seat, a group of students behind him begins to mock him. They jeer at how the prince is once again eating a cheap meal in the cafeteria. Though it is the same routine as always, Cyan considers overlooking their remarks. After all, as a royal, they would not dare to harm him. However, one of the students stops the others, asking if they have heard that Cyan has joined Sarah's club. Another student confirms, questioning if they mean the club where all the top members of each department gather. The first student clarifies that not only the second-ranked student, but also Reina, another prominent figure, is a member of the club. They recognize that Reina is a senior member of the conservative faction and begin speculating. Could Cyan be using his face to flirt with the girls from the magic department? This assumption is something Cyan cannot overlook. He immediately turns to face them, demanding to know who accused him of flirting. One of the students stands up, questioning whether it is true that he is acquainted with the third princess. At that moment, a girl arrives with a glass of water for Cyan. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he dismisses her offering, telling her that she can drink it instead. Without hesitation, she obeys and drinks the water, shocking him. The entire cafeteria erupts with murmurs, questioning how Cyan became close to the third princess. Having had enough, Cyan chooses to escape. He dashes out of the cafeteria, running for some time before reaching an alleyway. Looking back, he checks whether he has managed to shake them off. Frustrated, he mutters curses under his breath, calling them disgusting. He has lost his meal ticket because of them. Despite his frustration, he reassures himself that his only goal is to graduate from the academy without any trouble. However, as he continues walking, someone suddenly strikes him from behind with a stick, knocking him unconscious. One of the attackers hesitates, wondering if they went too far. Another dismisses the concern, stating that Cyan is merely a royal by name. They confidently claim to have a true royal family member on their side, none other than the 12th cousin. This 12th cousin seemed fishy to me from the start. Cyan, a prince with an attitude, faces a harsh reality. As his vision blurs, he knows he cannot lose consciousness. He forces his eyes open, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Blood is everywhere, not just from his head, but from his entire body, leading him to wonder if his captors took out their frustrations on him while he was unconscious. He struggles to stand and reaches for the door, but it does not open. Desperation takes hold as he starts kicking it in frustration. He clenches his fists, reminded of how effortlessly Sarah would have been able to open it with a single kick. Yet, he finds himself powerless, unable to escape on his own. Self-loathing consumes him as he realizes that, aside from his royal blood, he has no useful skills or strength. His title means nothing when there is no one to assist him in times like these. Disgusted with himself, he recognizes that failing to resolve this situation will only give the Academy grounds to consider him unsafe. If that happens, Cecil will surely drag him back to the Imperial Palace. Cecil, the crown princess of the Kroll Empire, his full-blood sister. A memory of a past event involving her threatens to surface, but he quickly suppresses it. He has no desire to see her, for she is the very reason he left the palace. Just as despair begins to creep in, a voice calls out, asking if he is there. He immediately recognizes it as Mitchell's. Confusion takes hold. How does she know he is here? The door remains stubbornly shut as he struggles with it, while she instructs him to step aside. A moment later, Mitchell uses her ice ability to break open the door. Standing before him, she announces that she has finally found him. Meanwhile, Cyan, battered and exhausted, remains seated on the floor like a female protagonist who is waiting for her love to come and save her. Mitchell extends a hand toward him, asking if he is all right. Hesitantly, he reaches for her hand, his voice barely above a whisper as he calls her name. She raises an eyebrow, noticing his watery eyes, and remarks that there is no need for him to cry alone in a corner. If he must cry, he can do so in front of her. After all, she has already missed an important event. Cyan, flustered, immediately denies that he is crying. Innocently, Mitchell tilts her head and questions whether the liquid in his eyes is simply from a runny nose. Enraged, he shouts at her, calling her a crazy woman. Mitchell merely smirks, unfazed by his words. She knows he never speaks kindly, not because of his personality alone, but because of who he is, a bad-tempered country boy with dry, unkempt pigtails and freckles scattered across his face. From any angle, he is rough and unrefined. He hesitates, trying to form a coherent thought about volunteering. Catching on to his unspoken words, Mitchell immediately questions whether he intends to make her work more or cut her hours. Finally, after much hesitation, he mutters that if she wants to come to his house to clean, she can, but if she does not want to, that is entirely up to her. However, before he can clarify, Mitchell abruptly rushes outside. He barely has time to react before she is gone, leaving him to wonder why she is always in such a hurry. But it is already too late. He resigns himself to the fact that she might come another day. Not that it matters if she does, he can simply take her there himself. At Cyan's house, he leads Mitchell to the reception room, instructing her to wait there while he steps away. Mitchell, however, asks for permission to explore the dressing room. He allows her to do as she pleases, thinking little of it. Meanwhile, he retrieves the house keys, convinced that if she is so eager to clean, he might as well let her. However, just as he prepares to hand her the spare keys, he remembers she mentioned being in the dressing room. Making his way there, he steps inside, only to be met with a sight he never expected. Mitchell is holding his underwear. For a moment, Cyan stands frozen, unable to process what he is seeing. The sheer absurdity of the situation renders him speechless. Then, reality sinks in, and he begins screaming. Mitchell calmly explains that she is not stealing them. She simply believes that boxers do not suit him and intends to replace them with silk ones. Cyan, utterly exasperated, throws the key at her in frustration and demands that she get out of his house. Without hesitation, Mitchell leaps out of the window, cheerfully thanking him for the keys and promising to return. He yells after her, demanding that she never come back, while she, unbothered, assures him that she will replace all his belongings with finer things. Desperate, he begs her at least to leave his underwear behind, but she is already gone. In the city, at an undergarment shop, Reina watches in disbelief as Mitchell eagerly selects boxers for Cyan. She questions whether Mitchell truly traveled all this way just to buy underwear for him. Mitchell, undeterred, explains that now that she has permission to go out, she intends to enjoy it. She really have a unique taste of enjoying. Kana notes that the boxers seem a little too sexy. Mitchell dismisses the concern, insisting that they will suit Cyan's erotic face. Reina, now even more bewildered, questions whether the prince would actually appreciate such a gift. Mitchell urges her companions to imagine a tall man with long, unbound black hair, wearing nothing but snug black boxers and a robe. Now that Reina envisions it, she finds it difficult to see anything else. Mitchell further remarks that the natural red under Cyan's eyes makes him look cursed. Kana, who has been silently observing the exchange, stands dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend their conversation. Reina shifts the topic, recalling that just the day before, Mitchell had been making a fuss about wanting to kill royalty because of Cyan. As Reina continues to process the situation, she inquires whether Mitchell even has the money to make these purchases. Mitchell shamelessly asks Reina to lend her some. Brimming with excitement, she declares that she will grant the privilege of using her best friend's magic department card. The shop staff, realizing that they are serving a VIP, immediately become more attentive. Kana, watching the declaration unfold, finds it astonishing. Mitchell turns to Kana, announces that she will declare Kana her best friend at the magic department precinct as well. Overcome with emotion, Kana eagerly hands over her money, allowing Mitchell to use as much as she desires. Soon, both Reina and Kana become caught up in a competitive frenzy, each trying to buy more gifts for Mitchell than the other. Mitchell, meanwhile, watches in amusement, reflecting on how heartwarming friendship can be. Thanks to the power of friendship, Mitchell successfully purchases several pairs of underwear for Cyan. To avoid suspicion, she also buys some for herself, as they are technically couples' underwear. Afterward, the trio enjoys a casual girls' day out at a cafe. While browsing the menu, Kana insists that anything Mitchell likes will be fine. Reina teases Kana about her habit of deferring to others' preferences. Kana, annoyed, declares that she hates her, to which Reina responds by asking why she is suddenly being so blunt. After indulging in an array of delicious food, Mitchell finally returns, now fully equipped with Cyan's new underwear, a spare key, and the cleaning equipments. With everything in place, she is ready to head to Cyan's room to begin her volunteer work. At Cyan's house, Mitchell is seen cleaning the house with remarkable professionalism. She points out how the previous cleaning, likely done by housekeepers, was not thorough enough, as every corner had not been properly attended to. Aware that Cyan often falls ill, she takes it upon herself to ensure the environment is spotless, hoping it will contribute to his health. Meanwhile, Whitey seems to be enjoying the vastness of the house, a stark contrast to the dormitory room he had been confined to for so long. After finishing the cleaning of the living room, Mitchell moves on to the bedroom. However, just as she begins, a sudden voice startles her. It is Cyan running toward her in terror, his face filled with panic as he questions the presence of a lizard in his house. Mitchell reassures him, explaining that she is the one who brought it. As Cyan's gaze falls upon her, he is taken aback by her attire and immediately demands that she take it off. Mitchell, confused by his reaction, explains that she is simply following the company's cleaning manual. Realizing that her uniform might seem unusual or intimidating in a fantasy world like this, she decides to comply, thinking it best not to cause further distress. However, as she begins to remove the uniform, Cyan's reaction shifts once again. His voice rises in a panicked tone as he orders her to put it back on. Now even more perplexed, Mitchell questions his indecisiveness. Cyan, covering his eyes, struggles to explain that her appearance is too revealing. Mitchell quickly realizes that due to her sweat, her underwear might be slightly visible. Not wanting Cyan to see her in such a state, she contemplates whether it would have been better to reveal the underwear she had brought for Cyan earlier rather than getting caught in this awkward situation. She mutters aloud that it is a shame, prompting Cyan to demand what exactly she means by that. Frustrated and flustered, he orders her to put on anything, even if it is an alien-looking costume. Mitchell, amused by his embarrassment, playfully remarks that she would rather stay as she is since it is too hot. While Mitchell is enjoying Cyan's reaction, Whitey suddenly interjects from behind. stating that black does not suit her at all. Mitchell curses the timing of Gret's call to McTell, while to see a lizard talking like that unsettles Cyan even further, making him panic and retreat into his room. Meanwhile, Whitey questions whether Mitchell understands that white suits her better. Although she seems to get the point, she dismisses it, admitting that she does not want to invest in more underwear since she lacks the money for it. Whitey, understanding her financial constraints, offers to help in any way he can. Mitchell, unsure of his intentions, hesitates but ultimately decides to trust him. After the call ends, Mitchell immediately grabs Whitey, suspecting that he had deliberately called Gret at an inconvenient moment. She demands to know why he always contacts him in such awkward situations and accuses him of taking his father's side. Meanwhile, inside his room, Cyan sits shivering, listening to their conversation. His regret deepens as he recalls the moment he gave her the spare key. At the same time, in the Tower of Water, King Gret contemplates an unusual question. He wonders what the chances are that a person with 180 centimeters long hair and an Adam's apple is actually a woman. Hubert, puzzled by his inquiry, asks for clarification. Gret explains that this person's had been with Mitchell. A woman in the audience questions whether that is all there is to the situation. However, Gret further elaborates, revealing that Mitchell had been inside that person's house and most notably had been soaked, causing her skin to be partially visible. Hubert, hearing this, silently acknowledges that he had anticipated such a development. After all, Mitchell is a college student, and it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. He recalls his father warning him that this day would come. However, while his father seems convinced that the individual in question is a woman, but the way he is radiating dark energy suggests that he himself thinks it's a man, making the situation even more concerning. Knowing Gret's true nature, Hubert understands the urgency of controlling the situation before it escalates. Although Gret is generally calm and forgiving, he is, in reality, the most powerful of the four great beast kings. If his anger truly erupts, Hubert is certain that no one will be able to.
The tiger tells Gret that there's no need to be so nosy. It clearly means that the man involved is that Mitchell guy, and it must have been that they did it. That results in him getting a beating from Hubert after being thrown out. Gret wonders what exactly the tiger meant by "did that." Our cute little beast is so naive. Hubert brushes it off and tells him not to overthink it. The lady beast also chimes in, saying he doesn't have to think that deeply. After all, if Mitchell didn't panic or make excuses, then it means it's probably not that serious. Gret agrees Mitchell didn't look flustered at all, and the atmosphere felt pretty relaxed, though she was wearing an extra layer of clothing, which must have made Cyan sweaty, and that was why Cyan had been avoiding eye contact. Then Gret goes back into his room and closes the door. But Hubert now begins to wonder if it really had all been a misunderstanding. Hubert and the lady beast reassure Gret that no Mitchell must be Cyan's male friend, and there's absolutely no way any romantic feelings are involved. Gret is relieved. Good, then it's resolved. The issue is settled. Now he thinks that he'll have to get Mitchell a new pair of underwear, which makes Hubert question what kind of nonsense is going on. Gret recalls that she was wearing very discolored underwear, and it must be because of her financial troubles, so he asks Rachni to prepare a loose-fitting pair for her. But Hubert questions whether that wouldn't be a little too awkward. After all, they haven't made much progress in their relationship yet, and giving someone underwear would be uncomfortable. However, the clueless Gret tells him that he already gave her a fabric gift earlier, so what's the problem? Underwear is made of fabric anyway. Hubert can only sigh. His father really doesn't understand women at all. He is clearly a lost case. So Mitchell, who's surprisingly about to receive underwear now, is currently passed out at the academy dorm. The assignment is so difficult that she can't even figure out how to copy Raina's work. Besides, Raina is already finished with hers. Mitchell wonders why Raina is so diligent. Maybe it's because she comes from the noble family. But then again, Mitchell herself is from a noble family too, though she has no memory of the real Mitchell ever studying. All she remembers is the impact of books being slammed into others' faces. She figures that as long as she doesn't fail, it's fine if she doesn't hit the title limit. She can forget about the assignment for now and go get a late-night snack. But just then, she receives another system alert this time, titled Death Upon Death. She's not even surprised anymore. Sarah, the female lead, won't die, not yet. The author might choose to kill her off eventually, but not at this early stage. Of course, there was an incident around this point in the original novel, and it wouldn't be a big deal to just ignore it. But she realizes that this time, Reina is going to be the target. And while Reina isn't the type to die easily either, she is going to face some hardships for now. Mitchell decides to let her be and heads off to grab a snack. But the system makes it clear it's upon on Cyan. She immediately knows that the system is doing this because she ignored its first warning. Now, with no other choice left, she has to go make sure Cyan is safe. She is out now, even though it's late at night. Still, the capital's night market feels unusually bustling. She needs to find Cyan. The reason she came here is because there was a night market event around this time in the original novel. It was one of those staged events meant to show the princess experiencing the life of a commoner. The princess, who has only ever lived inside the palace, visits this market. But as always, the main couple ends up caught in an incident. She forgot that Cyan might have gotten involved too. In the original timeline, he wasn't even part of the club at that point. But now he is, and it's entirely her fault. Since he joined because of her, she needs to protect him. But she has no idea how to find him. Just when she thinks things couldn't get any worse, she gets tempted by the smell of a skewer. She asks the seller how much it costs. He says 5,000. She almost explodes. What kind of absurd price is that? She can tell right away that it's a ripoff. The seller quickly changes his tone and offers it for 1,000. No matter where she goes, she's getting scammed. She scoffs, thinking if he were really trying to sell her food, he should do a better job. She used to work at a market stall, after all. But now she's wondering what kind of meat this even is. It seems a little fishy. She takes a bite, only to realize it's frog meat. She can't believe the guy really had the audacity to charge that much for frog. Then she notices another stall. This one's selling something that looks like deep-fried starfish. It doesn't look particularly appetizing, but her curiosity wins. The lady vendor tells her it's 3,000. Mitchell deadpans, asking if the woman has a death wish. The vendor quickly drops the price, okay, only 500. She eats it and finds it's actually fried loofah. She concludes that, indeed, they're selling absolutely anything here. After a brief moment of eating, she remembers that she's here to find Sanin. Snapping out of it, she leaps up to a high balcony to get a better view of the crowd. Somewhere out there, there's commotion. In the original story, the protagonist visits the night market and encounters a group of thugs. Of course, Sarah takes them down without much trouble. But Cyan is delicate. He might get hurt. She really can't ignore it. She just needs to find where the fight is happening. She spots the disturbance. A crowd is gathered, clearly surrounding a brawl. It's time for her to show off her skill. With precise aim, she throws her weight into the jump, managing to separate the thugs and Sarah. The recoil from her magic slows her fall, and she lands perfectly. She's honestly impressed by herself for pulling off this superhuman landing. But she doesn't waste time celebrating. She needs to protect Cyan. She turns around, only to see it's not Sarah, it's some unfamiliar lady. Now she's wondering if she came to the wrong place. Where are Sarah and her group? But judging from the chaos, it turns out that the people she thought were thugs are actually Sarah and her team. Sarah's aide tries to reassure her, saying he's fine. But Sarah yells at the woman, accusing her of bumping into him and ruining his clothes. She reminds the woman that their uniforms are very expensive. Mitchell doesn't want to get involved, but then again, she needs to join the princess's team. Also, the lady seems to be a commoner. There's no need to help her. But the woman suddenly grabs Mitchell's hand and pleads for help. Then she throws a wad of cash into Mitchell's pocket. The amount looks like $1 million. With that much money, she really does need to earn it. She starts yelling at the group to stop and go back to the academy. She even calls them thugs. They're all shocked to see her change so drastically after being paid. Mitchell is really a mood. Reina gets all excited, ready to have a good match with Mitchell. Mitchell scoffs and says she's fully in, planning to fight and then take Cyan away from them. But then she remembers where is Cyan. She asks the group where he is. They all freeze. Panic spreads as they realize the invisible prince isn't with them. He's usually so unnoticeable that they didn't even realize he was missing. Mitchell knows this won't do. She needs to find him, and now they're all going to help her. But the lady grabs her hand again, asking how she can do this just for money. Still, for that woman, this is a great experience. She's been waiting for this day for so long. Mitchell sighs. Even if this isn't her problem, she already saved the woman from the thugs. Sarah agrees, saying it's true if that lady is from a noble family, then getting robbed by ruffians while pretending to be a commoner must have been her dream. Apparently, among nobles, getting mugged and pretending to blend in is seen as a romantic adventure. No way they all are brainless at this point. Even Duke Nepthys bragged about being pickpocketed in the street and wouldn't stop talking about it at an entire party. Now that Mitchell has taken the money, she figures she might as well provide some service. She tells the group to attack the lady more and, if possible, target the nearby flower shop for added romantic effect. She shouts at them to come at her. They all start fighting again. They even deliberately strike the flower shop. Mitchell sighs they're not going to win against her anyway. With great acting, she begins to retreat. As the flower petals scatter in full bloom, she snatches one midair and tells the lady to be careful next time. Then she hits her shoulder and says the service time is over. Now she needs to go find her scion. She asks Raina about him. Raina replies that she heard the invisible prince's voice coming from that direction. Mitchell turns to see Scion being kidnapped. Finally, she's glad she found him. She thinks she may have misheard, his mouth muffled, but Raina is able to hear him. Indeed, she is a great monster. She wonders who these thugs think they are. Without knowing who they are, she rushes toward them, demanding they hand Scion over to her. She notices that they evaded her attack. It's quite impressive. She can immediately tell they are no ordinary thugs. But this worries her. Why would someone so skilled want Scion? She continues fighting, and midway through, she begins to recognize their movements. One of the thugs gets hit. Her aide rushes over, asking if she's all right. She starts to wonder if these men might be from the imperial family. Mitchell thinks to herself that if they were able to block every one of Sarah's movements, it could mean that they received the same training as her. It implies they know her very well. And if someone related to the imperial family is targeting their club, then perhaps the mastermind behind all this is the crown princess. Sarah apologizes to Raina, but Raina tells her that it's all right. She already knew what she was getting herself into. It's obvious that Raina had already considered the risks. Even though the club does unusual things every day, the members gathered here are far from ordinary. There's Eugene, the heir to the Brandenburg family, which boasts the empire's strongest military power, and Raina herself, from one of the most influential families in noble society. Even though Eugene might be at the top of the combat technique department, the fact that they recruited Raina, who ranks second in the mage department, means that Raina is necessary for the crown princess's goals. She asks Sarah if the reason for expanding the club is to keep the crown princess in check. Sarah responds by asking if expanding the club means she's opposing the crown princess's faction. She already knows, however, that she won't be inheriting the crown. Mitchell already knew that Sarah has no interest in the throne. That now that they've gathered here like this, they've unintentionally formed a formidable faction. No matter how much Sarah claims she has no desire for the throne, with so many talented people surrounding her, the crown princess had no choice but to come and investigate. Sarah feels sorry to Scion. She had thought they would target her, even if their real target was someone else. But now, a thought comes to Mitchell's mind. Why would the crown princess target Scion, who is merely handsome and no threat to anyone? It was supposed to be a simple outing, but it left behind a weird sense of discomfort. After that incident, out of apology, Sarah assigns a personal guard for Scion. She also starts following him diligently, more like scaring him. She assures them that it's not out of personal interest, but purely for his security. She drags him to the club room and notices that it looks amazing today. It has somehow turned into a high-tech facility thanks to Sarah's money. Sarah is all excited to see everyone there. She tells her that there's a blind date opportunity for her. Scion is baffled, wondering who, in their sane mind, would agree to go on a date with her. Sarah tells him that the matchmaker is one of their relatives. Scion sighs, knowing that this particular relative is still holding a grudge against him, and he doesn't want her to go. Meanwhile, Mitchell is fully invested, asking where this guy is and whether he's handsome. Sarah shows her a picture. Mitchell thinks that while he isn't as handsome as Scion, he's decent enough. Then she asks about his height. Sarah says that he's 186 centimeters tall. Without missing a beat, Mitchell declares that yes, she is definitely going out with him. Girl got priorities. Scion shouts that if she goes on that date, she won't be allowed back to his house to clean. But she tells him it's alright, she has a spare key, and he won't be able to stop her. He can't believe she's doing this. Mitchell wonders when the date is. Sarah tells them she's going out tomorrow at 1 p.m. in the academic building, and that she'll be skipping tomorrow's meeting to prepare for it. Mitchell rushes off, all excited about her first blind date. Scion, visibly jealous, twitches. Who cares what she does now? The next day, all ready for her blind date. Mitchell has styled her hair differently and is carrying Raina's bag. She's all set, but there are still some awkward moments while she prepares. The white dog is here now, asking if it's really necessary for her to change her hairstyle and what exactly is a blind date. She sighs. He always shows up at times like this. Now she enters the cafe, glancing around to see if he's arrived yet. She sees that the club members are already there. She wonders why Sang-yeon isn't here and asks Sarah where her date is. Sarah tells her he'll be here soon. Meanwhile, Mitchell wonders whether Raina is here to watch her or just to eat. Even though it's still 10 minutes before the appointment, her date hasn't arrived yet. But she thinks it seems like he's going to make a good impression with his cute face. She's giddy finally she's going out with a man this handsome. Someone calls her. She turns to look, wondering if her date has arrived. But it's Sang-yeon's relative. She turns her face away, pretending not to notice him, which annoys him. Why is she ignoring him like this? She tells him that she's here to meet a handsome man. Sang-yeon's relative asks her to at least listen to what he has to say first. She replies that nothing is more important than meeting a handsome man. And besides, he's not handsome at all. He frowns, telling her not to judge someone by their appearance. She's just glad he's aware of his own shortcomings. He tells her they should stop talking, and that she'll change her mind once she sees what he has to offer. He takes out a bag of money. He asks her if she's still gonna ignore him. She is completely baffled to see this much money. He tells her that he will give her this 10 billion in exchange for staying away from Sang-yeon. Mitchell thinks that this much money is really hard to ignore, and she's quite sure he isn't joking either. Still, she asks him whether that handsome man of his is going to show up, which makes the distant relative flinch. He tells her again that he's not joking, he truly will give her all this money, but she just needs to stop hanging around with Sang-yeon. She sighs, thinking that Sang-yeon may have higher values than just appearance. Sarah, watching from the side, thinks that Mitchell is truly crazy. How could someone prioritize handsomeness like this? The distant relative mutters that if he were as handsome as Sang-yeon, Mitchell would have listened without needing the money. Mitchell nods slowly, finally understanding what he's trying to say. She thinks that this guy really does feel like a prince. His anger even reminds her of Sang-yeon. He closes the box with a sharp motion, blaming himself for trying to make a deal with a woman as unreasonable as her. He dashes away, while Mitchell calls out, asking where the handsome man is going. He mocks her, shouting back that he already has a girlfriend and that Mitchell is gonna stay single her whole life. No way she got stoop up. I am laughing so hard. Mitchell is stunned. She can't believe that just happened. No wonder he was way out of her league. After all, there's no way someone that tall and handsome wouldn't already have a girlfriend. She sighs deeply. She really needs to stay calm and reflect more seriously in the future. Raina suddenly stands up and teases Mitchell, saying there's no way she'll get a blind date before her. This provokes Mitchell into giving Raina a good beating with her live skill. Other students start gathering around when they see the two of them fighting again, and some even begin placing bets on who's gonna win. Meanwhile, Sarah tells the other members of the club that they should head back since the cafe is under repair and the final exams are approaching. Everyone is packed with classes now, and this girl really needs to start preparing too. The system hasn't given her a deadline, but still, she's a student after all. Then she notices Sang-yeon in the distance. Even from far away, she can tell it's him. He shouts at her, asking why she's this late. She can't help but feel like she's losing to this sight for just a few billions. Sang-yeon, having no clue what she's thinking, asks her more importantly about the blind date. She tells him that it was a complete flop. He mocks her, saying of course it was who, in their right mind, would date her for such a sick reason. Even as he acts like this, she finds it surprisingly cute and lets it pass. He then says that since she looks so pitiful, he'll buy her ice cream. She quickly says she wants a snowflake one, but he argues that it should be under 10 crowns. She sighs again, thinking that for a prince, he really is quite petty. It was summer, and for some reason, it felt right to end the day this way. Time passes faster than she realizes, and soon the final exams are already over. Now it's finally vacation time. Of course, her academy life was fun, but it can't compare to the feeling of vacation. Looking back, this poor soul really worked hard. During midterm, she even had to become the top student because of her deadline. She joined clubs, entered dungeons, visited night markets, and even went on a blind date. Now she needs to hurry back and see her mother. Kana comes from behind, asking if they should exchange letters over the vacation and requesting Mitchell's address. Mitchell writes it down for her. thinking that yes, this world has no phones, so writing letters feels nice and romantic. She hands it over to Kana and also takes Kana's address in return. Mitchell is looking forward to seeing where she lives. She assumes it must be in the capital, but to her surprise, it's at the top of the Ishmael mountain range. This makes her ask Kana again if she's really not affiliated with assassins. Kana assures her no, she's not. Kana leaves, saying she'll write to her every day, while Mitchell wonders whether she should reply or not. This girl is truly terrified of assassins now. She thinks about Sarah and her aide, who were taken back to the Imperial Palace as soon as the exams ended. Eugene had gone up to Brandenburg after receiving permission from the school because of the Dragon Tribe migration. Sayin is still stuck at the academy, but there's nothing more left for her to do. She should head home too. But Reina shouts at her from behind that she can't leave like this without saying goodbye or writing a letter. Reina tries to tell her the address, but Mitchell closes her ears. This is the last thing she wants to do. A week later, Mitchell is completely messed up. It's been a whole week, and she still hasn't arrived home. She really should have gotten a horse instead of a carriage. She plans to ask Sarah to help put together a good railway path, though it will need some specialists. It might be expensive, but if Gret can even ensure partial safety at the market mine, it should be fine. Suddenly, Hubert appears, calling out to her from the window and startling her so badly it nearly knocks the wind out of her. She asks him where he came from, and he tells her he waited here after finding out that vacation had started. He begs her to come with him to the tower. She suddenly remembers yes. Those born in the tower can use the return skill, and if that's the case, she won't have to stay in the carriage much longer. She asks the driver to drop her off. The driver says the fare will still be the same, and she just shrugs. All right, man. She gets off, stretching her limbs, nearly dying from the pain. She tells Hubert to quickly use the skill. Just then, a white dog jumps out of the bag and hugs Hubert. She's really done with all of them at this rate. Then Hubert suddenly asks her how the blind date went. She had told Gret she was going, after all. She replies that the handsome man didn't show up, so it was a fail. This makes Hubert extremely happy. She hadn't really been thinking much about it, but now she realizes that everyone seems delighted about her failed date. Hubert tells her that now that she's confirmed the blind date's result, they should head back. She's glad they're really going back to the tower. Even better, they've remodeled it, and now it doesn't smell at all. But then it hits her, it doesn't smell bad. No, it smells different. And this smell is definitely sesame oil. All the beasts are cooking food for her, making it feel like she's truly home for the holidays. She asks them what everyone is making right now. Gret replies that it seems like she enjoyed the food he gave her last time, so he prepared some dishes for her again. This entire setup is to celebrate her return home. She can't believe that all of this is authentic Korean food. She tells him how much she loves it, making Gret and Hubert both think that the word love was meant for them. She starts to eat the food. After consuming so much greasy cuisine lately, having Korean food feels like heaven to her. Then she asks him what's wrong with his left arm. He says that he cut it. She is shocked and calls him a fool, but he assures her that it will grow back. For Mitchell, interpreting his words is a big challenge, but whatever, if it is going to grow back, then everything is fine now. She eats all the food quite well. Hubert asks her if she is done eating and if she would like a tour of the tower. She thinks that maybe the tower got remodeled because of her. She agrees and asks him to take her. He takes her to the rooftop first, where different types of wheat are grown since he cannot eat flour. She thinks, as expected of Gret, he has an immense amount of love for Hubert. Then they take her to the loot storage room. A few dragonkin come to quarrel with Gret, only to get beaten badly, ending their lives right there. She grabs his mouth, asking if he enjoyed it so much. He is speechless, scared for his life. He says that it was really fun, that he is sorry he had the most fun in his 90 years. She lets him go, saying it is okay if he had fun. He is baffled. Why didn't she kill him? He heard that people change when they are about to die. While he is thinking if she is not going to explode, Mitchell is already brewing a plan in her mind. She knows this track is operated by the Imperial family, and she can make a lot of money from this place. She calls out to Larry, the one destroying the place. She asks Larry if there is a prison in the tower. Larry says yes, it was included in the tower after the remodeling. Mitchell says to her brother that until the racetrack opens again, those future slaves need to be protected. The horses here used to get fed by those people. So if they are let go, the horses will starve to death. If they can be cared for instead of being abused, then maybe it's not a bad idea to keep them working. She leaves it to Larry to keep the horses and these people under check. Now she turns to her dear brother and asks him about Mom. He recalls that she went out for a social gathering and said she would be back before dinner. She wonders why she didn't run into her. She is glad that it is almost dinner time and now they should head to see their dear mom. But oops, the two of them are standing outside, seeing their house burn. They wonder if it is not their house. Yes, it is. She is all speechless. It was all fine a minute ago, and now it is burning like this. So what the hell just happened now? And just like that, her actual vacation begins now.
Mitchell, who has overcome a terminal illness, finally begins her long-awaited vacation. However, upon returning, she sees her house engulfed in flames. Panic sets in as she fears for her mother, but then she hears her mother shouting from the back, making it clear that she isn't inside. Mitchell is relieved, but confusion takes hold as she notices her mother all dressed up, standing there anxiously. She asks what on earth is going on and why her mother is dressed like that. Her mother replies that this is how she prepares for social gatherings. She expresses relief that no one is hurt, but can't help wondering of all the days, why their house is on fire. A few days earlier, back at the Nephthys townhouse, the Duke is cheerfully making arrangements for Mitchell's return home. He's heard from the academy that students are on break, and based on what he managed to squeeze out of the headmaster, Michael is currently ranked first in the Department of Magic. The Duke is moved to tears, exclaiming that his daughter is just amazing. If Mitchell graduates as the top student, she will be awarded a noble title without the need for formal adoption. The Duke plans to make her his official retainer instead, allowing her to inherit the entire duchy without being legally listed as family. He once thought that would create trouble, but surprisingly, it's turning out well. He proudly thinks that Mitchell is always several steps ahead. The Duke prepares to welcome her back and even plans to give her some pocket money. He asks the general if the Duchess has left. The general assures him that she has. She saw her leave for the station herself. McTeal and her mother have always had a difficult relationship, so it's best to avoid any encounters between them. Their relationship isn't terrible, but the Duchess is extremely strict about everything. With all preparations complete, they simply wait for Mitchell's return. A while later, when she still hasn't arrived, they guess that she'll probably be coming in the morning. But the next day passes, and she still doesn't show up. Even the Duke starts to grow frustrated, questioning why she hasn't arrived yet. The general reports that, according to the latest update, Mitchell has gone to Elam. The Duke is baffled. Why would she go to Elam instead of coming home? Perhaps she's visiting her nanny? The Duke is stunned. Why on earth would she visit her nanny instead of returning home? He becomes emotional, even shedding tears, desperate for Mitchell to come back. The general questions whether he really thinks she will return, just because he asks her to. The Duke concedes that she's not the type to obey orders blindly, so they conclude that a proper plan is necessary. Eventually, they come up with the idea to burn down the nanny's house, thinking that will force Mitchell to come home. The Duke is pleased with this solution, convinced that it will bring her back. The general, however, is exasperated but says that if this is what it takes, then so be it. Meanwhile, at the Beast Tower, Mitchell apologizes to Gret, telling him that they're going to stay here for a little while. Gret replies that it's her home too, and she can stay as long as she wants. Mitchell, however, feels conflicted. She needs to consider the feelings of both her nanny and Titi. She wonders why she feels so reserved around them. When Mitchell introduces Gret to her nanny as the best king, the nanny realizes that what she actually means is Demon King, not just some nickname. Mitchell is baffled that the nanny is only now catching on. The nanny sighs, unimpressed. Demon King or not, the fact remains, he's a Demon King with a child, and there's no way she's going to let him court Mitchell. She's gained level 10 fear resistance, so she doesn't care if he's a demon or whatever. At least she's not afraid of Gret. Now that the house situation is settled, there's just one issue left: money. At the Elam Harbor, it's squid season. Mitchell decides to make some money and repay the debt Titi incurred by catching squid. Although Gret insists that she owes him nothing, Mitchell believes that the closer their relationship becomes, the more important it is to maintain clear financial boundaries. After all, they are already living together in the tower, and she doesn't want to cause him more trouble. Even Evan is there. He tells her it's been a long time since they last talked. They chat for a while, and she asks him where Tomas is. He asks if she plans to get a boat and if Tomas isn't available, she might have to ask someone else. But suddenly, Tomas rushes in, enthusiastically telling her that of course she can ride his boat. She's confused, given how opposed he was before. Now he seems more than happy to let her on board. Tomas tells her they should get going and collect the squids. Mitchell thinks her detection skill must have become something like a superhuman ability. She wonders whether she can still locate schools of fish like before. When they get on the boat, Tomas asks her where the squid are. She considers that since her detection skill is now part of her superhuman set, maybe some of its ability has been inherited, but she can't say for sure. So she simply guesses that the squid might be near the port. Tomas becomes excited and announces that they're heading to the port side. McTail stands there, thinking to herself that it was just a random guess. Then, suddenly, a screen pops up in front of her, notifying her that a new skill premonition has been created. She considers that this might serve as a replacement for detection, so she plans to invest some points into it. She tells them to continue on while she deals with the skill update. She notices that this new skill went directly into the skill tree. She wonders what the logic behind all of this is, but she doesn't need anything else right now, so she decides it might actually work for her. For now, she plans to put everything into premonition. If she maxes it out, maybe she'll get an upgraded skill. Or better yet, if she's lucky, she might trigger a skill fusion. It's not just wishful thinking. She genuinely feels like something incredible could happen. If the skill works the way she hopes, it could help her avoid danger and always make the best decision. She truly hopes that's the case. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, someone says that they'll be arriving in Elam tomorrow. So finally, they are able to gather a large haul of squid. Thanks to Mitchell's premonition skill, she manages to secure plenty, which means they'll be getting more bonus rewards. This way, she can keep hitching a ride on Tomas's boat. Then, suddenly, she remembers that her house caught on fire. It's almost like she's only now recalling it. Tomas responds, saying it was because he was caught up in so many things, more specifically, caught up in money matters. She then asks him directly if he is the one who started the fire. Tomas is completely shocked. He insists he hasn't even been to her house once, so why would she accuse him? Mitchell is confused. If Tomas didn't start it, then who the hell did? It didn't feel like an accident. Tomas then asks her where she stayed that night. Michael tells him she spent the night at a friend's house. Tomas raises an eyebrow at the word friend, and now she introduces him to Gret the Demon King. This revelation nearly sends Tomas straight to heaven in shock. Mitchell checks on him and asks if he's all right, but Hubert assures her that this is the typical reaction people have the first time they meet Gret. It's probably due to Gret's overwhelming presence. She recalls that both she and her nanny fainted when they first met the Demon King. Hubert considers that the two of them are indeed unusual. She doesn't quite understand the situation either, because her nanny is rather peculiar. Gret then asks about the cart they brought. She tells him it's full of squid, which she brought to share with some of the townspeople. He comments that it seems like she's preparing lunch right away. Mitchell responds, saying that maybe today they'll get cold soup instead. Now the entire table is prepared with a feast. Tomas is enjoying the food, laughing that if he had known Gret was such a good cook, he would have come sooner. Gret is also glad he finally got to meet the captain of the ship. After all, seafood is hard to come by in the tower. Mitchell asks why that is. He explains that since the tower is located in the forest, it's difficult to procure sea fish. And whenever he visits the village, people tend to run away, which makes trading difficult. He adds that his son and subordinates are busy guarding the tower, so he's the only one with any free time. Tomas says that's no problem. Since he's the captain of the biggest ship in Elam, Gret just needs to place an order and he'll get him seafood. Mitchell watches the two of them, noting how oddly in sync they are. She then turns to Tomas with a question: who owns Elam? He tells her that Elam is an autonomous region, so it doesn't have a lord. She asks if there's a mayor or anything of the sort. Tomas says that in a small village like this, important decisions are made by the Women's Council and the village chief. Mitchell says she already knows about the Women's Council, but questions whether they even have a village chief. Tomas wonders why she's talking like that when she's already met the man many times, the blacksmith. She is stunned to learn that that man is the village chief. He asks why she's reacting this way, but Mitchell stands up and says it's because she's going to see the village chief. Tomas sighs, already annoyed by her rubbish talk. He says there's no point in bothering with it, it's a hassle, and she won't even get paid. She tells him that with that authority, she'll be able to bring a railroad to Elam. Hearing this, Tomas gets excited. If that's the case, he says, she already has his vote. She knew he'd like the idea. After all, it's going to increase his wealth, too. Speaking of which, she turns to Gret and says she has a proposal for him as well. But before she can even finish, he immediately rejects it. She can't believe he just flat out said no. He explains that it's because there are territorial beasts near the mining area. She does remember seeing them when she tried mining stones before, so the risks involved make it understandable why Gret is opposed. But giving up isn't an option either, so in that case, she says she'll add a condition. She will expand the mining zone and reduce the number of intruders coming to the tower. Gret thinks that if there are fewer intruders, it'll make Hubert's work easier. He asks her if she has a concrete plan. She says that after becoming the village chief and securing the railway station, she will ask Sarah for help and support. Gret asks if this is that Sarah, the powerful figure. Well, after the crown princess, she certainly holds significant influence. Gret considers it and says that while it's not enough to guarantee full confidence, offering a small trial zone to start with is acceptable. And just like that, they settle the deal. The blacksmith now stands wide-mouthed, having just learned that she wants to be the village chief. He huffs, saying it's not good, plus no one even gets paid for doing it. She replies that they know that, but once she becomes the chief, she can secure collaboration from the third princess and the Beast King to build the railroad. He is shocked and wonders how she even knows those two. She brushes it off, saying whatever, and now wants to know what his answer is. He thinks that if a railway line starts from Ishuel, it won't hurt them. So he tells her to bring 1,000 residents of Elam, and he'll give her the position. Now wide awake, she thinks she's going to need flyers to inform the people about her vision, but writing them herself will take forever. Just then, she hears a man shouting that a ship is about to dock, a ship so big, it's going to wreck the pier. She is shocked. She can't let this happen, not when this town is about to become hers. She says she's going to check the mana. The man thanks her, grateful that she's looking into it, but warns her to be careful. She sees the ship now, and it's enormous. This is no ordinary vessel, it's a cruise ship rivaling the Titanic. She wonders who the hell would bring something like that to Elam. But then, of course, it's her, the Duchess, Mitchell's biological mother. Michael is stunned. Why is this lunatic here? The Duchess declares that she was sure Mitchell had died, but now she's alive, which means the Duke must have lied to her. She's furious. How dare he deceive her? But if Mitchell is alive, then there must be a reason. And the Duchess is here to find out exactly what it is. The Duchess throws a chunk of ice at her. Mitchell starts to run, eyes wide, already aware that no matter what she does, she still isn't good enough compared to her mother. And just like that, the ice strikes and hits Mitchell. The Duchess approaches, questioning why she's still alive when she's clearly so weak. Mitchell thinks to herself that the Duchess is still incredibly strong, but she can't allow herself to lose like this. She retaliates, casting her own ice skill toward the Duchess, but the woman dodges it effortlessly with her bare hands. The Duchess declares that Mitchell is still weak and disappointing. She's already reached adulthood, and yet this is all she can do? Mitchell yells back that the Duchess is talking nonsense. She is not yet an adult. She still has 2 years to go. In this empire, adulthood is officially considered to begin at the age of 20. The Duchess raises an eyebrow, amused, and remarks that if that's really the case, then fine. Mitchell snaps that she's right, calling the Duchess a crazy woman. The Duchess finds this entertaining and states that, if so, she'll give her more time, but she doubts Mitchell will improve at all. Mitchell sighs. Of all the people she could have run into today, it had to be this insane woman. Her luck is absolutely terrible. Now Mitchell finally opens her eyes. Everyone is glad to see her awake. She remembers collapsing and immediately asks how she ended up here like this. Gret explains that it was all thanks to the villagers, who contacted them, and they brought her back. Gret says that as for the woman who tried to kill her, Hubert is currently after her to end the threat. But Mitchell tells him to drop it. That crazy woman is her mother. Gret immediately runs off to stop Hubert. TT, still processing, asks why a mother would try to kill her own daughter. Mitchell sighs. Who knows? Ever since childhood, her mother had hit her and called her weak. Whenever she got injured, the woman would say things like, "Why did you get hurt?" It's always been like that. She's undoubtedly a lunatic. Mitchell couldn't agree more. If it weren't for her father's intervention, she would have been long dead. Her nanny apologizes to Mitchell. She thought Mitchell would be safe here, but Mitchell tells her not to worry. After all, her crazy mother already said she'd return in 2 years. Gret returns, having stopped Hubert, but offers Mitchell a suggestion. How about he just goes and kills her mother? Mitchell rejects that idea. It would break her father's heart. Gret then suggests crippling her instead. Mitchell still refuses, explaining that it would still break her father's heart. After all, he is obsessed with her mother's beauty. So there's only one option left. They are going to make Mitchell stronger. She smiles. This is exactly what she wants. But for now, they agree she needs rest. And just like that, after all the chaos, she finally gets to rest for a while. During that time, Gret sets off to gather rare ingredients to help with her recovery. Packing all his belongings, he leaves. Tomas returns to Elam to oversee the dock repairs. While Gret is away, her nanny takes over the cooking area, and Hubert continues his role as acting Beast King. Meanwhile, Titi arrives, announcing that he has everything prepared. It's finally done, the flyers for Mitchell's Village Chief campaign. Now that she's fully recovered, it's time to head to the village and start her campaign. She's gonna make sure she becomes the village chief and brings a railway station to Elam. Meanwhile, in the Nyazarifa Mountains of Ishmael territory, Kana reflects that it's been a month since the vacation started, and yet Mitchell hasn't sent her a single letter. Sure, she thinks maybe it's taking Mitchell a long time to think of a reply, but Kana has been writing her every single day, yet she hasn't heard from Mitchell for a whole month. Kana begins to worry. What if Mitchell has made new friends in the village? What if she's spending time with old friends and has forgotten about her? Or worse, what if she's found out about Kana's real identity? Kana thinks to herself that she really can't afford to lose Mitchell. She's the first true friend Kana has made in her entire 18 years of life. She stares at the box of letters she has written and sent to Mitchell. She's heartbroken to see they've all been returned. There's a note explaining why. Mitchell's house had burned down. Kana immediately panics. What if she's hurt? She needs to go check on her right away. Now Kana stands in front of a huge poster. She's pretty sure she's made it to Elam, but she's confused. Looking around at everything, she thinks to herself that this place is oddly proletariat-friendly. She observes that, on top of everything, everyone is smiling as they work hard, as if they're genuinely enjoying it. Something feels off. Even starting a conversation feels strange. But then she notices that the blacksmith looks full of complaints while he works. Indeed, a normal person to her. She walks up to him. He lashes out at her, irritated, asking if she's here to promote some utopian society. She calmly clarifies that she's just a friend of Mitchell. Hearing this only angers him more. He grumbles that being a friend of that crazy girl makes it worse. He says it's been only 2 weeks since she became chief, and she's already making a mess of the village. She asks him if he could at least tell her where she is. He replies that Mitchell must be in that temporary chief's office. Kana stands there, wondering if Mitchell has changed during the time she's been gone. When Mitchell sees her, she casually asks what brings her there. Kana explains that she had sent letters to her, but they were all returned, so she came to check on her. Mitchell tells her that she forgot to give her the new address, and actually, her house burned down. But she mutters to herself that if the letter really had her name written on it, then the post office should have delivered it to her regardless. Finally, Mitchell tells her that she's now the chief of the village. Kana asks her why she took that position, and Mitchell replies that it's to harbor and secure the railroad station. So everything Kana saw on her way into the village, all the development, was Mitchell's doing. At first, it felt a bit unsettling, but knowing that it was Evan's influence makes it feel surprisingly refreshing. Plus, despite her worries, Evan seems perfectly fine. Mitchell gives Kana her new address and still calls her a friend. The more she thinks about it, the more she realizes that she really did come all the way here to visit her best friend's hometown. Her face turns red at the thought. It's like two besties meeting again. Mitchell then asks if she's had lunch yet. When Kana says no, Mitchell tells her it's perfect, because they'll eat together. Her mom-like nanny has set up a buffet at the back of the tent for the office workers. She asks Kana if she wants to eat while they talk. Kana flushes, thinking she'll get to eat food with her friend in her hometown. This is definitely best friend material. She walks with Mitchell, thinking that coming to Elam might really have been the best decision she's made. Mitchell leads her to the dining hall, while Kana is still in denial over the fact that she's about to eat lunch with Mitchell. Hubert makes an announcement, urging everyone to eat before their lunch break ends. Kana flinches at the sight of a beastman. She wonders what a beastman is doing here in the capital. Occasionally, one might see a noble or friendly beastman there, but not in a rural area like this. She wonders if it could be that a beastman was the one who burned down Evan's house. But then Hubert is calling Mitchell mother. Kana sighs as Mitchell explains that she's not his mother. She clarifies to Kana that Hubert is the son of her friend, and he mistakenly calls her mother. Kana asks who exactly Mitchell's friend is, to have a beastman like Hubert. Mitchell replies that he's the son of the great beast king. Kana freezes. What did she just say? Mitchell repeats it again for her. Mama still can't believe that he's really the son of the beast king. The more she thinks about it, the more confused she becomes. There's a saying that the beast king is a white fox beastman, but there are also rumors that he is ruthless, a tyrant who slaughters any human who enters his domain. She can't figure out how Mitchell managed to befriend someone like that. She's not sure what kind of trick they used, but she's convinced that they're trying to use Mitchell for her kindness. Or maybe it's the other way around. Hubert turns to Kana, asking if she's Mitchell's friend. He says that if she's his mother's friend, she should eat a lot. Since she came all the way here, they must be super close. Meanwhile, Kana thinks that this little thing is indeed rather close and rather sweet. At the temporary chief's tent, Mitchell says that now is the time. It's time to declare war with Delron. She calls out to Titi, who assures her that he's checked everything, and there is not much difference between the terrain from 5 years ago and Delron's current geography. She expresses to all the soldiers that she's thankful they believed in her and waited for her. The time has finally come. Honestly, she had thought that preparations would take much longer, but all thanks to Kana, they can wrap it up rather quickly. Kana also speaks to the soldiers, telling them that she's counting on them. Mitchell thinks that the mood is becoming favorable. It's not surprising. In this world, everyone wants to secure a place for themselves. Now, for smooth integration, they need the cooperation of the residents. So their first move will be to win over the people of the area. That's something she will take care of personally. She will handle persuading them. The rest should focus on attacking the Lord's castle. She tells them to make sure that no resident is harmed in any of this. They all respond with a unified "Aye" and march off. They're almost ready to launch the attack on the Lord's castle. So now, it's time to move on to the Public Relations Office. At the Elam Public Relations Office, the ladies welcome her warmly. They haven't been misusing the town's printing press. They're making do with hand press methods instead. But their working conditions are terrible. She says to the staff that it must be hard for them to do this with no proper support. She assures them that she will soon increase the workforce. One of the ladies reassures her that it's fine. They feel good being able to do something even if it's small. Lana looks at the drawings and sees the flyer they are going to distribute in the Delron area. Mitchell explains that this picture shows Hubert all engraved, because adventurers raiding the Water King Tower are draining his resources and manpower. This flyer represents Elam's justification for action. The Water King Tower is actually closer to Melzan than to Elam, so the adventurers who attack the tower usually settle in Delran. The Delran Lord and the Adventurers Guild fully support this. From a civilian standpoint, it was a profitable decision, but for Gret, it was a huge headache. He couldn't just exterminate the humans, even though they kept invading no matter how many times he drove them away. And if a demon from the tower was unlucky enough to die, then increasing security would only result in demons slaughtering humans in retaliation. Gret suffered countless injustices like this, and yet kind-hearted Gret endured it all for 500 years. But now, the Water King's people have decided they will no longer endure human tyranny, so when the demons go to attack the Delron side, she is going to protect the helpless civilians that the Lord will leave behind. And when she said earlier that she was going to win over the residents first, this is what she truly meant. With this flyer, Elam has more than enough justification to intervene. Then they need to give a public speech to make more people aware that the demons will attack. But Morhel says they are not going to do that. Mitchell says that the people of Melzan are actually living quite well, so giving them a speech alone is not going to have any effect. For that, they will have to instill some fear, and that fear will come from the idea that the Water King's army is actually going to attack the people. Kana is baffled to hear this. A few days later, in the Durlan territory, some men are talking about how the Lord is recruiting soldiers to attack the tower again. As they are talking, one of them looks back, and in horror, he shouts, "Back to Mitchell." She is stunned to hear that Lakni has wiped out around 100 of the Lord's soldiers. Lakni, however, acts as if it is nothing, saying that there is no need to worry since they only attacked the army, and it was super easy. Mitchell says that she did well, but should follow instructions more carefully next time. She can see that this beast man has no self-control, but at least this will make the residents feel fear. Now, in the market space, all the people are talking about how the beast man attacked the soldiers last night. While they are discussing it, they see flyers flying around. Mitchell is using a microphone to announce her presence, telling them calmly that she is the chief of Elam and, upon hearing of this attack, she has come to help them by providing supplies. The people, however, question how someone from such a small village could possibly help them. Still, some of them reason that since supplies are being given, they might as well take them. The Elamade setup is being made. Mitchell is giving out warm tea to the people. They all then begin to wonder what this flyer is about. She is extremely happy that things are going exactly as she planned. The recent attack has already made the people tense. But now, with Cana's persuasion drug in this tea, it will be easy to manipulate them. She tells them that the reason the Beastman is attacking is because the Lord provoked the Water King Beast, and if this continues, the attacks will only become more frequent. She claims that she will negotiate with the Beast King, so they should unite and together negotiate with the Beast King and kill the Lord. Of course, it is a ridiculous speech, but because of the drug, the people become brainwashed and start cheering her name. Before she knows it, she has become this new lord. They all begin to chant for her to live long. Even Mitchell feels that this is getting overboard because she was supposed to be a chief, not some cult leader. Mitchell announces to the crowd that they had better line up because the supplies are going to be distributed. Suddenly, a fire bursts out. Mitchell sees it and thinks that it looks like their guards have started the fire attack as planned. The wind direction ensures that the fire will not spread easily, but she still throws her skill, Ice Throw, to stop the flames. She shouts for the people to go back and run from here. Seeing their fear, she notices that they are also becoming overjoyed. Once again, they are being saved by her. She is glad that the plan is going according to schedule. Now is the time for her to head to the Lord's castle. She goes there with Cana. Cana notices that there is no fire in this area, so they plan to take advantage of the castle instead. Lachne comes along, calling out that the queen has finally arrived. Mitchell sighs, saying she is not the queen, and asks about the situation. Lachne tells her that all preparations are done. She has captured the Lord and his lousy sons. Mitchell then notices something odd and asks what in the world Titi is doing there, harassing the Lord. Lachne explains that Titi has been demanding answers from the Lord about his daughter, who had scammed poor Titi. Mitchell remembers that, oh yes, she did scam his little bro. Mitchell tells Titi that if he does not want to die, he had better step aside. The Lord starts shouting, asking why he should die when he has lived a saintly life. Mitchell scoffs at him, saying she has never heard of saintly people breaking into other people's homes to steal things. The Lord insists he has done nothing like that, but she snaps back that he and Durlan, the guildmaster, were the ones who raided the Beast King's tower. The Lord argues that no, that place is hell, so according to his thinking, he actually did a good thing. Mitchell sighs, realizing he has no guilt at all, so there is no point in talking further. She tells Lachne that this is something she needs to deal with as a great friend, so if Lachne does not want to see anything gruesome, she should leave. Lachne refuses, saying she will stay to witness his final moments. Because of him, they were always in a constant state of emergency. Mitchell summons her ice skill. The Lord starts shouting that he will truly repent and will not do anything bad again. But Mitchell tells him that there is no need to repent. He is dying because keeping him alive afterward would only be a hassle. He should understand this, because he not only raised the tower, but also tried to kill the Beast Man. And just like that, he is dead. We see the people talking, saying that all of a sudden the Lord and his entire family have died. They are also glad because, thanks to their deaths, they are free from the constant demon threat. They are all happy, calling Mitchell their savior, and now that she is taking over as Lord, they feel even more secure. Mitchell is seen holding the papers for the death of the Lord, the unification of the territory, and the station deal. Now she is going to send this letter to the princess. A lot happened during the break, but it was all worth it for what she accomplished. Kana's help and Greta's assistance were also invaluable. She thinks she will have to buy Greta a meal later. After this, they go back to the academy. This makes her realize that she will have to return to the academy soon. She wonders if Greta, who is away searching for tonics, will return in time. Otherwise, she will have to leave without meeting him. Just then, Hubert calls out to her, addressing her as Mom. She hurries out, asking what fuss he is making, when he tells her that his father is back. Mitchell looks at him. he is a total mess. Greta greets her, remarking that it looks like she is still in the tower. She sighs, telling him that houses do not just pop up this easily. She then asks if he is fine with her continuing to live here. Greta reacts almost holy-like, saying of course she can live here as long as she wants. He then hands her something. She asks what is inside, and he tells her to open it and see for herself. When she opens the box, she sees ginseng. She remarks that it is strange. It looks like wild ginseng, but the leaves seem unusual. Greta tells her that it is 1,000-year snow ginseng, and he got it from the everlasting snow monster. Mitchell reacts in shock. Greta asks if she does not like it, but she cannot bring herself to tell him that it feels like something that would turn her into a kung fu master. Instead, she asks how he managed to get it. He tells her that unfortunately he was unable to abandon the 5 poisons of emotions. She is confused, asking what on earth he is talking about and what that has to do with wild ginseng. Greta explains that only those who can abandon their emotions can climb the mountain and obtain the everlasting ginseng. But since he could not abandon his emotions, he only got this one, because he refused to not mate with Mitchell. Mitchell gets flustered, wondering why mating seems so important to him, and whether he has always been this hard to understand. She finds herself having trouble communicating with him today. She sighs and asks him to start from the very beginning. Why exactly did he go searching for this ginseng? Gret learns about the snow ginseng from the Machine King, who explains that if one can abandon worldly temptations, they can obtain it. However, because Gret desires to be with Mitchell, he is unable to pass the gate. That is why he settles for the inferior version of the snow ginseng. Mitchell asks him why this one is so important and valuable. Gret explains that the Machine King said it would still be a good snow ginseng for her, as she also uses snow-based skills. Mitchell begins to think that the Machine King knows far more than he lets on, and asks Gret if the king's name might be Deus Ex Machina by any chance. Gret corrects her, saying the name is actually Amusis Ex Machina. Bringing the conversation back to the main point, he tells her that if she eats this ginseng, she will not die at the hands of her mother. This makes Mitchell pause. She realizes she truly needs to do something before facing that woman again. She considers that she should simply eat it and test the results, reasoning that it is not as though she will die just from consuming it. She grabs the ginseng, but before biting it, she tells Gret that if she dies, he should take care of her nanny and Thomas, and that if he wishes, he can use Titi as his servant. She would not mind. Gret, however, remains calm, telling her she will not die. No matter how Mitchell looks at the situation, she still sees this as a death sentence. Yet she also knows that if she does not eat it, she will die by her mother's hands anyway. Either way, death seems inevitable. She takes a bite, and immediately the system notifies her that her skill level has reached level 4. Suddenly, more messages appear, telling her that she has mastered the skill. She can hardly believe it. Her magic skill Throw has leveled up all at once. Along with it, she acquires a passive skill called Homing Freeze Magic, which becomes her new ability. Delighted, she concludes that the Eternal Snow Ginseng truly is incredible. But then she realizes that leveling up and gaining new skills also comes with side effects. As expected, she starts coughing. She knew this would happen and recalls that she should have eaten something fatty beforehand, just as her dean once advised. Meanwhile, Titi tells Mitchell that she has not rested enough and that she is already working again. Mitchell replies that there are less than 15 days left until the semester starts, so she must get back to work. Returning to the academy does not mean she can neglect her duties as village chief. She still has the tasks of the Women's Association, youth groups, the racetrack construction project in Durlan territory, the campaign to establish a train station, negotiations with the bees, and much more. She notices Hubert is there as well. He is glad that she has finally emerged from her long sleep, calling her mother. Mitchell insists she is not his mother, but Hubert ignores this and says they were all worried about her. She tells him this happens from time to time, and that there is no need for concern because she knows how to handle it. She adds that as long as she consumes a lot of calories, she can recover. Hubert brightens at this and says that in that case, he will make the devil chocolate jam for her, but she insists it is unnecessary. Just a jug of sesame oil would be enough. Hubert protests that it would not taste good at all, so he decides to consult with Gret and make her chocolate syrup instead. Mitchell accepts the idea, and Hubert becomes extremely happy, asking if she needs anything else. She asks him to get her some high-quality paper because she needs to make appointment letters. While she is away, she plans to give authority to her nanny and Titi, and Hubert will act as ambassador for the negotiations between them and the people of Elam. Hubert is unsure if he can do this, but Mitchell reminds him that he is already the king's deputy and should not act as though he cannot manage. She reassures him that she truly trusts him with this responsibility. Encouraged, Hubert declares that if she assigns the task to him, he will perform even better. He adds that thanks to her, his workload has decreased significantly now that the pesky lord has been dealt with, and the number of adventurers bragging inside the tower has dropped, meaning he barely needs to work overtime. Mitchell cannot believe those people thought they had a chance to kill Gret, and she remarks that Gret was actually being too lenient with them. She asks Hubert if he told Gret what happened at the tower. Hubert assures her he is not, and will not tell him. But before the matter can rest, Gret himself arrives, glad that she is doing well. He says that he cannot help but worry, as she has collapsed twice since her break began. Mitchell is touched, but Gret goes on to say, this is why he has a proposal. She should stay by his side forever and not return to the academy, because no matter what happens, he will protect her. Titi becomes flustered and points out that this is impossible. Gret sighs, saying that if she refuses, there is nothing he can do, but at least she should train her body. He declares they will start with 3 lifts, totaling 500 repetitions. Mitchell is baffled, insisting she will do it later, but Gret makes it clear they will begin immediately after lunch. It seems he has no intention of going easy on her, leaving her no choice but to train. 1 week later, she is lifting weights, shouting and groaning, while Gret pushes her like a drill instructor. In her last week, she cannot understand why he is being so strict. She yells in frustration that surviving this is already difficult enough. Mitchell is finally able to sniff the aroma of real food, especially rice, after enduring all this training. Hubert warns her to eat slowly, otherwise she will end up with an upset stomach. But she lashes out, pointing out that for an entire week she has been eating nothing but protein. If he truly expects her to eat slowly now, he must be joking. Gret tells her to calm down, saying she can eat like this at the academy as well, but Mitchell refuses, claiming nothing compares to home-cooked meals. She declares she will not eat anything other than Gret's cooking. Gret blushes at her words, realizing she cares that much about his food, and promises to make even more side dishes for her. Hubert remarks that it seems she is only interested in Gret's cooking. With Gret's special training completed, and a grand feast as the final touch, the short yet long break comes to an end. On the last night, Mitchell barges into her nanny's room to sleep with her one last time. Morning arrives, marking her departure for the academy. All the beasts bid her farewell, telling her not to slack off. She nods to them, especially reminding Titi to distribute the manuals to the village people properly, and warning that his next ticket is going to be a trip to hell if he slacks off. With this, Mitchell wraps up all the tasks she needed to complete and prepares to head back to the academy. She leaves the tower, endures the long and painful ride once again, earning some pocket money along the way. After doing some capital shopping, she finally arrives at the academy. Even though she has only spent 1 semester here, she feels at home. She steps into the magic department dorm, ready to see whether she can survive another semester. She heads to her room, wondering if anyone is inside, but sees that Reina is not here. Relieved that she does not have to face that monkey face right after arriving, she places the white lizard in the bed and begins unpacking. Unfortunately, she realizes she is broke again. Although she managed to make a decent amount by robbing bandits on the way, she spent it all at the market buying food. This means she will have to earn money again while at the academy. Previously, she worked a job where she infused magic into bullets for her professor, which was tough but paid well. This time, instead of simply working as a student assistant, she plans to scam the professor into hiring her. The professor of the magic department is not back yet, so she heads to the combat department to check. There, she notices some students talking, saying that the life who entered the academy seems to be the Northern Grand Duke. She looks at them, realizing they are talking about Eugene. They mention that it appears he is taking a leave this semester, but it also seems like he might drop out altogether since his family has suffered a major blow. Mitchell suddenly remembers that this is around the time when Eugene drops out of the academy to go to war against the dragon race. She had been so caught up in her own matters that she completely forgot about him. The thought makes her sad. After spending time together at the club, she has grown attached to him. If he leaves like this, it will leave an empty hole in her heart. She decides that if she does not see him right now, she may never get the chance again. She rushes off to find Eugene and finally meets him. He notes that it has been a while and asks why she is here. She tells him she heard he was going to drop out. He explains that the decision has been postponed and he will complete his first year. Mitchell feels relief. At least they will be together for one more year. Of course, she knows that after that, he will inevitably be dragged into the war, lose his fiancée, and meet an unfair death. But that is not her problem. She shakes his hand, glad to have another year together. She considers that she could help Eugene stay in school, potentially altering the story's turning point. But that would require preventing him from going to war, which in turn means stopping the war between humans and dragons entirely. No matter how capable she is, she does not possess the ability to stop a war between humans and demons. To make things messier, the system prompts her to sacrifice Eugene, implying she will have to do anything possible to stop the war. In the club room, she asks everyone why no one is trying to stop the conflict between humans and dragons. Eugene answers that it will only end when one side is completely wiped out. She asks if there is any way to stop it without mass destruction, but as expected from a war-hardened fighter, there is no way to end it without battle. Eugene insists that he has told her many times he is not a killer. She retorts by asking if he remembers how many people he has killed. Eugene compares it to asking how many pieces of bread he has eaten in his lifetime. Mitchell shouts that this is exactly what a murderer would say, pointing out that normal people at least remember the number of people they have killed. Then again, normal people do not kill at all. Mitchell sighs, concluding there is no point in talking to him, and decides she should go speak with the princess instead. Eugene smiles, then thanks her for being the first person to ask him to stop the war. He says he knows she is worried about him. She quickly denies it, claiming she was worried only for herself, to which Eugene responds with a casual, "Sure, sure." She insists she is telling the truth, but he keeps laughing. Eugene then says he needs to leave to talk with his father. Mitchell sighs, realizing that she has just returned to the academy and already has another deadline looming over her. She knew something like this might happen again, and now it is clear this semester is going to be wild once more. After a brief meeting with Eugene, Mitchell returns to the magic department and finds the professor again. She manages to secure a suspicious but well-paying part-time job as a human test subject for the magic practice professor. With nothing but a healthy body, she might as well make good use of it for now. Now that she has finally secured the part-time job, she plans to go visit Sean, as he is the only one who has been stuck here. She peers through the window to see if he is inside the house, but he is not there. He is not in the library either. She checks all the places Sean might be, but she cannot find him anywhere. She assumes that he might be in the cafeteria, since it is around the mealtime, and heads there to check. Upon arrival, she notices that since the semester has not yet started, the cafe is empty. Her face brightens when she spots Sean eating his picky food. However, she immediately notices that what he is eating is the cheapest meal from the cafe. It also happens to be the snake's potion, so no wonder he is so skinny. She feels she can no longer let this slide. She goes straight to call him out. Seon appears shocked, clearly wondering what she is doing there. Mitchell tells him to follow her, but he reacts as if she is talking nonsense and points out that he is still eating. She sighs, thinking that he cannot survive on such a small meal. She decides that if he follows her, she will treat him to a great one. Yet he has no intention of getting up. Mitchell takes matters into her own hands by grabbing his plate and eating it all. Seon starts to lash out, calling her a crazy bastard and demanding she give him his meal money right now. She replies, as if it is no problem, explaining that if he wants high-quality food, he will have to follow her. Suddenly, she notices the sound of a window breaking. Confusion sets in as she realizes the air around her has grown tight, a clear sign of an attack. She and Seon both jump back when the blast happens. Mitchell is confused, as the academy is known for its high and tight security, so what on earth is going on? And more importantly, why is there a dragon here? Even more baffling, who is pushing this dragon this far? Her thoughts are interrupted when she hears someone calling out that she is here, and that they need her help. Mitchell recognizes the annoying voice. It is the professor from the magic department. She wonders if this was all his doing, and just what exactly his identity is. She thinks that he asked for her support, but right now he looks more like the bad guy. He claims that when it comes to battle, the distinction between good and evil is meaningless. Mitchell sighs, thinking that even so, she is still a student. If the professor is asking her to attack, then she will have to. However, the dragon has shown no visible attacks so far, though it cannot move. Judging by the heavy air, It seems the professor is using gravity magic on it. In that case, she plans to take advantage of it. She uses her ice-guided spear, but to her surprise, the dragon manages to block her attack. Mitchell realizes that the dragon's defense is stronger than she expected. If she increases the output, her body might not be able to handle it. The professor scoffs at her, saying that if this is all the student can manage, then it is disappointing. This makes her angry, but she stops when she sees that she has gathered all the ice at one point. The professor seems to be enjoying the sight. Mitchell knows that if she casts another spell, she might get completely drained, so she decides to put everything she has into this final blow. She is about to attack when suddenly a golden light erupts and the dragon disappears. Her eyes widen as she realizes that the creature has used its remaining energy to activate the return skill. The professor shouts at her to look at her own skill. She reacts with confusion, then turns to see that she completely forgot the defense barrier is gone. She hurriedly shouts to cancel the spell, but it is already too late. Her ice drill digs deep into the ground, and the professor tries desperately to press it down with his gravity magic, creating a massive sinkhole. Unfortunately, there was a massive underground water vein beneath the cafeteria, and when the water bursts through, it does not stop until it swallows the entire cafe. Mitchell stands there, wondering if this is all her fault. Soon, she is summoned to the dean, who is shouting at the two of them, not only for knocking off the prime, but for destroying the entire cafe as well. The dean shouts at Mitchell while she is kneeling before him. She cannot bring herself to truly kneel. Due to personal reasons, she does not want to kneel to him. She insists that it was not her fault but the professor's. The professor, however, argues that she is the one who drilled into the ground, making them more like accomplices. He sighs and declares that enough is enough, then demands they explain exactly what happened. The professor explains to the dean that a dragon actually entered the academy. This instantly makes the dean worried, as it means the capital's defense has been breached. He is confused, wondering what on earth is going on. To summarize, the professor admits he has no clue why the demon entered the academy, but he had met that dragon, who had transformed into human form, and ended up following it until a fight broke out. The dean then asks why the prince fainted. Mitchell states that he fainted while trying to move, prompting the magic professor to remark that he is such a weakling. The dean is certain that if the prince had powers, Mitchell would have been executed already. He is sure the prince will not want anyone to know about this incident, as the prince ran away from the palace to keep a low profile. On top of that, this demon invasion is not just the dean's personal problem. It could lead to internal political consequences. The position he has built would crumble, and if they do not want this to blow up, there is only one option: bury it. The dean declares that they will pass it off as nothing more than a student and the professor messing around. The crown capital is vast, and of course there are bound to be gaps in its defense. Yet, there has not been a single demon invasion so far, because wise predecessors have chosen to keep their mouths shut. The dean tells the two of them that they are going to bury this incident here. They will tell the public that they were merely messing around and accidentally blew up the cafe. A gag order will be offered to all witnesses, while the two of them will keep their mouths shut. Both Mitchell and the professor agree like obedient underlings, as if the dean is some kind of underground mafia boss. Mitchell wonders if people are actually going to buy this story, but everyone accepts it easily. The professor gets a slight cut in pay, Mitchell receives penalty points, and they also have to offer compensation. Later, at the temporary cafe, Mitchell is shouting at the professor, demanding to know if the food is ready. The professor shouts back, asking if she has any idea how hard it is to make food for 100 pigs. They are stuck with all the students yelling at them to feed them, plus they have to add a little pickle, because Cyan was also roped into this community compensation work. Cyan yells in protest, questioning why he has to do this when he did not use any magic. Mitchell tells him that if he does not do it, he will get demerit points and be kicked back to his nasty palace. Now in the present, Mitchell is in her work gown, completely fed up with all this. Cyan asks the professor what this food is, as it looks like dog food but smells surprisingly good. The professor explains that it is ordinary tofu mixed with all the ingredients they have, so technically it is not tofu anymore. Mitchell eats it all while Cyan wonders if it is even edible, only to find that it is not that bad. Mitchell teases him, pointing out that he never says anything good, calling him petty. This stubborn attitude of his is rather cute in her eyes. The professor cuts in, telling them to get back to work. Mitchell teases Cyan again, calling him cute, and telling him to follow her. Watching this, the professor thinks that youth is really a pretty thing, and regrets spending all his time in a cave instead of going out. Ever since he met Bruno, things had been fun, but after Bruno went to prison, life became rather boring. For him now, Mitchell is a good source of entertainment, though the fact that she is tied to the Beast King is concerning. Still, who knows what kind of entertainment that will bring. He chuckles to himself, thinking that indeed, staying in this academy is worth it. Back at the magic department dorm, Mitchell is glad she gets to work alongside Saiyan. She may have destroyed the cafe, gained a new time limit, and picked up some minor demerits, but overall, it has been a good day. Now she can hug Whitey and relax. But here comes Reina, furious that Mitchell did not send her a single letter during the break. Mitchell wonders why she is here so early. She thinks that if Reina wanted a letter that badly, she should have sent one herself. But Reina shouts that she did not give Mitchell her address back then, and that is not all. She is angry that Mitchell exchanged letters with Kana and even went to Kana's house. Mitchell replies that she plans to see Kana more, so Reina should stop overreacting. Since it is late, Reina should go back to sleep. Reina, however, refuses to let it go, saying that if Mitchell thinks she can get away with this, she is mistaken. The next day, a crowd of students gathers at the notice board. As expected, it is bustling early, because today is the course registration day for the second semester. With the interdepartmental exchange permit, students can take general education courses in the regular faculty, meaning Mitchell can take the same classes as Saiyan. Saiyan, seeing her, asks if she is also here to register, but he thinks it is already too late for her to get through the long line. Mitchell smiles, knowing that is not the case. She uses her ice skill to get ahead, prompting Saiyan to shout at her that magic is banned during course registration. She is happy that now her path is clear and starts registering. From behind, Reina calls out for her to wait. She begins to scold Mitchell, saying that people could get hurt and that this is not like her. Mitchell wonders why Reina is using such an overly dramatic tone. As people gather to watch, Mitchell suddenly remembers that the two of them have a well-known love-hate dynamic in the academy. She wonders how someone who looks so normal can act like this, while Saiyan, meanwhile, does not understand a single thing. With dramatic flair, Reina says to Mitchell that no, baby girl, this is not like her. Mitchell, blinking in confusion, asks what exactly Reina means by this cryptic declaration. Reina, going full caps lock in real life, shouts that, at the very least, Mitchell is not someone who would commit fraud while being bewitched by a mere man's looks. She practically begs her to open her eyes and questions what is even so good about this guy. Saiyan, standing nearby, immediately gets triggered and shouts that, what the hell, why is she dragging him into this drama? He demands to know what the hell is up with these annoying dramatic effects. He declares that he is done with this nonsense and says he will just go get his registration himself. But Mitchell gives him a cold reality check, reminding him that without her he can't even get past the crowd. On top of that, nobles have their bodyguards to get them registered, so he can think of her as his bodyguard. This leaves Saiyan blinking, while Mitchell straight up says to him that he is kind of cute because he lacks both prejudice and common sense. Reina, however, is fuming, because seeing these two getting all close and low-key having fun sets her off. It should be her standing beside Mitchell, not him. Reina, unable to tolerate the vibes, activates her skill Blaze, making both Mitchell and Saiyan snap their heads toward her. Mitchell immediately uses her skill Homing Freezing to stop Reina, while noting that Reina seems to have learned a new skill. Thanks to Gret's help, Mitchell herself had trained hard and even boosted her stats with potions, so she has gotten stronger, but she wonders if Reina has leveled up even more. Reina, looking deadly serious, says to Mitchell that she blocked her Blaze as expected, since Mitchell is her only rival. But it looks like this situation can't be settled without fighting. So the fight begins, and honestly, it ends in the most clown way possible, with Mitchell collapsing from a one-hit knockout, securing Reina's victory. After all, the battle ranking system never lies. Reina is totally valid to knock her out, and even takes out Mitchell's schedule to check her timetable. From that point, Mitchell's school life takes a sharp turn. Everything had been going great. Working closely with Saiyan until the cafeteria was rebuilt was nice, and taking the same class as him was even better. But now she is stuck between these two dumbasses. She is sure Reina must have looked at her timetable when she got knocked out, because Reina has enrolled in every single class Mitchell is in. As for Kana, Mitchell has no idea how her girl even ended up here. She wonders if this is some kind of cosmic coincidence, but honestly it feels more like divine trolling. To make things worse, the professor insists that all wizards sit together. So even though Mitchell and Saiyan are technically in the same class, they are separated by distance. Mitchell is pissed because she didn't register for this class to study, she signed up for Saiyan. But this dude is fully focused on the lesson, while she, tragically, is unable to second-jerk him with her side comments. The class steals one of the potential lifetime moments she could have had sitting close to him, and she is going to miss it forever. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, this thought dropkicks her brain. Something really important happened during this time, but she can't remember it clearly. She does recall that September is Saiyan's birthday, but it was also the miserable birthday where no one actually wished him. She smiles at herself, thinking how could she even forget such a major event, and she absolutely cannot let it happen again. At the Academy Cafe, Mitchell casually asks Reina if she knows Saiyan's birthday, since as a noble Reina must have attended the royal banquets. Reina admits she has never been to the first prince's birthday, but it's not because she didn't go, it's more like the event never actually happened. Mitchell is left shook, wondering just how badly her poor baby boy got neglected at the palace. But Reina glares at her, ignoring the pity talk, and demands to know why Mitchell is so interested in Saiyan's birthday in the first place. Reina even flips the Uno card back at her, asking if Mitchell even knows when her own birthday is. But Mitchell is clearly not interested in Reina's warning. Reina says to her that she doesn't need to fake hostility when no one else is around, but Mitchell bluntly replies that she actually hates her, so there's no need to fake it. Mitchell thinks that if there was no banquet, then that means barely anyone knows about Saiyan's birthday. But it also hits her that there must be someone from whom she can ask, and right on cue, that person arrives. It is Sarah. Mitchell immediately asks Sarah a question, which makes Sarah wonder if she is talking about the train station in Elam. Mitchell agrees that yes, the train station is an important topic, but what she is about to ask is even more urgent. Does Sarah know Saiyan's birthday? The moment those words leave her mouth, ultimate awkwardness descends, and panic fills the room. Mitchell even asks her little self if she has any clue, but she is just as clueless as everyone else, since Saiyan never holds any banquets. Sarah ends up pulling her own hair in frustration. Like, which royal doesn't celebrate their birthday? But of course the answer is obvious. Saiyan has no money, no connections, and no people to invite. So Sarah, side-eyeing this situation, asks Mitchell why she is all of a sudden bringing up Saiyan's birthday, since it's not like he holds any political importance. But Mitchell is dead serious when she replies that she doesn't care about any of that. She just wants to give him a present. This makes Sarah even more shocked, since Mitchell just casually admits she only wants to celebrate his birthday. As the club leader, Sarah immediately makes an executive decision and announces that from now on, they are going to hold birthday parties for all members, so they need to mark down everyone's birthdays. But when they actually start marking the birthdays, things turn low-key creepy, because all of their birthdays are staggered in order, like some spreadsheet-coded destiny. Mitchell thinks it honestly looks like the author got lazy and just slapped in whatever random dates came to mind. But Sarah is convinced this is not laziness, it's divine foreshadowing. She swears all their birthdays are interlinked through some higher cosmic force. For a while, Sarah is seriously mulling over the members' birthdays, looking like she's solving a world-level math equation, but she finally chills down when Eugene casually drops his birthday. After that, they squad up to figure out Saiyan's birthday too, and, not gonna lie, they straight up use the imperial authorities like it's Google just to find out the man's birth date. With that, the birthday issue is solved, period. She then turns to the train discussion, side-eyes Mitchell, and says she still doesn't see any benefit in building the train station in Elam. But Mitchell insists that to unify the entire territory during such a short break, the station is essential. Sarah questions her like she's the Lord of Durlan, asking what Mitchell is trying to pull there. Mitchell claps back that something already happened with him, and after all, it's not odd, because he literally tried to kill the Beast King. Sarah sighs, thinking this girl Mitchell is built different. She really doesn't learn to lose. Still, Sarah agrees that the land development plan is going to benefit the Empire in the future. So for now, she decides to give Mitchell a decent title, and even plans to speak to His Majesty so that Elam and Durlan can officially merge and be promoted into the unified Elam Autonomous City. With that, Mitchell will officially level up to become the mayor of the area, basically unlocking a new DLC of power. But Sarah says there is no way her aide is going to leave this place, because he literally got the most important role. Mitchell asks what it is, and Sarah happily declares that it is the triangle, of course. The aide looks half dead inside, apologizing that he is so lame, He cannot even read the spreadsheets or the music sheets. Mitchell questions if he even knows what a band is, like for real? Reina immediately jumps in, wondering if they cannot just start from today, because she is dying to practice doing the drums. Eugene agrees, saying he is going to take the bass, since it is basically similar to the role during an ensemble. So finally, they roughly decide who is going to do what, and now comes the most important part, the naming of their stupid band. Reina speaks first, declaring that she really wants the word chaos or destruction in it. Eugene, ever the drama king, insists that he wants something like, quote, TT, destiny. Very fitting for him who is bound to die in the end. The aide, with suspiciously too much enthusiasm, suggests lunatic, because it sounds cool. Sometimes Mitchell honestly thinks he seems even weirder than Princess Sarah. But then Sarah puts forward her own cursed idea. She thinks Sarah and the Kids is the best name. Everyone stares at her like this is the worst thing ever. Poor Sarah just shrinks back and agrees to erase it. Then it suddenly hits them. Why not combine everyone's ideas? After all, their club is not about following one person's vibes. They are more like chaotic soup, where everyone gets a spoon. So combining suggestions, the name becomes Destiny Chaos Lunatic Child. For short, it is going to be Dechaluchi. Everyone stares at it, nodding like they have just discovered fire, and boom, they are already set on the word Dechaluchi. That is exactly how the band name is born. After naming the band, the princess immediately starts thinking about what song they are going to perform. Once she gets an idea, she declares she is going to meet the dean. Mitchell, who just happens to have business with the dean anyway, tags along with Sarah. The dean, looking extremely unamused, questions if they are seriously saying they need to perform the former dean's song. He asks if they are really here to snatch that. The dean demands Mitchell explain what is going on. Mitchell lays it down. Unless they win the Opportunity Award at the festival, their club might face disbandment due to excessive penalty points, so they really need a song they can perform on stage. The dean then asks exactly what kind of club they even are. Mitchell, with peak main character energy, says they are the group trying to figure out what they are going to do in the future. The dean sighs that this kind of club does not even exist, but Mitchell argues that scooping up all the troublemakers into one club is going to benefit the school too. The dean looks like he wants to yeet himself out of the conversation, but he still hesitates to give them the song. He has his reasons. The former dean, after all, was the master of the dungeon filled with red books, and now he is imprisoned for treason. The fact that his signature song is that magical cardio bop already says a lot, because even a dean as messy as him still managed to get into massive trouble. Sarah pipes up, saying she heard the former dean's hobby was writing lyrics and composing songs, so as his friend, the current dean must know one or two. The dean, deadpan, replies that maybe it is Sarah who is overthinking this. That is exactly why. Because if the former dean finds out they are digging into his stuff, he will be mega offended. So the dean says he is sorry, but he cannot give the song to them. Before he even finishes, Sarah literally shouts at him to stop. She says she is not here as the princess, she is here as the vocalist and the leader of the band. The way she is standing there, just as Sarah the dean can see the glow around her, he sighs, realizing she is not going to back down. He finally agrees to give her the song, but under one condition: she must not change the lyrics. Sarah promises she will never forget this favor. The dean, not missing a beat, throws back that maybe she can repay him by letting the former dean out of prison. Sarah pouts, saying taking a traitor out of jail is not even in her authority. So they leave, with Sarah declaring that since Mitchell has her own business with the dean, she and the others will head out first. They will wait for her in the club room, and until then, she is going to analyze the lyrics. Once they are gone, Mitchell asks the dean if he is fine with letting Sarah interpret the former dean's lyrics. The dean shrugs, saying that if she is smart enough, she will drop this song and find another. But the fact that she is actually taking on the former dean's work proves she is not smart at all. The dean then turns to Mitchell and asks what exactly she wanted from him. Mitchell admits she actually has a question. She wants to know how demons manage to pass through the capital barrier. The dean chuckles, asking why she even wants to know, like, is she planning to invade the capital with her Beastman army? Mitchell says no, chill, it is nothing like that. She explains that Hubert and Larry are coming to the festival during the Chuseok break. The dean's expression immediately shifts into something low-key creepy. Seeing his face, Mitchell adds that actually Hubert is Gret's son. The dean quickly cuts her off. Stop, he get it. But Mitchell thinks to herself that his expression is way too unsettling. Every time it comes to Gret, the dean just cannot let it slide. He straight up asks Mitchell what kind of relationship she has with Gret for things like this to keep happening. But then he says maybe he heard something about this straight from the Beast King. He adds that trying to pass through the barrier is very difficult, so he will just show her directly. Mitchell points out that there is no railway to Elam, so it is going to take a lot of time. The dean casually mentions that actually they will just go in a straight line, so it will be fast. He raises his finger up and then drops it down, and Mitchell finally understands. He is literally saying he will launch himself into the sky, adjust the angle just right, and land straight on the king's tower. The thought that comes to her mind is wild. Even for a mage, is this really something a human can do? But then she steels herself, thinking that one day, a day will come when she will no longer have to kneel before this dean. At the Academy's residential area, Mitchell plops down, deciding that at least the barrier issue is solved, so most of the important work is done. But there is still Cyan, who has been avoiding her. It has been quite a while since they last faced each other, so she makes up her mind. She is going to wait for him here, outside his house, because today, she is definitely going to find out why the hell he is avoiding her. Cyan wakes up feeling strangely relieved, low-key surprised, that nobody pulled up to drag him into that so-called emergency meeting. He really thought they'd bug him non-stop, but nah, crickets. For a split second, he's glad. But then his brain spirals into the classic sad boy loop. Maybe it's not that they're being chill. Maybe it's that nobody actually gives a damn. And honestly, that thought kinda slaps different. It feels almost enlightening. With time, people are gonna stop looking for him anyway. Except, plot twist, Mitchell is standing right there, waiting like she camped out on his respawn point. She yells out that finally he showed up. And Cyan freezes like his Wi-Fi just cut. Why the hell is she here? He looks at her, baffled, while she gets up and basically calls him out, asking if he seriously thinks he can just dodge her forever. All this time, he's been ghosting her, and she just wants him to say straight up why he's doing it. Cyan turns his face away with that dramatic main character, you don't need to know energy. But Mitchell isn't having it. She grabs him and drops the truth bomb that hiding won't solve anything. Because, let's be real, there's no way he can handle it all alone. That makes him snap. He practically shouts that good for her, for always having everyone on her side. He throws shade, saying she was literally born with magic, and on top of that, she's great at it, so of course life must be hilarious for her. Watching him look pathetic in comparison, he asks her straight up what she's even planning to do after hearing his sob story. Is she gonna fix his problems? Nah. Even someone as great as her wouldn't want to get dragged into the royal mess involving the crown princess. Finally, Mitchell connects the dots. She realizes she always felt something was off after his birthday, and now it clicks. It's because of the crown princess. She admits that if it's really about the crown princess, then yeah, her hands are tied. Even back when she was chilling at her own house, dealing with that crazy princess was like wrestling a hydra in heels. And now she's downgraded to a powerless commoner? No shot. Then she straight up asks what his sister even said to him. Cyan sighs, looking 10 levels done, and says his sister told him to stop hanging out with shady people like Mitchell and just study quietly like a good little scholar. Mitchell can't believe her ears. She bursts out that his sister is actually trying to snatch him away from her, like, girl, what? Cyan just scoffs, tossing back that if Mitchell feels that strongly, why doesn't she fight his sister instead? That leaves her speechless, buffering like a laggy NPC. He scoffs again, extra salty this time, and storms off, throwing over his shoulder that in the end, she's no different from everyone else. Mitchell, who has never looked lost or out of place in front of him before, is suddenly wrecked. And the thing is, he's right. She really doesn't have the power to protect him from the princess. At the temporary dining hall, she's sitting there looking like her soul rage quit and left her body behind. Reina notices and asks why she's acting all strange today. Mitchell, half dead, asks her if she can fight the crown princess. Reina looks at her like she just asked to yeet herself off a cliff and says if she wants her dead, she can just say so directly. Because, let's be honest, even for Reina, the crown princess is built different like final boss tier. Valid though, since she's literally the next emperor. Mitchell then turns to the dean with the same desperate question. Can he fight the crown princess? The dean doesn't even hesitate. He says it would be better if it were just combat. But nah, he has to live in this society after that fight. And honestly, nobody's got the hacks for surviving that mess. Hearing that, Mitchell just spirals further, Realizing she really has no clue how anyone is supposed to stand against the crown princess, Reina looks at Mitchell like she's losing it and questions if this whole meltdown is really about that invisible Prince Saiyan. If it is, then she should already give up, because there are plenty of other guys out there. Mitchell fires back instantly, telling her not to be stupid, because for her, Saiyan is the one. The dean casually suggests they could always start a revolution like the former dean if she's really that down bad for Saiyan. Mitchell practically screams inside that this is way too risky. She wonders if revolution is really the only option left, but her gut tells her there must be some other way. Then it hits. That sharp, ringing pain pulses through her chest, which can only mean one thing. Her premonition skills are kicking in. She decides she'll use that power to go toe-to-toe with the princess. She thinks about what this other way could mean. Volunteering, extra training, maybe some random club activities. Her brain is running wild until it suddenly clicks. To face the crown princess, she doesn't need just guts. She needs to become the greatest guitarist alive. Reina and the dean exchange the kind of look that says, yep, she's gone off the deep end. But for Mitchell, the direction is set in stone. For this bizarre new path, the dean gifts her a worn-out guitar. Mitchell eyes it like it's cursed DLC content and straight up asks him if this is that cursed guitar. The dean, with a shrug, says it's the only sturdy one around. Like, hello, it literally tanked a gunshot once. Soon after, the isolated club building gets upgraded with a soundproof private practice room, and Mitchell locks herself in grind mode. In no time, she unlocks the basic guitar performance skill. She keeps practicing so hard, her hands are blistered, peeling, and looking like horror props. But she doesn't quit. After a month of pure suffering, she finally unlocks a special guitar skill, just enough to avoid embarrassing herself at the commercial event. With that milestone down, she finally gets permission to chill, rest, and maybe even have some fun. Back at the magic department dorms, Reina greets her, saying she's finally back, and wonders out loud what kind of guitar training takes that long. Mitchell claps back with some sass, saying a pampered noble like her, who only feels satisfied after buying expensive drumsticks, would never get it. Reina side-eyes her, then casually mentions she's been hearing some voice from Whitey. Sure enough, Gret pops up. Mitchell glares at him and demands to know what brings him here all of a sudden. Gret drops the news that Hubert and Larry have left for the academy, and if she still wants to know about the Dragon King, Hubert will have plenty of juicy info for her. Mitchell says fine, she'll ask him, but Gret adds that even if Hubert's the MVP, that guy still knows quite a bit about dragon ecology. Mitchell questions who that guy even is. Gret points him out as the one who acts like a spoiled kid, loves overpriced toys, and is annoying as heck, basically describing the dean. Mitchell stares at him, confused, and asks how on earth the dean knows about the Dragon King. Gret says it's a secret. Mitchell's jaw drops, because it's rare for Gret to even acknowledge secrets. He then casually mentions that the dean literally got on his knees and begged him to keep it quiet. Mitchell is floored. She always thought the dean was the type who'd rather get exposed than bow down to anyone. Anyway, after confirming Hubert and Larry's departure, time zooms forward, and suddenly midterms are here. Mitchell just writes her name and dips. Grades? Nah. Since her life isn't on the line anymore, test scores don't matter one bit. The only thing she cares about now is attending the festival. Her guitar skills are actually cracked, no doubt about it. But after practicing solo non-stop, she forgot the one crucial thing: coordination, harmony, band flow. And when it comes to being in sync with a group, she's a total mess. Sarah is out here assuring that it is all going to be all right because, hello, with some practice, they are totally going to hit sync, and she is like, they should just try again. But Mitchell, queen of hard truths, is saying this is not going to work. Not at all. Sarah knows they are still rough around the edges, but she really thinks that if they keep practicing, they will at least snatch the popularity prize, because it is not like they are going to be the pro-level headliners, so she is like no one needs to get discouraged yet. Mitchell, however, says that is not even the issue here, because she has the level 6 skill, and oh boy, she has gotten this strong gut feeling that if they are able to pull off the stage performance, it is going to solve the Saiyan isolation problem and the messy drama she has been facing. Sarah, being extra as always, says that in that case they will just aim higher, but she wants Mitchell to pinky promise one thing, that she is not going to keep upgrading her skill every so often, especially when someone's future shiny skills start flashing around, because those god-tied abilities don't usually let their owners live long lives. Mitchell just sighs like a stubborn main character, and says she will think about it. Sarah points out that she is not saying Mitchell should never do it, but Mitchell already claps back in her own head that they don't know what life is going to throw at her, and plot twist. While she is literally saying this, she has already dumped the rest of her points, and is now leveled up to 7. Sarah is straight up dumbfounded, like girl, she is not even listening to the warning, but Mitchell just shrugs mentally, and comments that, thanks to this leveling up business, they are not only going to win the popularity award, but also take the grand prize, land a debut offer, and even drop an album. Sarah has no idea how that chaotic prophecy is supposed to happen, but she is like, fine. From now until the festival they are going full send during practice, no excuses. Then Sarah, with suspicious eyes, asks Mitchell about the keyboard spot, because it looks like the guy is not going to show. Mitchell makes it crystal clear that no matter what, that spot is his, period. Because even if they have to yeet the keypad themselves, she is not letting anyone else take it. But when it comes to drums, Mitchell is like, anyone but Reina is fine, so yeah, they should probably just drop her. Sarah questions if this is somewhat her skill talking, but Mitchell replies no, it is coming straight from her heart. This immediately makes Reina big mad, and she shouts in pure rage-core energy that she is going to make sure Mitchell never dares to look down on her again. And that, ladies and gents, is exactly how the rest of the training arc of this so-called lame band begins. Time yeets itself forward, and soon the academy is lit up and in full swing for the 3-day festival. Meanwhile, Hubert and Larry are supposed to roll in at the regular ferry. The lighting looks weird, like suspiciously stage drama weird, but this stupid Hubert is still shouting and cackling like he's auditioning for a villain role. Larry, in full disguise mode, tells him through gritted teeth that he is absolutely not allowed to call Mitchell mother out loud in disguise, because it is going to cause chaos. It gets even messier when Larry calls Hubert lady, because, like, excuse me? But the second they step off the ferry, Mitchell spots them and immediately screams at Hubert like what the hell is he even wearing? Turns out, Hubert is in a skirt. Yes, a whole women's dress. And the ferry guy snitches instantly, saying it out loud like it is gossip hour. Mitchell then looks at Larry like why on earth Hubert is cosplaying as a girl. Larry explains that technically, she can get away with a big hat and baggy clothes, but Hubert? Nope, he can't fit in. Because, hello? 9 tails. If even one tail peeks out, he is getting insta-banned for being a demon. So yeah, the dress is his whole cover story. Mitchell stares at him deadpan and tells him he already looks like a rich auntie. Then, without mercy, she adds that since he is already dressed like this, he might as well advertise the new racetrack that is opening soon. Hubert cannot believe that she is actually making him work during the festival break. But Mitchell says with him dolled up like this, a bunch of guys are totally going to approach, so he should just act like promo staff. Because, honestly, his beautiful, charming features plus the red lines under his eyes are giving major seductive vibes. Hubert sighs and says he is going to take that as a compliment, but Mitchell fires back that it is better if he takes it as literally nothing. And just when the scene can't get more chaotic, Kana shows up from behind, spots that Hubert and Larry are also here, and immediately declares that it must be fate bringing them together. Which, in her head, means they should absolutely hang out together. Mitchell knows she has been following them this whole time, but considering she did help them with that Durlam situation back then, she thinks the squad should at least let her indulge with them for now. So she asks Kana if she wants to go first with the use of the map. Eventually, after all that wandering, they finally reach a castle-looking place. It's giving tourist trap core, but still kind of majestic. Hubert, being Mr. Observant, asks her if she is the one who made this lake along with the dean. They all agree that it really is beautiful, while Mitchell, standing there in disbelief, cannot believe this stupid council actually threw this thing into the tourist spot category. Like, hello? Did they have nothing else to flex? Kana, meanwhile, is staring like she just spotted an Instagrammable picnic backdrop, pointing out that there are even boats here. The group gets onto one, rocking gently as they settle in. Mitchell notes that this whole setup must have been an accident turned aesthetic masterpiece, but hey, it is actually a place worth seeing. Hubert then gets extra, crouches down to check the water, and he is able to feel faint traces of some demonic energy lingering in it. Mitchell, raising an eyebrow in her headspace, questions if he is really able to feel that from dragon energy. Nope. Hubert clarifies this isn't dragon-coded vibes. It's some other demon energy. Larry, doing the usual overthinking, wonders if maybe the lake itself is poisoned or cursed or whatever ominous nonsense. Then, Before anyone can even hit pause, Kana casually takes a sip of the water like she's testing a sample at Costco. Leary screams that she cannot just go around consuming random liquids like, this girl is not a magical Brita filter. But surprise, Kana is fine. Turns out she is resistant to stuff. Leary, still shrieking, insists this is not the case at all, because Kana is totally going to traumatize people if she keeps doing things like this. Still, Kana delivers the verdict. No poison detected. She announces that it just tastes like limestone, so probably some ordinary groundwater that bubbled up and turned into a lake. But paired with that strange demonic energy, there is still something about it that does not sit right at all. Mitchell, however, is fully in whatever mode. To her, it's not her problem. Mitchell tells them that she has already made them have plenty of fun, so she is going to end the escort here. After all, she has things to do and is ready to dip. Hubert instantly cries out, "Hey!" in protest because he has been looking forward to this day with her. Larry backs him up, saying that this is true. They all came such a long distance, so Mitchell should really take care of them a little more. Mitchell, however, stays firm. She would absolutely love to, but actually, she has things to handle. The squad nearly faints in shock when they realize she's talking about a band performance. Like what? Plot twist unlocked. They all tell her she should definitely go, and in fact, they are totally going to come and watch her. So, with the escort squad satisfied and planning their own fun, the three of them continue to enjoy themselves while Mitchell heads off. She looks at the stage and wonders if this is really the place where all her hard work is going to pay off. Her first stage ever, kind of wild, and she is genuinely speechless seeing this over-the-top, flashy setup. Out of nowhere, Sarah pops in with all the enthusiasm, announcing that Mitchell is finally here. Mitchell, blinking at the spectacle, asks what in the world this ridiculously extra stage even is. Sarah points out, obviously, that they are aiming for the grand prize, so of course the stage is dramatic. They need to go big and perform well too. Mitchell, on the other hand, is side-eyeing the situation hard. With special effects like these, they might not even need to perform at all. They'll just win by default. All that practice? Maybe for nothing. She wonders who in the world even thought it was necessary to style a band performance with elemental magic effects, like they're auditioning for the Wizardry Grammys. The narration then backtracks to when the princes got the former dean to hand over a song to Sarah. At this point, they already know which song they are going to perform, so now it is lyric breakdown time. The first thing is to read the lyrics aloud. The song describes the crisis of people suffering under constant rain and frequent disasters, unable to find shelter, and never catching a break. But even in such hard times, if they unite and support one another, there will still be hope. Basically, it's a protest anthem wrapped in fantasy vibes. It speaks for those oppressed under the empire and the displaced minorities, calling for unity to overthrow the regime. It's so straightforward that even the most clueless princess in the kingdom is going to get the point. Sarah clenches her hand tight at this, fired up. And Sarah says that after reading these lyrics, she realizes something, that hope is going to bloom even in despair. And that is the world that this song actually portrays. She says that she has been thinking about how she is going to make this event thoughtful, and these lyrics give her a clear direction. Just singing and playing this song is not going to cut it, so they are going to make a stage that is going to reflect this song in a post-apocalyptic world. They are explorers searching for land where humanity can take root. Raina is the heart of fire, Mitchell the heart of ice, Eugene the heart of wind, and Sarah the heart of earth, and by her side is the heart of love. Mitchell's shock shows that if she is really going to the stage with this type of concept, Sarah points out that, as expected of the heart of ice, this is really fitting for her. Sarah says she remembers that she forgot to actually explain the setting. The world is on the brink of running out of water, so Mitchell, the heart of ice, has been shunned, and she is the one who is enduring and living like a wounded wolf. Mitchell feels frustrated and says to herself just how the hell Sarah is thinking all of this, and wonders why they can't just play the song like normal people. But Raina is in her own world, making fun of Mitchell for being an outcast. Since then, Mitchell keeps begging them to change the concept, but the princess seems to like it a lot. In the end, she has no choice but to surrender, and that is how they end up dressed like this. But it is fine. After all, the embarrassment is not going to last forever, and that way she will also be able to uplift her death penalty. Her intuition skills tell her that this is not really a bad path either, so it is going to be fine. Finally, their group performance is announced to come. They all get to stand on the stage, and the audience also gets their cheering sticks. Sarah introduces the band and adds that sadly their keyboard player Sion is not here today, but they have still worked hard to make this song, so they really hope that the audience will enjoy it. The song's name is Endless Rain. The song begins. Everyone starts to do their part, and the crowd, realizing which song it is, starts to sing along with them. With great perfection, Sarah ends the song. Everyone starts to cheer, and it turns out to be pretty good. Encore. Mitchell thinks that this is really a proper protest anthem and wonders if they are even allowed to sing it. But with the princess here, she knows that there is not going to become a bigger problem. She gets the notification that the storyline has changed, probably because the song was a great hit. Princess Sarah says to Mitchell that the crowd is asking for an encore, so they should sing another song. Mitchell wonders if Sarah really trusts her, and Sarah replies of course she does. Mitchell then announces that in that case, the song they are going to play is Cardio Magic. And just like that, the crowd unknowingly starts to chant that the Kroll Empire will fall, and the band gets summoned to the dean's office after that. At the dean's office, he absolutely loses it at them, yelling about what they even meant by shouting, "Down with the Kroll Empire," and how the hell they could even perform a song with lyrics like that. If they had been wrecking it outside, they'd already have been arrested, no questions asked. He snaps at Sarah, demanding if she doesn't feel any responsibility as the princess of the empire. Sarah vows of course she does, and justifies that at that time she felt she needed to meet the crowd's expectations. The dean then swivels toward Mitchell, pointing out that, just for now, she better not make another plan to come to his office for more detention, making deals left and right. He adds, "Oh yes, how many times has it been already?" Bro sounds exhausted. He turns to Reina, declaring that he's going to tell her father that she spent all the donation money on cleanup. Reina is already sweating buckets in silence. Then he zeroes in on Eugene, asking if he really is Eugene. Eugene politely replies that he is, really sorry too. But the dean waves it off, saying, "That's not even the point. Actually, there's an urgent message from the north." Plot twist. Apparently, the Dragon King has dipped south, and the northern region is taking severe damage. They are officially requesting Eugene to come back. The dean tells him he'll excuse his attendance to the authority, so he better hurry his butt back as fast as possible. Eugene nods, saying that with that, he'll leave to get ready to depart. The dean then turns to the others, saying that since there was a deal with the student council, he's going to reduce their penalty points. But instead, everyone here is going to help Mitchell with cafeteria duty. Instant karma. Meanwhile, Mitchell is thinking, if they reduce the penalty points, does that mean their club is not going to get disbanded? She instantly checks her status window. The display says the limited time is gone now. The only thing left is to make sure Eugene doesn't drop out. Because if they're recalling him mid-semester, then clearly something super serious is happening. At least the dean said his attendance will still be acknowledged this semester, so that's fine for now. But the future is a whole other problem. Outside, Mitchell is already in crisis mode, because she's supposed to meet Hubert and the others today. She plops onto a bench to wait for them, her thoughts spiraling about the penalty points she's still carrying. She sees her premonition skill glowing in the corner, but she remembers that Sarah stopped her from using it before. Still, if she really wants to prevent Eugene from dropping out, she'll have to use it, more than the risk of shortening her life. Solving this impending doom in front of her is way more important. So yeah, what she needs right now is a giant ice cream shake, the size of an elephant. She is 100% sure this is going to send her blood sugar skyrocketing. With that many calories, even if she gets outed, her body is not going down easy. She downs it in record time, the so-called white powder of happiness running through her veins. Now that she's had her sugar fix, she needs to check her skills. With this premonition skill, maybe she can feel something. And she's right. Her heart starts reacting way too fast, giving her a hint: mining, gathering, and hunting. She doesn't understand why her heart is beating so wild at those skills, but if her body's reacting like this, then she has to invest in it regardless. She sees that it's a high-level skill, but it doesn't unlock right away. Soon she figures out why. It can get dyad with other skills. The higher skill doesn't open immediately, but it seems like the premonition skill led her here. If that's the case, she's planning to get it ASAP, because she's genuinely hyped to see what this new skill actually does. But right now, all she sees are some underwhelming effects, total letdown vibes. She wonders how the hell she is even supposed to use this so-called increased item quality. Like, what is she gonna do? Sell mana stones? Peddle some fish? At this rate, she really should have snagged excavation magic instead. But then she shrugs like, whatever, we ball. She closes the screen, deciding it's time to increase her premonition level. Just as she's about to invest, her heart suddenly starts racing out of nowhere, and she gets this weird gut hunch that she has to raise this skill right now. Sure, it could really be affecting her lifespan just like Sarah warned, but backing down isn't in her dictionary anymore. She closes her eyes and pushes it up to level 10. The system flashes a message saying she successfully raised it, and she thinks, oh dang, maybe this is about to unlock some powerful foresight type skill. But nope, total scam. All she gets is something called an inspiration skill. Not that old people philosopher vibe. Nah, more like bootleg vibes. It still feels sketchy though. The premonition skill vanishes completely, leaving her with this cheap knockoff that basically says there's a low chance a random melody will just pop into her head. Like seriously? This system really wants her to become a musician. First, it threw her concerts, and now it's all about composing songs. She starts throwing a mental tantrum, saying she doesn't need this at all. She just wasted her skill points for nothing. She even begs the system to give her points back, coughing blood out of sheer frustration. Total disaster moment. Out of spite, she dumps the rest of her points straight into superhuman strength and accuracy. If she's going down, at least she's going to hit hard and hit true. A little later, Hubert and the others arrive at the spot. She's super excited to see them, immediately asking if there are any plays they want to go watch. Hubert, with all the expectation points in his eyes, admits he really wants to ride that circular thing, the one that spins around and then stops mid-air, dangling people like chickens. Mitchell notes how this lame academy actually goes all out when it comes to festivals. She tells everyone that, obviously, they're gonna ride that stuff. Larry, peeking down from above, comments that everyone looks so different from up there, and that the academy is really huge. Then he asks Mitchell what happened back at the dean's office. Mitchell casually tells him she got detention for, quote, cursing the Kroll Empire. Freedom of speech? Yeah, doesn't exist here. But it's all right. They just got a little labor as punishment. Oh, and Eugene? He's been sent back north because of the Dragon King issue. Hubert then asks if the Dragon King is actually advancing south. That makes Mitchell pause. She heard rumors that Hubert is pretty knowledgeable about the Dragon King, so she asks if there's any method they can use to stop him from attacking, at least until she graduates. Hubert, smiling knowingly since Eugene is part of her club, says that actually it's really easy to find a way to stop the Dragon King from attacking until she's out of here. This shocks Mitchell, because if there is really a way that is easy to stop that Dragon King, then hello? That's like cheat codes unlocked. Hubert tells her to calm down, because the way she is asking it is making him lose his confidence. He thinks that he will talk with the Machine King and will confirm it to her. Mitchell is like, hold up, what exactly is this Machina guy? Because first, he was the one who gave them that old ginseng, and he also fixed Gret's arm. Hubert laughs, saying that in short, Machina guy knows a lot more than anything. He can even access the Akashi records. This makes Mitchell say that this is literally cheating. The Akashi records are said to represent the collective thoughts of all of humanity. If one can access it, they can view any record that they wish to, and also simulate the future based on countless records of the past. But, of course, variances can occur, so it is really not that perfect and accurate. Still, Hubert will be able to figure out there whether his plan is really absurd or not. Mitchell says that she is going to leave that work to Hubert then, because she is really not in the place of being picky about it either. Hubert smiles, saying that sure, he is going to fix it for her, but in exchange for her spending a day with him. And just like that, they spend the day together. Though Mitchell is barely spending a day, that evening, Hubert is really happy. This is the first time that he has played this much so freely, like a kid finally let out of the house. Mitchell is glad to know that he enjoyed the trip. Mitchell then sees the fireworks, and Kana notes that they are really pretty. Of course, the finale is wrapped up with some fireworks festival vibes, really coming to an end now. She then hears Hubert sniffle. Mitchell, all worried, asks herself what is wrong with him. Hubert starts to shout that he doesn't want these days to end. The way he is shouting, everyone starts to wonder what is this weird noise. Mitchell wraps his face with her handkerchief to stop this, and asks Larry what is wrong with Hubert all of a sudden, and if he is bad with alcohol. Larry thinks that the fact Hubert has never played like this before is making him emotional. Ever since Mitchell took care of Lord Durlan and stopped him from invading the tower, everything went to the point that they used to add as the substitute king. So Larry could have taken a day off, because she is a subordinate, but Hubert really couldn't. Kana then says to Hubert that if he hastens the family business that much, how about he just quits it like she did? Because, like, why not mental health first, capitalism later? Hubert cries that he cannot quit because he cares about his father. Kana says that if that is the case, then she cannot be of any help, because she really thinks she is better off without her dad. This leaves Mitchell wondering how she can say something this brutal so casually. Mitchell does think that it is sad that he never got to play out, but the fireworks just ended, so he needs to go back home. The ferry arrives, and the conductor asks everyone to get on it before it leaves. Hubert hugs Mitchell, crying that he doesn't mean to leave his mom here. He shouts that he wants to live with her forever. Mitchell asks him to calm down because she will be going to meet him in the winter break, but he pouts that this is too long. This makes her list that the more she tolerates, the more he annoys her. And what the hell does he even want from her? She is really getting done with his hopeless drunk rambling, but he is too beautiful to get ignored. Mitchell, who is weak to beauty, says that if he really doesn't want to part with her, then how about he asks Gret for the permission to go with her to the north to settle the issue, because having someone who knows the Dragon King is worth it, and it is going to be less risky. Hubert says to her, sure, he would love to come. He jumps to the ferry, saying he is going right away to get Gret's permission. Larry, sorry to Mitchell, says that she should get going too. And just like that, the two of them leave. It was really a chaotic festival, but still, she was able to manage one terminal case, so all is well. Now her main goal is to make sure that Eugene doesn't drop out of school, but until she hears from Hubert, she plans to take a break. The day after the festival, all the club members except him, who went to the north, were dragged to the construction site. Of course, they sang that stupid song at the festival, so now they have to help with the construction of the cafeteria. Of all the days, it really had to be the day after the festival, making her really tired. One of the men calls out to her and asks her to help level this slide. He smiles, saying that when the dean said he was going to send help, he really thought he was going to send some baggage, but he notes that they all are really helpful. And like he did earlier, Reina is planning to help the glass magically later. As for Sarah's aid, he just needs to try his best or maybe go rest. Mitchell, the more she looks at him, the less she understands him. In the novel, he got the teleportation power, and more than anything, he is so strong that she had to bow to him. So why is he holding back his powers and acting so timid? But the fact that he is the main character means he probably knows what he is doing. A crow comes and drops a letter for Mitchell. She sees that it is from Hubert. He says that he asked the Machine King about his plan, and the Machine King told him that the success rate is 49%. But hey, better than nothing. Hubert plans to go north first, and he is going to wait for her there. Mitchell thinks that this much percent is worth trying. Sarah notes that it is really fascinating to see that a letter is sent in this daytime through the bird. Mitchell tells her that her friend from Ilam told her that there is a chance of 49% that they can stop the Dragon King with one of his plans. Sarah is so shocked, saying that if there is really a way to stop the Dragon King, then the one who is able to do so is going to become the war hero. But who is going to tell Sarah that the friend of Mitchell is the demon? Just like that Dragon King. Sarah rants that this is not the time to talk. They really need to go to the king and talk to him about it. Mitchell asks her to calm down, because this is not going to be needed. According to her friend's plan, what is needed is not the army, but their club. Sarah is shocked, asking what kind of plan is going to involve them. Mitchell reads it for them, that they are going to hold a concert right in the middle of the battlefield, like dead serious, mid-war Coachella. Sarah is really dumbfounded to hear this, standing there like her brain just got hit with a cosmic slap. The aide is seriously asking if she really means to do this little concert thing in the middle of a war between the Dragon Army and the Duke's Army. Reina, looking like she just walked out of a chaotic fever dream. Mitchell, though, jumps and asks them all to hear him out, because this idea actually comes from him, a so-called great expert, who apparently knows a lot about dragon behavior. Sarah is like, hold up, if they really had a person that amazing in the Empire, then why the heck have they not shown themselves yet? Mitchell points out with a smirk that actually this person is beastkin. He really can't just show himself out to humans. That reasoning does make sense to Sarah. Now Mitchell then adds with extra flair that Hubert has actually been seeing that Dragon King long before any of them were even born. But first, Mitchell is about to spill something major that humans totally don't know, and it is that the Dragon King is actually a golden dragon. He does appear red in front of other people. The reason behind this? Apparently he was inspired by a long fantasy novel where a red dragon just vibes and visits the human world for fun. Sarah, standing there with her brain buffering like old school internet, really cannot understand this. But Mitchell says they really can't explain any deeper because of copyright issues, and he just leaves it at that like some shady NPC dialogue. Sarah questions what that is even supposed to do with their plan. Mitchell comments in his matter-of-fact way that it means the Dragon King is actually super easy to sway, more like a child than some scary legendary beast, and that is why they need a different approach. And since they are students, they are going to show that they are the squad who actually formed friendships beyond social class-like period. They made bonds together in the school infirmary, And not only that, they are genuinely good humans. By that alone, the Dragon King's affection will start to rise. With time, he is basically going to become their fan too, like a stan account, waiting to be born. But that whole perfect storyline couldn't last, because the band had to break up when one of them had to leave. And that right there is the actual reason Eugene left the band. It was because of the war at the north. So if the dragon wills to stop attacking, their band will also be back too, no cap. Of course, this is not going to continue forever. But at least until Eugene graduates, Sarah agrees that this is really worth trying. Still, she points out they probably can't request military funding from the king for something like that stage. Because, imagine filing paperwork for concert budget during wartime. It's giving Delulu energy. Because it would be great to have that stage effect, Sarah assures them that she will try to work and get her allowance in advance, and with that, they are really headed to the north, because their actual mission is to save their friend Eugene. After that, the North concert is confirmed, and they each start doing their part in their own chaotic ways. Sarah goes full unhinged and spends her days in the imperial chambers, rolling dramatically across the marble floor, begging for money without a single ounce of shame. The aide keeps rejecting the low-key calls and record deal offers, like a manager swatting off shady producers. Reina, on the other hand, is nose-deep in survival strategy cases, studying those scenarios where only two of them can make it out alive. Mitchell then tells Reina that if they mean to save their friend, she should get ready to throw herself like the ultimate sacrifice. She shrieks right back, saying that she is not some commoner or third princess, but the daughter of a great count family, so excuse her, she is not built for melodramatic martyrdom. Mitchell, not caring about her dramatic whining, also goes around trying to collect donations. She really doesn't expect much at first, but thanks to the combat technique team, who are desperate to get their ace back, they actually manage to collect a decent amount. It's not world-saving money, but it is enough to cover their train ride and even snacks for the final day. Everything she does now is for Eugene, not to drip out of the school like a tragic dropout. And because of that, she doesn't even feel guilty. Finally, she tells the plan to the dean and asks him if he thinks it has any chance. Hearing this insane concert scheme, the dean literally steps out for a moment, laughing his heart out like a boomer who just discovered TikTok. He comes back, apologizes, and admits he did not expect this idea at all, but says Mitchell is truly a clever fox. And wild as it sounds, he really thinks the plan might actually work. Hubert, who is already on his way to the north to hand out the cult of love and peace, doesn't even bother bawling about the club. If this succeeds, it is going to be nothing short of a miracle. Sarah, still not understanding how the dean knows so much about the Dragon King, starts side-eyeing him. But looking at everyone's reactions, it really does seem like this plan might just work. She dares to ask him another thing. Since the trip will take at least a week, what is going to happen to her grades? He tells her bluntly that it's probably going to count as academic discipleship. She can't believe she is standing on the edge of getting dropped out like some flunked side character. But he reassures her that she really doesn't need to worry. If she is able to stop the war even temporarily, she is basically going to be crowned a national hero. And that kind of prestige will excuse her absence. As long as she doesn't fail her exams, they are good. And not only that, the dean says attendance will be marked anyway because he himself is also going to the war. So in the end, they really need to succeed no matter what, because their mission is no longer optional. It's destiny locked. They are all finally ready to head to the north. Sarah looks at the food they've packed and asks if this is what it means to bring snacks and share with friends. But since she clearly doesn't know a single thing about common people's life, they don't just buy the snacks. They also play a ton of games on the way, like chaotic kids on a field trip. And finally, they arrive at Brandenburg. Someone comes out, thanks them dramatically for coming all the way here, and assures them that the stage construction is going to be completed soon. They are asked if they would like to go to the castle first, where Eugene and the Count are already present. Sarah shakes her head, saying this is fine, because she really doesn't want to create unnecessary fuss. They didn't come here for fun anyway. They need to head straight to the stage. The knight leads them to it, and when they arrive, the sight hits them. It's striking, their concert stage standing bold, while on the other side, at some distance, is the Dragon King himself. Now it is finally sinking into Sarah's brain. This is not just a concert venue, this is the actual battlefield. Sarah says that they should get ready to start the performance. And the first thing is the sound check. While they are busy with this, they suddenly notice that one of the dragons starts flying toward them. Sarah gets worried real quick, thinking what if this dragon is actually planning to attack them already? For Mitchell though, he pauses. because this dragon seems somehow familiar to him, like deja vu vibes. The dragon calls them foolish for coming all the way here without even knowing their place. Mitchell, instead of shutting up like a normal person would, actually asks the dragon if they have met before. The dragon instantly starts to get angry and calls him insolent, saying how dare a mere human like him not know his place. She was low-key trying to act friendly with him, but he is actually such a pain in the back that she's not even having it anymore. Just in that moment, the countdown rushes in, like a hype man from backstage, yelling at Sarah that he already asked her to wait at the backside for more. But Sarah says she cannot bother someone who is already having a tough time, so she is not backing off. Mitchell then suddenly sees it, that this is the father of Eugene, and if that's the case, then Eugene must be here too. He asks if that is why they are on stage, and honestly, it is really his first time seeing him in the full armor, and even that ridiculous weapon suddenly looks cool with him, like cosplay but premium. The Count notices this whole scene and wonders if this big dragon is here to attack Sarah, so he orders his army to charge at the dragon. But the poor dragon is like, "Stop, it's not like that." Though the Count says that if they are going to charge, then he will order his dragon army to charge too. Sarah also asks them all to stop, telling them to get attentive because she wants them all to listen to her song. Mitchell is honestly wondering, like, what the heck? Because why would she even say that at such a heated moment? But she really says that she never thought they would be performing in a situation like this, yet she is past caring now, so she should just do her part. The song starts, echoing in the chaos, while Eugene bursts in asking them why the hell they are singing. All of a sudden, Sarah says to him that she also does not know, but Mitchell asked her to do so. Eugene turns to Mitchell like, what the hell is she thinking? Because this is peak insanity. Then one of the dragons actually attacks them, but Eugene blocks it. He turns to his stupid friend and says that with the power in this sword, he can only stop 2 more attacks, so they should just run away from here. But Sarah keeps singing, like, absolutely committed, making Eugene cry and shout that this is not the time for her to sing a song. It is the very first time Mitchell has ever seen Eugene this angry, but Sarah is not the type to stop, just because someone gets mad. Sarah finishes the song with a happy flourish, then immediately announces that she is going to start her second track. Eugene, baffled out of his mind, cannot believe she's planning to sing yet another song right here, right now. But Sarah just chuckles, tossing her hair, and declares that it wouldn't be much of a concert with only one song anyway. The second piece she begins is titled, Love is a Hungry Blizzard. Just as her voice rises, the dragon fires again, unleashing another defensive strike. Eugene panics and shouts that the next defensive move is going to drain the last of his sword's power. But Sarah and her bandmates aren't even slightly interested in listening to his complaints. Their carefree vibe makes the other knights watching from the sidelines laugh as well. To them, this whole thing feels less like a life or death clash, and more like some kind of chaotic festival. As expected of the Bruno Wings, they know how to raise morale. Mitchell notes that, since everyone's spirits seem to have risen, she might as well play her part too. Just then, the knights are left completely shocked when a massive figure descends. The dragon lands right in front of them. The sheer size of the creature leaves no doubt. This is a Dragon King. And judging from the blazing crimson color of his scales, he is clearly no ordinary red dragon. He orders everyone to cease combat, even as his own flames roar across the battlefield. Mitchell realizes that he is using metallic fire, a power far too rare. No matter how he presents himself, this one reeks of golden dragon lineage. Reina reaches the same conclusion and understands why people call him the Red Dragon King. The Dragon King then shifts his gaze onto Sarah. She assures him firmly that they are not here to fight. All they want is for him to listen to their music. To their shock, the Dragon King actually says he already knows what they are talking about. He admits he knew beforehand they came to sing to him. Mitchell feels oddly relieved. Clearly, Hubert must have informed him. Yet at the same time, she cringes as the Dragon King, face faintly blushing, orders them to sing The Unending Rain. They haven't even started the performance yet, and this overgrown lizard is already acting like some smitten fanboy. Someone calls out to Mitchell, and when she turns, she sees that it is Hubert. He shouts to her that he has already shown the Dragon King a video of them performing, and everything is already planned out smoothly. She feels relieved and even glad that he pulled off such a great marketing move for the band. Sarah steps forward and announces that she will begin the song. The other dragons, all gathered around, seem to think at first that maybe they are about to fight, but instead, they settle in, ready to enjoy this performance. Eugene's father doesn't seem to understand what is going on. But Sarah declares loud and clear that this is the very first show of their band, and it is about to begin. Mitchell suddenly notices a white cloth at the back, one that definitely wasn't there before. To her shock, she realizes it is projecting the backstory Sarah had created for each band member. The sight makes the little dragon freak out. He is the most emotional type ever. When Mitchell's own backstory comes up, it makes her feel annoyed, like she should just ignore it and focus on doing her part. The dragon, however, is completely moved, glad to see that she is portrayed as the type, with a kind heart but sharp words. Mitchell can't believe that Sarah really added this kind of extra layer into the backstory, and on top of that, she is even more frustrated that this Dragon King insists on muttering all of it aloud. She cannot concentrate on her performance at all. Her anger builds, and in the middle of it, she snaps, smashing the guitar prick into pieces. Worse yet, she hadn't brought any spares with her. Left with no other option, she has to craft a new one using her ice powers right there on the spot. Seeing this, the dragon goes wild again, completely smitten and crazy in love with the icy heart she puts into her music. And with that, the performance finally comes to an end. It is a success, drawing massive attention. The Grand Duchess and Sarah step forward, and Sarah directly asks the Dragon King if he liked their performance. He nods, saying yes, and Sarah, filled with motivation and fire, points out that if he is satisfied only with this much, then he is totally wrong. Because their bassist, Eugene, and their keyboardist, Cyan, were not even part of this performance, for him to feel satisfied with an incomplete song is utterly ridiculous. The Dragon King narrows his gaze and thinks carefully, realizing that the video Hubert showed him earlier had indeed included one more band member. Sarah points out, in that regard, as the band's vocalist and the third princess of the Kroll Empire, she would like to propose a negotiation. And that negotiation is none other than the return of their bassist, Eugene Brandenburg. This statement makes Eugene feel genuinely moved, as if his heart just got hit with a critical strike. The Dragon King, hearing that they are actually talking about negotiations, shifts into his human form. He declares that if this is the case, then perhaps he might listen to it, but only at Brandenburg's castle. Now, sitting across the table from the Dragon King in that very castle, the air feels tight with tension. The Dragon King questions with cold sharpness what kind of deal is being proposed by a lowly human. Mitchell scoffs that this guy was having a blast just a moment ago, and now he is suddenly trying to act all high and mighty. Sarah doesn't flinch. She replies that there is no need to beat around the bush, for she will be direct. What she proposes is simple but heavy. She wants the Dragon King to stop the invasion. With a single thought, the Dragon King dismisses the idea as impossible. He bluntly states that he refuses. Mitchell is about to step in. She knows that her opponent is still a child in many ways. She questions him further, asking if he even realizes that they, the members of this band, are all of different statuses. It is nothing short of a miracle that they even managed to form this band in the first place. The only time they can perform together like this, she points out, is probably while they are enrolled at the academy. After that, it will be nearly impossible for them to gather for band activities again. She adds that the time they have for their band is limited. So until they graduate, one could say they are living with a 3-year deadline. Acting dramatic, Mitchell even starts tearing up, lamenting that 3 years from now, forget the band, they might never even see each other again. The Dragon King, caught off guard, becomes flustered, wondering what the heck she is even telling him. He snaps that what happens to their band has absolutely nothing to do with him. But then, the aide steps forward, placing a document before his lord. He calmly mentions that the contents of this document were actually planned by Her Highness the Princess herself. It is still top secret, but once all the members are together, they plan to establish a company and distribute records to the market. Hearing this, the Dragon King's attention finally gets hooked. It dawns on him why they are trying to negotiate with such things. He growls in frustration, ordering them to stop these tricks on him. But the aide is not done yet. The aide continues, explaining that they also plan on publishing a book that will detail the members' backstories, and alongside it, they will be releasing merchandise as well. Mitchell, watching closely, notices just how sharp this aide is. Unlike the naive princess, his way with words is absolutely no joke. She guesses that you really need this kind of skill to survive in the Imperial Palace. But Sarah is not about to back down either. She plans to add a little more fuel to the fire. She asks the Dragon King to think carefully, because for a long-lived being like him, 3 years is nothing more than the blink of an eye. He could literally just wait it out like taking a nap, and in exchange, he can have all of that. She then shouts with fiery passion, demanding to know if he is really going to let the band break up just like this. The Dragon King, taken aback, wonders why it suddenly feels like this whole mess is his fault. At that moment, Reina notices Eugene is here too. She points it out, saying that he came at the perfect time, and she thinks the Dragon King is just about to give in. But Eugene himself is absolutely baffled by everything they have done, from putting on a concert in the middle of a battlefield out of nowhere, to now suddenly trying to push for a truce negotiation. It's all way too much for him to process. He is absolutely certain there's no way that kind of deal is even remotely possible, yet the Dragon King puts it down like, well, if they're gonna ask that desperately, then maybe he can wait a bit. Still, he knows that just accepting human negotiation too easily would definitely hurt his dignity. Mitchell picks up on it immediately, thinking to herself that, she guesses the Dragon King has those sorts of status concerns too, the kind of pride game that always needs to be maintained. As she is lost in wonder about how to solve this new tangle, Hubert suddenly pops up with casual flair, dropping it like it's nothing. To him, if that's all, then it's no problem. Mitchell wonders if he's really got any solution, and he confirms it's that easy. To the other dragons, he says, all they need to do is frame it as the humans agreeing to present tribute, nothing more, nothing less. That's literally all they have to say. She actually agrees, nodding along, thinking that, that really does sound good, and she turns to Princess Sarah to see what she thinks. Sarah sighs, clearly feeling the weight of it all, but allows him to tell the dragons that the humans paid tribute, with the critical condition that it be kept secret from the humans. Dignity, after all, is everything to them too. The Dragon King himself is like, sure, nothing's more important than dignity. And honestly, the whole thing makes it clear that these guys really are incorrigible downer players, obsessed with appearances. As concrete evidence of this so-called tribute, the dragons settle on receiving human entertainment devices, like straight-up gadgets, as if that somehow elevates the deal. And so the negotiation moves forward smoothly. In the end, the Dragon King agrees not to advance south until the club members have completely finished their band activities, while the princess herself commits to supplying entertainment devices to the dragons and to participating diligently in those same band activities. To commemorate the successful negotiation, Princess Sarah turns toward Mitchell, relaying that the Dragon King wants the button she uses as a guitar pick to serve as a symbol of the agreement. Mitchell cannot believe this ridiculous demand, but she brushes it off with a casual, "Never mind," and tosses the button straight into his hands. The Dragon King, however, is beyond thrilled, practically sparkling with excitement at holding what he declares is the very button used by the Heart of Ice. After negotiating something so heavy and serious, seeing him lose his cool over a mere button is both wild and hilarious. It becomes obvious that despite the weight of his title, he's definitely still a kid at heart. Now that the negotiation is wrapped up neatly, he is already hoping they all get to hear new news about Reincarnates soon. Everyone outside is probably waiting, buzzing with curiosity, ready to hear what just went down inside. He is quick to be off, carrying himself with finality, while Hubert beams with relief, glad that everything worked out in the end. Mitchell acknowledges that it is all thanks to everyone's combined efforts, and even gives Hubert his well-earned praise for the good work. Yet her eyes narrow in curiosity as she wonders aloud why he is in a dress again. Hubert sighs in defeat, revealing that beastmen are not allowed on the train, so he was denied boarding. Eugene, on the other hand, looks absolutely ridiculous, lost in thought over whether the war is really over. Just like this. Mitchell, coming to think of it, realizes she hasn't checked her status window yet. Other than that mysterious blessing, all the suffocating deadlines are gone. She beams with joy, telling Eugene that it really is settled, and even declares that she's going to count on him as the bassist from now on. This statement makes him chuckle, while Reina pipes in with the affirmation that as long as everything is resolved, it's fine. Mitchell guesses that means they can finally return to the academy, but Sarah raises a hand, asking them to wait. She turns to Mitchell, reminding her that when they wrote the agreement, it was stated that the deal also covers Cyan's return. Mitchell confirms that as true, even though Cyan hasn't participated yet, he's still officially a band member. That means Cyan will have to take part in club activities too. Since he's now included in the truce agreement, Cecil won't be able to hold him back this time. Sarah can hardly believe it, realizing Mitchell had that in mind all along. Anyway, since the truce now depends on it, they all acknowledge that they'll have to work even harder in the future. Everyone prepares to head back to the academy, carrying the great news of the truce with them. But the dean, of course, is having a full-on panic attack the moment they arrive, shouting about how none of this even makes sense. After all, they not only cut class, but also went off to play a concert on a battlefield. Mitchell feels a wave of déjà vu, like she's been scolded in this exact same way before. Sarah tries to soothe him, pointing out that everything ended well, and that should be what matters. But the dean insists they were simply lucky it did, because they could have almost died. Sarah herself almost ended up with a state funeral, while still enrolled in the academy. Naturally, the dean is furious. If the princess had died while still a student, he would have been held responsible. He's the same man who covered up the dragon invasion incident, and taking the fall for a royal family member's death is absolutely the last thing he wants. It becomes clear they won't get away so easily this time. Sarah offers her sincere apology, but also gently asks him to consider that the others are all exhausted, and she'd appreciate it if he could let them off just this once. She even bribes him with the promise of arranging a meal with His Majesty next time. The dean clears his throat, realizing that's exactly why he's so sensitive about responsibility. His ambitions are heavy, but in the end, since they did accomplish something so great, he decides to overlook the absences. Mitchell raises the point of worry. What if they get demerits and their graduation is delayed? That would only drag out the truce agreement even longer. But the dean practically begs them all, pleading for everyone to just graduate and get out of the academy as soon as possible. Mitchell stretches, finally relaxing. Now that all the deadlines have been cleared away, Sarah says she'll go to the palace to discuss Cyan's situation, so Mitchell figures all she has to do now is rest and wait. She plans to take a break at the dorm first when someone calls out to her. It's Eugene. He's here to thank her, because she took the initiative for his sake, and even asked about stopping the war way back at the start of the semester. He knows she worried about his family issue. He assures her that he'll definitely repay this favor. But Mitchell shakes her head, telling him it's not necessary. She didn't do it for him, she just acted for herself. Eugene freezes, stunned, thinking that she really is the heart of ice kindness hidden beneath all that harshness. And on top of that, she's an outcast wounded by the world. He laughs, saying that if she ever needs help, she should let him know. As long as it's within Brandenburg's power, he will be there. Mitchell sighs, but accepts, telling him she'll gladly take him up on that offer. The very next day, Mitchell ponders to herself that Sarah and the Warbler must be back from the palace by now. As she muses, she notices Cyan. She's sure Sarah must have handled his case well. She calls out to him, relieved that he finally came to the club building. Cyan looks at her incredulously, asking what in the world she even did, because she somehow managed to void Cecil's ruling entirely. Mitchell only smiles, reminding him of what he once said before, that compared to him, she was nothing special. She asks him, playful and teasing, if he thinks she's special now. Seeing her radiant, happy face, Cyan finds himself completely flag-blasted, unable to respond. He gets all embarrassed and tries to brush it off, swearing that still, she has not done anything special. He shouts at her that he is not embarrassed at all, and tells her not to follow him. But she points out calmly that their destination is the same. They have no choice but to go together. The other members see the two of them coming back side by side, and it honestly looks a little too nice, like the vibes are way suspicious. Cyan immediately calls them out, saying he already knew they weren't sane at all. But what on earth did they actually do to come back with a ceasefire agreement with the Dragon Tribe? Sarah tells him not to celebrate too early. Cecil still hasn't given a definitive answer yet. Cyan, fired up again, shouts that no one ever said he was happy anyway. Mitchell steps in, asking Sarah what she even means by this, and whether Cyan's punishment was already over, right? Sarah points out that His Majesty did take her side because of her achievements, but unless an official document arrives from Cecil, there's no telling how that woman will react. But she quickly adds that they can't just wait like this forever, so her little bird has already devised a way to shake Cecil down. That plan is a setting book for Reincarnates, complete with new settings added. From now on, she declares, she will be telegraphing this to the Dragon King. Cyan questions her in disbelief, asking if this is really some kind of setting book. But the moment he starts reading it, his face flushes red with shock and rage. He lashes out, shouting about this ridiculous content. What the heck is the Heart of Void supposed to be? So Cyan finally gets a setting attached to him too. Mitchell sneaks a peek to see what it says, and reads about the Heart of Void. Cyan, who was once powerless, loses his memory in an unexpected accident, but in exchange, he gains terrifying nullification abilities. However, he also forgets a very important fact. That is, the Heart of Void and the Heart of Ice actually had mutual feelings for each other. Even after the Heart of Void loses his memory, the Heart of Ice still likes the Heart of Void alone and shows kindness without him even realizing it, or something like that. Sarah thinks about it and admits that, doesn't this seem just a bit similar to real-life events? She worries that at this rate, if things keep going down this road, She might even end up revealing that she is Mitchell Nephthys. Then Sarah tells the others that she got a message from the Dragon King. He is asking them to wait just 30 minutes. Eugene is immediately suspicious, pointing out that, wait a second, they literally just sent the setting via telegram, so what could the Dragon King possibly be asking them to wait for? And before even 30 minutes had passed, that incident happened. Mitchell notices her system flicker, a new notification flashing in front of her eyes. The development has shifted slightly, awarding her 10,000 experience points. What on earth could have triggered this sudden change? She wonders, scanning her surrounding. Then the glass beside her shatters into fragments, scattering across the floor in a rush of sound. The barrier of the Crown Princess has been torn apart, leaving the entire academy exposed. And the one responsible, she sees clearly. It is none other than the Dragon King himself, peeking through the window as if crashing a private stream. Breaking through the barrier with effortless force, he steps inside. But why would he do such a thing? In his hand, he clutches his usual stack of merch, practically bawling, insisting that Cyan must have his Mitchell. The image is both ridiculous and terrifying. The Dragon King, clutching a cheering stick, descending upon the Academy 3 years earlier than in the original storyline. The incredibly powerful stone club he wields roars with an echoing cry that shakes the walls. The people inside tremble, fear vibrating through them like static in the air. He declares his intent clearly, his words striking the hall, and just as suddenly, he departs. Mitchell stands frozen, spacing out from the shock, her mind lagging like a browser crash. Sarah, watching him drift off like that, snaps in irritation. This is not the time to be zoning out. She orders the team to hand her the telegram codes for the 3 major newspapers. The news must spread. The third princess's great achievement of forging a 3-year truce with the Dragon King. But beneath the headlines lies the real political tension. Crown Princess Cecil had requested the postponement of certain negotiation terms. When her proposal was refused, the Dragon King himself violated the Empire's skies, smashing the barrier to pieces. The stakes are brutal. What's more important, keeping her brother in check, or ensuring the safety of the entire empire? The Crown Princess now stands at the razor edge of decision. Sarah, without hesitation, fires off the telegram. With that, the media tilts in her favor. At the earliest, extras will hit the streets within the hour. By then, Cecil won't be able to balance the Empire's safety and Cyan's presence on the same scale. The situation is set in motion. Across the room, Reina munches her snacks casually, wondering how this mess will spiral. Even Eugene lets out a laugh, not from mockery, but from sheer disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Sarah herself is confused by their reactions, wondering why they are treating this chaos like it's some kind of late-night drama. But the reality is harsher than it appears. The media of this world isn't just some single-verse chorus singing to one tune. As long as telegram machines are powered by magic stones, it isn't impossible for someone to trace the source of any transmission. If the origin of this tip gets tracked back to the Third Princess's Club, the fallout could be catastrophic. And indeed, the backlash arrives faster than she expected. Sarah skims through the newspaper, her hands trembling as her eyes catch the bold headline. Third Princess Sarah Kroll officially entering the succession battle? The words sear her vision. The implication is brutal. This is framed as a direct challenge to the Crown Princess herself. She throws the newspaper away, her voice breaking with desperation. She has no interest in the throne. She cries out, asking why everything has been blown so far out of proportion. From the very beginning, the noble-born, including herself, had anticipated that things might unfold like this, but it still feels unreal. And in the shadows of the chaos, a detail goes unnoticed by most. While the telegram was being sent, the princess's aide quietly downs a disguise potion, slipping into anonymity. Only those of the royal bloodline seem oblivious to what's happening behind their backs. Everyone else already saw the storm coming. The status window awarding all that experience earlier might not have been triggered by the Dragon King's sudden intrusion, but by this very incident itself. The system recognizes upheaval, and this clash between the Crown Princess and the Third Princess is about to ignite head-on, escalating into something far beyond what anyone anticipated. Eugene steps in to console Sarah. Brandenburg, he reminds her, never forgets a favor. When the time comes to face death, they will die together. Mitchell follows, her tone calculated, declaring that she will expand the integrated roster and even offer the eastern part of the empire to Sarah's hand. The dominoes keep tipping. Reina chimes in with her own observation. If both the northern and eastern territories fall under Sarah's control, then Letham will be forced to step into the fold too. She cries out, begging them to stop, insisting that she never meant for it to spiral in this direction. But the tide is already rushing. The news has spread too quickly, and now it feels impossible to rein it back. Impossible. The tabloids pile on fuel. The Dragon King's shocking statement sweeps across headlines, not only about politics, but about something far more explosive: the rumored lover the prince has in mind. Instead of keeping focus on the succession battle, gossip magazines pivot straight into sensational drama, splashing scandal across their pages. Mitchell keeps the worst of these stories in her pocket, recognizing that this particular piece of news will shake the empire to its core when it blows up fully. Still, the pace of events doesn't wait for anyone. While trailing after Sayan, a visitor suddenly appears before them. Someone calls out, "It's a man," introducing himself as being from today's news. The words make Mitchell pause. Why a reporter? And why here, all of a sudden? If it's about a princess, shouldn't he be running straight to her instead? But then it clicks. This man isn't just any reporter. He's from the company that had been hungry to break the Saiyan romance scoop. Saiyan, of course, has absolutely no idea about any of this. When he skims the article, his face freezes in stunned silence. He tears the page apart in rage, spitting that it's complete crap. The destruction of her precious merchandise makes Mitchell's heart sting as she cries out. The reporter assures them that stacks of extras are still piled up in the office. She can come to pick them up any time if she wants. But then he turns the conversation sharp, asking the question everyone is whispering: are the two of them really dating? Saiyan explodes, shouting why he would ever be with someone like her. Mitchell, realizing the damage rumors can do and determined to stop them before they spiral further, steels herself. To avoid being dragged into endless gossip, she decides to sever the misunderstanding clearly, once and for all. Her words are firm as she declares it. Cyan and she are not dating, and there will never be such a thing in the future. The reporter throws out the question about the Dragon King, but she quickly clears it up, explaining that it is nothing more than content from the setting book for the band Reincarnates. That book will be released to the public later, so he can just check it then. Still, he pushes further, demanding to know what exactly is the relationship between the two of them. If she had to put it into words, they are at a point where they just know each other's faces and names. The reporter refuses to let go, pressing her more, and she internally notes that this guy is ridiculously persistent. She decides it is better to cut this off once and for all. She makes it clear that she doesn't know what he is expecting, but Saiyan and she have no relationship whatsoever. Besides, she points out, a dating scandal about a prince with no influence wouldn't even be a scoop. An article about the third princess favoring pens from the Brotensane company would draw way more attention. The reporter stares at her, all shocked, asking if that story is actually true. An item favored by the third princess? Mitchell steps in smoothly, confirming that it is indeed true. Princess Sarah owns 3 Brotensane ballpoint pens. The reporter lights up instantly, practically glowing with excitement, saying he is going to write the article right now and even thanking them for the interview. She sighs in relief, thinking that she managed to shake him off. Now she should get back to following Saiyan. But when she turns, she sees that Saiyan is no longer there. He is already running away, and she can't help but wonder when he even got there in the first place. She calls out to him, demanding how he could just leave someone behind and go off on his own. She keeps calling, but he does not respond, making her wonder what is up with him. Why is he suddenly in such a bad mood? He is not even answering her, and she thinks to herself, seriously, this guy is so unpredictable. And so, after all the chaos of various incidents like the Dragon King's intrusion, Sarah's own declaration of war, and even the reporter's nosy interview, the final exams finally arrive at the academy. Just like in modern terms, she straight up writes her name on the exam and bounces, a total flex. But of course, she completely bombs the finals. It is only natural, considering that all she can actually remember from the second semester is playing the guitar, doing random manual labor, and serving school lunches. Anyway, final exams come and go, and time really flies. Now, vacation is about to start soon, and she knows she will have a lot to do this break as well. First off, when she returns to Elam, she will need to manage the town as its mayor, and on top of that, she still has to prepare for the opening of the racecourse she has been putting off for way too long. She feels like there is something else she is missing, and indeed, there is. The club's leader, Sarah, calls everyone to gather up, since they have a lot to do during the vacation. After all, first, they have to prepare their first full-length album. But actually what's more urgent is getting a written promise from the crown princess that she won't touch Saiyan. As everyone knows, the Crown Princess has been avoiding giving an answer since the Dragon King's intrusion, and even as the semester comes to an end, she still hasn't given a definitive response. For the sake of their band's activities, it would be best to get an answer from the Crown Princess as soon as possible. Because of that, Sarah decides that she needs Eugene and Kina to attend Cecil's upcoming birthday banquet. If they pressure the princess in a public setting, Cecil won't have much of a choice. Reina agrees, saying that she will do as she's told, since she has already decided to side with Princess Sarah. Sarah sighs, reminding her that she has no interest in the throne. Eugene adds that thanks to Sarah, he has no urgent matters to handle in the north, so he can attend the banquet. Sarah then mentions that, unfortunately, it will be difficult for Mitchell to attend, so she should work on the album until the issue with the Crown Princess is resolved. Mitchell refuses immediately. Since it involves Saiyan, she cannot be the only one left out. She insists that she will go to the banquet too. Saiyan scolds her, asking if she thinks just anyone can get into a royal banquet, and on what grounds she plans to enter. Mitchell wonders if she could just go as an attendant, but Sarah clarifies that she can't bring a personal attendant to a banquet hosted by Cecil. Mitchell finds that strange. When she was Mitchell and attended Cecil's banquets, she definitely saw everyone walking around with someone by their side. Aren't nobles banquets normally like that? Sarah corrects her misconception, explaining that the people accompanying the nobles aren't attendants. They're lovers or partners for the evening. Mitchell is shocked to realize what that means. She asks if all those people were really in that kind of relationship. Sarah further explains that if one doesn't have a partner, Cecil's side sometimes assigns escorts. Mitchell remarks that it never happened to her before, and Sarah replies that's because not a single volunteer ever came forward who wanted to escort Mitchell Nephthys. Mitchell finally understands. Well, anyway, the point is, she can get in if she pretends to be a partner, right? Then, if she goes as Eugene's partner, Eugene panics, apologizing that he already has someone to whom he has promised his future, so he can't take her as his partner. He's really sorry. Mitchell sighs, saying that she understands, but asks if he could at least not reject her so desperately. That leaves only one person, Sarah's aide. Sarah panics, rushing to say that her aide will naturally be attending the banquet as her own partner. Mitchell asks if they could all please stop reacting like she's confessing her love to someone. Then she realizes she has no one to go with and wonders what she should do. Saiyan clears his throat, trying to give her a signal, but she's too busy ranting that this has become a problem. Finally, Saiyan bursts out angrily, wondering why she isn't asking him. After all, he's a prince. He can just take her with him. Mitchell apologizes, saying that might be difficult. Saiyan wonders if it's because of Cecil, but Mitchell explains that it's not that. She simply wants to promote the racecourse while she's there, and for that she wants to enter as the partner of someone who has influence over the nobles. Saiyan becomes furious, shouting that she should just do whatever she wants, and leaves. Mitchell is left wondering if she was too honest, but it couldn't be helped. Saiyan is completely useless when it comes to influence, so in the end, the only person she can go with is Bake, Reina. Reina immediately yells at her, asking if she's crazy, since she doesn't want rumors spreading that she's a lesbian. Mitchell reassures her not to worry about that. She plans to dress up as a man, with a uniform borrowed from Eugene, and square glasses borrowed from the Warbler. Reina is astonished, shouting in disbelief at her transformation. Mitchell chuckles, saying that she must be out of her league now. Reina becomes excited, saying that with that look, Mitchell will make her look good too. Mitchell is confused, wondering why in the world the eldest daughter of a count talks like that. Anyway, Reina and Mitchell promise to dress up even more thoroughly on the day of the party and become the perfect pair. Time passes, and the vacation finally begins. Mitchell tries her best to ignore her grades, which are probably around CCDDFF, and leaves the academy. In order to attend to the Crown Princess's banquet that Sarah mentioned, she postpones her return to Elam for the time being, and stays as a guest at the Brandenburg townhouse. The attendants at the townhouse treat her very well, calling her the savior of their hometown. While waiting for the banquet, she spends her time sparring with Eugene for exercise. From behind, the butler remarks that it's surprising to see someone her age who can stand against the young master, saying that the Academy's combat techniques department must be truly impressive. Eugene corrects him, explaining that she's actually in the magic department. And so, the rare, relaxing, and fulfilling time passes quickly, and before she knows it, the day of the Crown Princess's birthday banquet arrives. This will be the first banquet she attends since becoming Evan Rafe. She takes a deep breath and decides that it's about time she starts getting ready. At the Count residence, Rina is already prepared, her arrangements nearly complete. As she reviews herself, she wonders whether she should personally go to pick up Mitchell. She had sent the staff early that morning, so everything would be ready for dinner and wine. And now, at last, she finds herself standing before Eugene's townhouse. Rena Bursley opens the door and indicates to Mitchell that it is time for them to head to the banquet hall. Mitchell glances back, noting that Rena has finally arrived and looks strikingly handsome. Rena, in turn, thinks that Mitchell looks like the very definition of devastating beauty. Earlier, Mitchell had worried that covering her freckles with makeup might make her appear overly feminine, but the style instead emphasizes sharper, more masculine features, giving off far less of a delicate impression than she had feared. Rena, however, is visibly excited and remarks to her mother that she only needs to be careful, because she intends to arrive with a man far better than her mother's. This leaves Mitchell wondering what kind of competition Rena has been carrying on with her own mother all this time. Regardless, Mitchell feels grateful for the compliment and observes that Rena herself looks especially glamorous and beautiful today. With that, the matter is settled, and they move toward the banquet hall at the Imperial Villa. Inside, the crowd is already enjoying the ball. Mitchell, who has visited this place several times before, suddenly realizes something she had not noticed earlier. Looking more closely now, she understands that these people do not truly exist in a simple master-servant relationship. She wonders why she had failed to realize this before, concluding that she must have been too focused on Cyan back then to notice the dynamics around her. Before she can reflect further, someone approaches Rena, commenting that it has been a long time and mentioning that they have heard she has enrolled in the academy. They wonder aloud whether she has been devoting herself too much to her studies. Their attention soon shifts to her partner, whose face they do not recognize, and they speculate whether this unfamiliar person might be her lover. Curiosity grows as they try to guess where the two might have met, perhaps even at the academy itself. Rena is just about to clarify that they are not exactly lovers, but Mitchell intervenes smoothly, expressing regret that such details are a secret and suggesting that everyone should simply pretend not to know. Rena is momentarily stunned by how effortlessly Mitchell handles the situation, wondering why she is so smooth and why she is being looked at with such intensity. It is difficult for Rena to maintain a formal tone with anyone, but Mitchell's composed demeanor only heightens the contrast. Rena believes that her own cool and intelligent persona should have retreated in such circumstances, yet she finds herself unable to respond as expected. Suddenly, Rena's eyes widen when she notices her mother. She grabs Mitchell's hand and calls out to her. Her mother turns back, recognizing Rena and then focusing on the person beside her, wondering who this individual might be. Taking a closer look at Mitchell, she remarks to Rena that she had warned her, and questions what Rena must have done to bring someone like Mitchell along. She adds that she will not be providing any more allowance in advance. Rena retorts proudly that she brought Mitchell without paying anything at all, emphasizing her youth and vitality as proof that she can attract someone so appealing on her own. Her mother immediately warns her to watch her mouth if she wants to leave on both legs, scolding her for being an embarrassment in front of His Highness. Rena counters by implying that if her mother feels intimidated, she should simply admit it. Mitchell watches in disbelief as the situation escalates. She had always thought Rena was merely a brat who spoke without thinking, but seeing her behave the same way here at the Imperial Villa makes it clear that she never truly wins against the Countess. Mitchell wonders whether it is really acceptable for Rena to be this sarcastic. Rena presses further, accusing her mother of jealousy toward her partner. In response, her mother strikes her sharply across the face, sending Rena collapsing to the floor. Mitchell is stunned, both by the sudden violence and by the sheer martial strength of the family. More importantly, she realizes that Rena is her partner for the evening, and that means she must take responsibility for her. She rushes to Rena's side, checking whether she has passed out or worse. Rena's mother coldly observes that it appears so, then tells Mitchell that it seems she will now have her hands full. Mitchell bows politely to the Countess, wishing her a safe trip back. She attempts to lift Rena, and as expected, Rena's waist bends easily under her grip. This makes Mitchell think that Rena must be on a similar physical level to Hubert. Rena's strength likely comes from constantly clashing with her mother like this, and Mitchell resolves that she will have to work harder from now on. At that moment, Sarah arrives, announcing that she has finally found Mitchell and remarking that she looks even more stunning than the last time they met. Sarah, Reitman, and Eugene are also present, and upon seeing the scene, they ask what has happened to Rena this time. Mitchell explains that something unexpected occurred, and unfortunately, this marks the end of the line for Rena for the evening, meaning Sierra's help will be required. Sierra wonders what kind of assistance Mitchell is referring to. The conversation shifts when someone mentions that a racecourse is scheduled to be built in Elam soon, noting that official permission from the Empire has already been granted, allowing everyone to enjoy it legally. The ladies present linger on the topic, finding it intriguing, though Elam feels far too distant for them to consider visiting casually. Mitchell anticipates this reaction and reassures them that they need not worry. She explains that the project to revitalize Elam is being led by the third princess herself, ensuring full support from Her Highness. In addition, plans are underway to open a training session in Alram, and when that happens, Mitchell hopes everyone will visit at least once. Just then, a voice emerges from behind, remarking that now it is Alram again, and that her dear sister seems to have many interesting ideas. The voice is unpleasant and clawing, immediately recognizable to Mitchell as belonging to someone she would rather never face again. In this world, that voice belongs to none other than the Crown Princess, Cecil. Cecil addresses Mitchell directly, acknowledging that she is the one known as Ivan. Cecil remarks that she had not known Mitchell was a man, adding that Rena certainly has an unusual taste. She appraises Mitchell with a detached air and deems the choice unimpressive. Mitchell finds herself inwardly bristling. From the very first meeting, Cecil judges people as though she is weighing commodities, and despite all the effort Mitchell has put into building her body through constant training and discipline, she is dismissed so casually. Even if Cecil does not realize that she is actually a woman, that sort of arrogant evaluation irritates her deeply. Mitchell requests permission to speak, and Cecil grants it without much interest. Mitchell responds that she may look scrawny, but dry wood always burns hotter and longer. The bluntness of her words is so sharp that it makes her companions feel like collapsing on the spot. Cecil opens her fan, clearly amused, and comments that Mitchell is rather entertaining. Since she has spoken so boldly, Cecil suggests that she should demonstrate the skill to back up her words and prove that they are not empty. Mitchell is left wondering what this woman is even talking about. The situation feels dangerous, and at this rate she might very well be dragged into Cecil's bed before the night is over. Just then, someone calls out to Cecil. The voice belongs to Sayan, and the sound of it makes Mitchell silently thank her luck. Sayan immediately pulls Mitchell away, apologizing as he does so. Anne steps in to inform Cecil that Sayan has something urgent to discuss with her, and with that, he leaves. Cecil scoffs, commenting that he is such a jealous type. The scene shifts to Sayan sighing heavily as he asks whether Mitchell has lost her mind. Out of all people, why would she provoke Cecil? Mitchell merely thanks him, which only confuses him further. He wonders why she is suddenly being so polite, and why he finds himself apologizing so easily. He explains that it was only natural to get her out of there, but Mitchell clarifies that her gratitude is for stopping her from almost having to attend to Cecil in bed. That particular phrasing makes him freeze, wondering whether she really has to praise him in such a way. He turns away and suggests that they leave and go somewhere else, trusting that Sarah will handle the aftermath. As they walk together, Mitchell notices how practiced he seems at slipping into corners and avoiding attention. It makes her wonder whether he has always lived while running and hiding like this. Sayan answers that he has lived this way for 10 years and asks whether she finds that funny. She cannot understand why he would think that, as there is nothing amusing about it. On the contrary, she believes his actions are wise. Avoiding a woman like Cecil is simply good survival strategy. Sayan looks at her and nearly tears up with gratitude that she understands at least that much. Mitchell suddenly stops him when something is thrown in their direction. She remarks that from now on it would be best not to linger here, as it seems Cecil already knows about this place. A masked man appears and comments that noticing his presence so quickly is not bad. He claims he has come only to deliver a message. Mitchell finds his face familiar and recalls that he was one of the men involved in an attempted kidnapping at the night market. The masked man grows irritated, stating that he is not young enough to be called a guy. Mitchell replies that if he is an uncle, then he should act his age. When she suggests calling him a bachelor instead, he asks her to stop nitpicking words and get to the point. She questions him about his business, and he explains that Her Highness the Crown Princess is curious about her. Mitchell counters by asking what happens if she is not curious in return. He replies that in that case, he would have to finish what he was doing earlier, but since she caused a commotion, she would not be leaving in one piece. Mitchell calmly responds that she simply needs to escape without causing a bigger disturbance. She activates her ring, opening a gate and freezing it into an ice-filled barrier. She tells Sayan that she will go first before Cecil catches her, and asks him to inform Sierra and Eugene. She reflects that she had come to the racetrack that day with a light heart, intending only to promote it, yet she has ended up catching the attention of a troublesome woman. From now on, she wonders whether things will truly be all right. Mitchell returns alone to the townhouse. According to club members who come back later with Sierra, Cecil throws a tantrum and is restrained by the others. In the end, Cecil withdraws her decision regarding Sayon, and even signs a pledge stating that she will lose interest and leave him alone. Still, Mitchell knows Cecil is not the type to back down so easily. Next time, she will need to be far more careful and avoid standing out. With the racetrack opening just around the corner, she needs to finish the band work quickly and return to a bagged daily life. At that moment, Gret calls out to her. Mitchell notes that his timing is perfect, as she has something she wants to tell him. Just then, Eugene enters the room and asks whether she was just speaking to that little pet. Mitchell explains that through this method, it is possible to communicate with her beastman friend living in Alram. The one speaking now is not an albino, but that very beastman. Eugene greets Gret politely. Gret, in turn, asks who Eugene is, noting that he is a different male friend from the one he saw before. Unlike her previous companion, this one has a body type similar to her own. Mitchell introduces Eugene as a fellow club member who also attended the racetrack opening ceremony, explaining that they will be heading to Alram together soon. As for what she wanted to say earlier, she explains that after finishing the Alram work, they will return there, but due to time constraints, they will not stop by the tower and will head straight to the racetrack. That means she will only be able to meet Gret after the event. Gret looks at Eugene again, and then declares that he will also participate in the opening ceremony. Mitchell is taken aback, as he had previously said he would not bother joining. He argues that he has simply changed his mind. For Mitchell, this turn of events is actually welcome. The more people involved, the better it is for her. Still, the realization hits her that the opening ceremony will likely gather people from various social classes. With Gret, one of the 4 great demon kings, in attendance, she wonders how it will appear to everyone and what kind of impact his participation will have. She finds herself sinking into thought, already anticipating the complications that are sure to follow. At the Beastman Tower, Gret has lately been troubled by a lingering concern. Every time the white communication connects, the man standing by Mitchell's side is different, and without exception they are all strikingly handsome. As expected, men are bound to flock to an outstanding woman like her. Indeed, looking back to when they first met, there was something extraordinary about Mitchell. The sight of her wiping away her sweat and splitting a boulder into 8 pieces overflowed with vitality and an unyielding will to live. From that very moment, he had a premonition that this woman could become a life partner, with whom he could shoulder the same burdens and rule over the demonic beings together until the end of their days. Just as he expected, she proves to be no ordinary woman. Mitchell seizes the position of mayor and governs 2 towns in a remarkably short amount of time. It is a blessing that Mitchell is such a wonderful and strong woman, yet the fact that endless men are drawn to her because of it becomes another cause for concern. He cannot very well stop someone as talented as her from going to the academy. She has the right to learn what she wants and the freedom to go wherever she pleases. Of course, there are moments when he feels the urge to forbid her from taking even a single step out of the tower. However, he knows he should not entertain such thoughts, because that is not the side of Mitchell he admires. Yes, from now on, he supposes he has no choice but to look forward to the day when they reunite again. One day before the racetrack's opening ceremony, Gret announces that he is departing. Hubert wishes him a safe journey, assuring him that he will guard the tower well. Alarm no, he is told that the name has changed to West Alarm now. It has been a while since he last visited the town, and he wonders how much it has changed. His eyes widen when he sees the newly furnished streets, making him question whether this is truly a 6-lane road, and whether the place has always been this advanced. He wonders if this dazzling building is really the hotel where they are supposed to meet. The people around begin to whisper among themselves, thinking that a country bumpkin king has arrived. Seeing him enter such a splendid hotel in shabby clothes, they wonder if he is a beggar, and whether he should be kicked out. The manager approaches him and demands to know his business at the hotel. Gret calmly replies that he is here to see Mitchell. The manager is shocked, realizing that he is speaking of the mayor. If he is truly the mayor's guest, then the manager hastily apologizes, explaining that they have already been briefed. He immediately guides Gret to the suite. The manager then calls the hotel room and informs Mitchell that the guest she mentioned has arrived. Mitchell opens the door and is visibly excited to see him, noting how long it has been and thanking him for coming all this way. She invites him inside and mentions that Rinna and Eugene are also present, as this is their first time meeting each other. Eugene observes him carefully and recognizes him as the man with that powerful body type. Come to think of it, Eugene recalls some advice he once received from Hubert. He was told that if the men around Mitchell bothered him, he must assert his dominance and make it clear that Mitchell's future is already decided. The four of them are soon seated together. Gret assumes they are Mitchell's friends and expresses his pleasure at meeting them. Rinna notices that he speaks in a strange manner, yet she cannot deny that he is extremely handsome. Gret then adds one more thing, stating that he is scheduled to meet with Mitchell in the future. This remark leaves an awkward silence in the room. Mitchell hurriedly steps in, explaining that it is a misunderstanding and that nothing has been confirmed yet. Rinna, however, bursts out, teasing that just because Mitchell is becoming a noble, she has already secured a lover, while she herself has yet to enjoy such things. She remarks that nobles often gather many lovers to hold their heads high. Eugene is equally surprised, realizing that he had no idea Mitchell had a lover. Eugene then adds that if Mitchell later gains a fiancé, they should refrain from mentioning this lover matter, as she might grow anxious if she hears about it. He points out that Gret is a beast man. Gret asks Eugene whether he himself has a fiancé. Eugene replies that he does, a childhood friend from back home. Gret comments that it is a good match, and that Eugene must treasure her. Gret feels relieved knowing that Eugene already has a fiancé, meaning there is no need for concern from the start. With that, he believes he can simply watch the opening ceremony in peace and return the next day. At the racetrack, someone asks Mitchell whether she may go up onto the stage. Gret tells her that he will see her when she returns, but before he can even process the situation, Mitchell grabs his hand. She insists that they should go together. Before he has time to think, the two of them are already standing on the stage. As expected of an event prepared by Mitchell, every seat is filled. Yet Gret suddenly feels that something is off. He thought this was a racetrack meant for humans, so why are there so many beastmen among the audience? Moreover, the woman who has just stepped onto the stage catches his attention. She is none other than the Princess of the Empire, whom he has seen in the newspapers. He was never informed that the event would proceed like this. He cannot help but wonder what on earth is going on. Mitchell begins by thanking everyone for waiting and for participating in the opening ceremony of the racetrack that will become the new symbol of alarm. She acknowledges that some may find the person sitting next to them unfamiliar. As previously announced, Unified Alarm aims to become a pro-Beastman city. Unified Alarm welcomes Beastman residents and laborers, and City Hall will assist Beastmen with resident registration in the same manner as the capital. Gret struggles to follow the flow of events. The topic seems to be drifting further and further away from the racetrack. He wonders if the real reason Mitchell brought him here is to build trust among the Beastmen, using his face as the Beast King to make himself known to them. Mitchell continues, announcing one final point. On the day the train station is established, Beastmen will be permitted to board all train lines bound for Unified Alarm. As she says this, she raises both Sarah's and Gret's hands high into the air. Gret is struck by the realization that he has been used by Mitchell. He cannot help but wonder since when this had all been planned, and at what point Mitchell had already envisioned everything unfolding in this way. Gret believes there is no way someone like Mitchell can continue acting without realizing that it appears as though she is using him. Because of this, he thinks a proper conversation is necessary. Just as he calls out to her, another voice suddenly calls out to Mitchell as well. It is Cyan. Gret immediately recognizes him as Mitchell's friend. Mitchell asks Cyan how things went and whether he enjoyed her speech. Cyan responds dismissively, telling her to forget the speech, and instead questions who the people beside her are. Rinna and Eugene are also saying strange things, which makes Gret feel that his concerns are justified. Until now, he has only encountered Cyan under a masked identity and has never met him face to face. Acting on impulse, Gret blurts out that he intends to meet her properly in the future. Cyan is left speechless by this declaration and shouts at Mitchell, demanding an explanation for what all of this means. The opening ceremony for the racetrack ends in great success, yet Mitchell now finds herself in an extremely difficult situation. Gret tells her that they will have a serious discussion about the opening ceremony later, before returning to the tower on his own. Cyan also storms off, shouting that he does not know her and telling her not to look at him. Both Gret and Cyan are clearly sulking. In Gret's case, it is understandable, as Mitchell acted without informing him. However, Mitchell cannot understand why Cyan is reacting so strongly. Just then, someone arrives. It is Sarah. She asks Mitchell if they can talk for a moment. Sarah explains that since Mitchell will become a normal citizen after graduating from the academy, she does not view her dating freely in a negative light. However, she insists that dating a member of the royal family is an entirely different matter. According to proper etiquette, one must first break up with an existing lover as a sign of respect toward the royal family, and the royals themselves strictly follow this rule. Mitchell is completely confused and cannot understand what Sarah is talking about. She has no intention of dating a royal. Sarah assumes that Mitchell likes Sun, and while Mitchell acknowledges that she does like him, she has never considered wanting to date him. From Mitchell's perspective, this world is one from a story she once read, and Sayen is her favorite character. Liking him does not equate to wanting a relationship with him. She is perfectly content simply watching him from afar. Sarah reacts strongly, believing that Mitchell was serious about Sayen and feeling betrayed by this revelation. Sarah leaves, stating that if Mitchell has no interest in Sayen, then they will escort him back immediately. Mitchell is left utterly confused. It is still the middle of the school break, and Sayen could have stayed longer, yet he insists on leaving at once. Mitchell realizes that Gret has already returned to the tower, and if Sayen leaves as well, her break will be completely ruined. That would mean she is stuck spending time with Reina again. She cannot understand why Sayen is so angry, as it is completely unlike him. She wonders if he is being overly sensitive because he is also involved with Sarah, and besides, Sayen has always disliked her anyway. She cannot grasp what everyone is even arguing about. Sayen left over nothing, and now she is stuck with a troublesome presence she never wanted to deal with. She had been planning to do many things with Sayen, and now all of that has vanished. Suddenly, someone calls out to her. She immediately recognizes the voice. It is Kana. Remembering that she had invited Kana to the opening ceremony as well, Mitchell feels genuine relief at seeing her. She embraces Kana, grateful that she came, thinking that without her, enduring the event would have been impossible even with Eugene's support. The idea of being forced to drag Reina around had nearly exhausted her, but thankfully, she has caught another lucky break. With Kana and the others present, even if Reina causes trouble, it should be manageable. Just then, a loud explosion echoes nearby, causing Mitchell to scoff at the timing. She assumes it must be Reina again, but instead, she sees a beastman engaged in combat with Titi. Unsure of what is happening, Mitchell calls out to the large beast woman, identifying herself as the chief of Elam and demanding to know why she is destroying the city's valuable property. The beast woman demands to be heard, accusing Titi of breaking the village barrier and then living in luxury within the city. Mitchell notices the woman's large, fluffy hands and wonders if they are bear paws, realizing she must be a bear beastman. The beastwoman introduces herself as Menahel, a representative from a beastman village that maintains friendly relations with humans. She demands that Titi be handed over. Mitchell recalls that in the original novel, Menahel was a powerful warrior who later joined Sarah's party and helped defeat 2 demon kings. In the original story, Menahel came to the capital to search for Titi after he had been sold on the black market. However, in this version of events, that never happened because Mitchell saved Titi. It appears that Menahel has discovered that Titi broke the village barrier and fled, and she is clearly furious. Mitchell admits that she does not know all the circumstances but firmly states that Titi is currently under her protection. If Menahel has business with him, she must discuss it with Mitchell first. As for handing him over, Mitchell insists that she will decide only after hearing the full story. They later sit together in a cafe, where Mitchell acknowledges that she is aware Titi broke the village barrier and asks how the village intends to hold him accountable. Menahel explains that Titi must restore the barrier himself. Mitchell finds this more reasonable than expected and orders Titi to go restore it. Titi reacts in horror, as though she has sentenced him to death. Mitchell is confused and wonders why restoring the barrier would kill him. Menahel then explains that creating the barrier requires a human sacrifice. Mitchell is shocked. She questions why a beastman village, supposedly under the authority of the Beast King, would make sacrifices at all. Menahel clarifies that the sacrifice is not offered to the Beast King. Instead, it is made to the King of the Underworld. Mitchell is stunned by this revelation. The King of the Underworld is one of the 4 great demon kings, alongside Jared. She cannot understand why a beastman village would offer sacrifices to such a being when the Beast King exists within the same world. She asks, once she has calmed herself, why a beastman village would seek the favor of the King of the Underworld, and whether they had ever considered asking the Beast King instead. Menahel replies that of course they had. However, the Beast King rejected their request for protection. This response makes Mitchell pause, as it is difficult to imagine such a refusal. Manhwa explains that the Beast King suggested that instead of maintaining their own village, they should abandon it entirely and move into the tower to live under his rule. From the village's perspective, this was unacceptable. They chose the king of the underworld because they wanted to guarantee their autonomy rather than surrender it. Manhwa brings the discussion back to the main issue, stating that the village requires protection. Mitchell suggests that she could dispatch guards from Ilam, but questions whether that would not be sufficient. Manhwa responds that a few guards would never be enough. The protection must be as absolute and reliable as a barrier. Mitchell sighs inwardly and concludes that if Manhwa insists on this method, then it cannot be helped. She states that Manhwa may do whatever she wants with the troublesome bird, whether roasting or frying it, since Titi is the one at fault. However, before any offering is made, Mitchell insists on testing a few things first. She asks Manhwa to guide her to the location where sacrifices are usually offered. The three of them eventually arrive at the site. Mitchell had heard there was an altar used for offerings, but she did not expect it to be hidden in such a secluded place. She finds it unsettling that an entity capable of shattering a village barrier would be contacted in a place like this. She asks Manhwa whether this location truly is the altar and how it is activated. Manhwa tells her to wait and produces a manual issued by the village chief. According to the manual, removing the patterned seal causes a button to appear. It is an actual button, and the instructions state that it should be pressed, as it functions like a doorbell. Mitchell wonders what exactly will emerge when it is activated and presses it. Nothing happens. Manhwa tells her to keep pressing it until there is a response. Mitchell complains that this should not be how it works and suggests trying a different method. Suddenly, a purple light begins to emanate from the well. Manhwa declares that the time has come and that the living sacrifice must be thrown in. Mitchell stops her and recalls a story from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. On his return from conquering the Nanman, Zhuge Liang was unable to cross a river due to a violent storm. One of his subordinates suggested following local customs by killing a person and offering the head to the river god. However, Zhuge Liang refused to harm a person during a victorious return and instead shaped a dough mixed with lamb and pork into the form of a human head and offered that instead. This is said to be the origin of dumplings as ritual offerings. Using this reasoning, Mitchell suggests offering dumplings in place of a living person. Manhwa observes that the altar does not recognize them as a valid sacrifice. Mitchell then attempts another method, presenting approximately 35 liters of water, along with various other materials. Manhwa questions the purpose of these items, and Mitchell explains that they represent the components of a human body, knowledge she picked up from a comic book. She concludes that the law of equivalent exchange does not apply here after all. As Mitchell begins to consider her next plan, Manhwa suddenly grabs her. Mitchell is confused and wonders what this means. Without hesitation, Manhwa pushes her into the well, stating that she has simply thought of a quick and easy solution. She bids Mitchell farewell. Mitchell cannot believe what has happened. In the moment she was distracted, Manhwa chose to sacrifice her instead of Titi. The underworld is a place said to be impossible for the living to set foot in. Ironically, it is also the place where the first intelligent being created by God has always lived and breathed. Approximately 10,000 years ago, God created the first bipedal intelligent life form. This being was the prototype of humanity and became known as the King of the Underworld. Although this child possessed immense power, he was riddled with flaws. He fell asleep frequently, and when he slept, he could remain unconscious for years without concern. His body never grew, no matter how much time passed, and he was an extreme crybaby who suffered from overwhelming loneliness. He wanted a friend to play with, someone intelligent, not an animal. Such a desire was only natural. God, who cherished her first intelligent creation, decided to grant her child companionship by any means necessary. First, she pulled a passing meteor from space and slammed it into the planet, triggering an ice age and completely reshaping the world. She replaced the atmosphere with her own breath and turned her body into a new geological layer, creating a vast underground space where the pink-haired child could live and breathe. She then established a rule: when any species on the planet went extinct, its concept would be removed from the surface and transferred to the underworld to live alongside the child. Believing that humanity would eventually go extinct and join him, the child fell into a long, peaceful sleep. 100 years passed. Dinosaurs settled into the underworld, But nothing else changed. 200 years passed, and new concepts appeared, yet no humans arrived. After 400 years, pandas went extinct. The child selected the most intelligent among them and appointed it as his butler. 500, 600, then 700 years passed, yet humanity showed no signs of extinction. Instead, their population continued to grow. Eventually, the young king of the underworld sought out his mother, who by then had become a mere concept. Around the same time, humans discovered mana stones and learned to use them to communicate with her, obtaining status windows and skills. This overloaded the connection and made it difficult for him to reach her. After tremendous effort, he finally succeeded and voiced his complaints. In response, his mother granted his wish. This time, she created a life form designed solely to destroy humanity. Thus, the demon race was born. The first demon, created directly by their mother and considered his brother, was Machina, who possessed the ability to command machine-type monsters. Machina promised to annihilate humanity for his brother, and in accordance with their mother's will. However, by then, human civilization had advanced too far, and Machina was unable to make a decisive impact before his brother fell asleep once more. Next, their mother created another brother named Jared, who led demonic beasts and beastmen. Jared could wield a portion of the power of creation, an ability previously exclusive to their mother. With immense physical strength, he reassured the young king of the underworld, who once again drifted into sleep. However, Jared possessed a gentle nature and did not actively slaughter humans. As a result, humanity not only survived, but continued to grow stronger. Their mother then created powerful dragons to destroy humanity, but these beings were highly individualistic and eccentric, rendering them ineffective. Seeing no meaningful change, the young king of the underworld grew discouraged and returned to sleep, holding on to a faint hope that things might be different when he awoke. That was the plan. However, fate intervened. The underground domain of the king of the underworld gradually shifted beneath Professor Bruno's secret dungeon. The activation of a warp device caused a massive earthquake, shaking his bedroom chamber. As he awoke, he noticed water soaking his bed. Confused and upset, he began to cry, lamenting that he hated everything. Humanity still refused to go extinct, and he could not understand why they kept doing this to him. Just as his patience finally reached its limit, the thing he had longed to see for countless years appeared before him in the underworld. A living human had finally arrived.